Vacante.
Found themselves towards the top of the standings, and another particular character that has played their hand just right to a full sabacc. I'm Josh Snyder. I am joined by none other than Mickey D. Mickey, good morning to you, sir. We are ready for day 2 of the Sector Qualifier.
Yeah, up bright and early for some Star Wars Unlimited, 9 a.m. Eastern time there in Atlanta. Our players are 55 players, I believe it is, on day 2 of competition, ready to fight it out for those final 4 rounds of Swiss, all fighting for 8 coveted spots in the top cut here. And you had mentioned those characters that were vying for position up at the top of the metagame. And as we look and broke it down a little bit, no official graphic that I'm aware of currently, but to break down the top decks for you all, we have 9 total Boba Fett's, 8 of them on Lake Country and 1 on Blue. We also have 9 total, or no, it's 11 total Lando Calrissians with a much wider spread of decks. 6 of them on the Lake Country variant that Eclipse brought, 2 on Data Vault, 2 on Blue, or on the Vigilance, 1 with the Colossus, and then 1 on the Command Force base. And then we have 11 Obi-Wan Kenobis, which, as we were talking about at the end of the stream yesterday, kind of the day one star.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi showing up. The Obi-Wan Vigilance Force, the most represented deck in the field in day 1, and will be the most represented deck in the field here in day 2. But we're getting down to the feature area, and we are going to see a deck that I don't believe we saw at all yesterday on stream. Tobias, Beckett, Aggression, Nigel Fowler on the left, piloting Tobias Beckett. And it's Kyle Cordell on the right, piloting Colonel Uluren Aggression. We did catch the end of a match featuring Colonel Uluren, but now we will get to see everything that Colonel Uluren has to offer. 2 decks that can be very aggressive, Mickey.
Yeah, and Nigel Fowler, I believe Vinch from the KTOD testing team. So, one of a few of those members that made day 2 of competition here. And the lone Tobias Beckett to make day 2, a well-positioned deck against the kind of top of the meta, the Boba Fett Lake Country deck. Very aggressive, can set up a huge deploy turn with a lot of upgrades and an aggressive negotiation, drawing several cards and creating several credits. But we'll see how it does in a straight race against a similarly aggressive Colonel Yularen deck here.
Yeah, this Colonel Uluren can present a very nasty curve early. And of course, we talk about both of these decks being very aggressive, and what Yularen can do is really help you hang on to the initiative with that action ability, allowing you to attack with two of your units in one action and then try to keep that initiative. And here in a matchup where both of these decks are definitely going to want to try and outrace the other, that could be a very important ability.
Yeah, Uluren is maybe the quickest deck in the meta if left uninterrupted. It's really hard to race that style of deck. Now, the Tobias Beckett aggression deck might be the only deck that could potentially match it in a race.
Well, here we go. Game one of day two underway. It's Warrior of Clan Ordo for Nigel Fowler. Kyle Cordell is going to respond with Benthic 2 tubes. So we have a couple 3-power units played in the opener. Nigel started with the initiative, and he will retain that initiative going into the second action phase.
Yep. The Benthic 2 Tubes, not seeing a ton of homes, really only seeing home in the Uluren deck. A very interesting, aggressive card. Now, that 2 health can be a little bit of a detriment in a format full of 2/4 units for 2, but we're kind of seeing things move away from 2/4s. The Boba Fett Light Country deck playing a lot of 2/3s, so Benthic a little bit more favorable in this environment.
Nigel Fowler with the initiative. Going to start out with that nimble prowess, giving Warrior of Clan Ordo +1/+1, and also exhausting the Benthic 2 tubes unit. And now Kyle will follow up with the 000, and Warrior of Clan Ordo is going to attack and defeat that Benthic 2 tubes unit, disclosing an aggression aspect, the aggressive negotiation shown early here by Nigel as we take out that 2-cost unit on Kyle's side, and the Toydarian Technician also coming out for Nigel. So some good early pressure here.
Yeah, and the Nimble Prowess is really kind of a shining star of this new meta. We saw it played a lot early on in the meta, and it fell out of favor a little bit, often because games became space arenas versus ground arenas. But if you're ever interacting in the same arena as your opponent, it is just such an efficient card and tempo play. For a 1 cost, not only do you get an exhaust, but you also get the extra buff, and you saw it here allow a favorable trade for that Warrior of Clan Ordo into the Benthic 2 tubes.
Now, Kyle has the initiative, just one unit in play. It is the 000, but we're going to get an upgrade put onto the 000. I believe that's the heavy blaster cannon.
Yeah, it's the one. I don't know the exact name. I believe you're correct, but it's the one that deals 1 damage to a unit, and then 1 damage to it again, and then a third damage to the same unit.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. That's
uh,
awesome.
effectively
Okay.
dealing 3 damage there, which is, I mean, matching upgrade for upgrade here.
No, that's exactly what you needed because that Toydarian Technician had 3 HP, had Restore 1, so it can change the math. That is a really interesting play, a card I haven't seen played in Premier maybe at all, so that is awesome as the 000 becomes a 6/6 unit attacking in. It's 8 damage on Nigel's base as Nigel is able to get in for 4 damage with the Warrior of Clan Ordo, and goes to space as well with the stolen AT hauler. So it's 8-4. The damage counts in favor of Kyle, but Nigel does have multiple units in play.
Yeah, and Nigel having that Stolen ATR, that's kind of the core of this Tobias Beckett deck alongside the aggressive negotiations because you get to, with Tobias's leader side ability, give it to your opponent. And then when Tobias Beckett flips, it defeats any cards that you own that are on your opponent's field. And by defeating the Stolen AT Hauler, you can then replay it from your own discard, effectively drawing a card and creating a credit for free with Tobias's flip.
Yeah, that stolen AT hauler is so good, so synergistic with Tobias and that ability. We haven't seen either player take advantage of their action ability on the leaders, but here's a strong play for Kyle. System Shock is going to defeat that nimble prowess, and the Warrior of Clan Ordo will be defeated along with it. Cleaning up the ground arena on Nigel's side. Here comes some damage being traded back and forth. The AT hauler getting in for 4, 000 getting in for a total of 7. An aggression card from Kyle's discard pile put on the bottom of the deck for that extra damage. And for the first time, we see the Tobias action ability. Stolen AT hauler is passed over to Kyle, and a credit token created for Nigel.
Yeah, and this is the flip turn for both players. Both leaders are about to deploy, and these are oftentimes, as you see, Kyle taking a little bit of extra time. Where players will take the extra time, it's kind of the big swing point of the game here.
Kyle the first to deploy his leader Chancellor Palpatine, I am the Senate, will be played with the plot mechanic. Two spy tokens that will have Sentinel created in the process. And Nigel going to follow suit with his own leader unit. Here comes Tobias defeating that stolen AT hauler, and Nigel will draw a card, create a second credit token. Colonel Uluren getting in for 4. 19 to 12 now. Tobias Beckett has to attack into one of these Sentinel units, taking out one spy as Kyle claims the initiative in the free stolen AT hauler, as you had mentioned from that when defeated trigger. And now Finn coming out as well, ambushing the other spy token, giving a shield to the stolen AT hauler. Kyle has the initiative and has the board currently.
Yeah, and this Chancellor Palpatine unit is a really big swing in the matchup. I think one of Kyle's most important cards. Not only did it protect his health from the Tobias Beckett, provided Sentinels, so he saved a minimum of 4 damage. If Kyle didn't have those Sentinels, Nigel might have spent his turn, throwing a mastery on his Tobias Beckett, maybe plotting a sudden ferocity and hitting Kyle's base for 10, which would put him in danger of just a lethal swing from the Tobias by itself. Not only that, it protected Kyle's unit, so he gets to maximize this Uluren leader unit on attack ability to immediately attack with a BT0 and potentially push 10 damage, 11 if there's an aggression card, which doesn't look like there's an aggression card in the discard, but pushing 10 damage immediately, putting Nigel to 29 damage on base.
That is huge. Those Sentinel units, massive, because Finn could have taken out one of the big threats on Kyle's side. But with the initiative, Kyle will attack with you, Lauren, and then 000 will attack as well with that on attack ability. Or excuse me, when completing the attack, Colonel Uluren allows you to attack with a unit that costs 4 or less. So 29 damage on Nigel's base. Nigel has to immediately respond to the Chancellor Palpatine unit, or else that would have been lethal. And this is a board that Nigel will have to answer at this point, because any more damage will defeat Nigel here in game 1.
Something like an L3 from Kyle would be great here. Not only would it present a bunch of different threats, but the L3 itself has hidden, so couldn't be attacked or interacted with in any other way.
Now it's
But
going to get a little tougher, that craving power, giving +2/+2 and taking out the Finn unit. Nigel says, we cannot answer those ground units. Let's go to game 2. Kyle off to the races here in round 9.
yeah, and that was a very interesting game from Uluren there because normally the way you see Uluren play out is they want to curve out their units up the cost curve. They want to play a 2-drop on 2, a 3-drop on 3, and so on because it lets you maximize the leader side unit of Colonel Uluren, where you exhaust him and you attack with a unit, and then you may attack with another unit that costs less than the first unit you attacked with. But that game was much more about these tempo upgrades, these interactive plays in the early game, jockeying for board position. And Kyle, I don't think ever exhausted his Colonel Uluren leader side ability. He only maximized the on attack or when completing an attack ability of Colonel Uluren, but that was enough. He did a great job of controlling the ground early, and then on the flip turn pivoted to a super aggressive game plan and got over the finish line.
That is such an excellent point. The action abilities were not used at all for Kyle. We saw the to Beckett action ability be used once before deploying Tobias. So very interesting opening game. I think the heavy blaster cannon was the big shock for
Yeah.
all of us, because I was not expecting it, and I am sure that Nigel was not expecting that either. And it was just enough to do two things, Mickey. Of course, it took out the Toydarian Technician, which had the restore, which would have certainly helped in the race. And it also put 000 out of range to potentially be traded with that Warrior of Clan Ordo. And the 000 ended up being the unit that really put too much damage on Nigel's base.
Yeah, 000, one of the best cards from A Lawless Time. A 3 cost for a 4/4 stat line on its own is a pretty good baseline, and with an additional on attack trigger, being able to push that little bit of extra damage can really matter in a lot of situations. As for Kyle's deck, as he was going through in sideboarding, I saw some interesting tech choices. We saw that thermal blaster, that really kind of took over the game from game 1, but I think I saw things like a thermal detonation, just 2 cost, deal 2 damage to a base from intro to battle Hoth hiding out in there. This is a very different, maybe not, wildly different, but some different tech choices compared to our baseline Uluren builds that we see normally.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I do believe we also saw Kyle. He was kind of thumbing through the sideboard. He also had some Arvel Skeen, so it'll be interesting to see if he potentially brings that into the main deck here. This is an opponent that will be creating some credit tokens with that action ability, as well as the when deployed ability. So some extra credit hate. Plus, of course, the Arvel Skeen also can just put more pressure on your opponent by dealing that extra damage when you defeat a credit. So it'll be interesting to see if we have Arvel moving forward. It looks like we will. We've got a couple in that hand for Kyle, but Kyle says that hand is not good enough. Going to take the mulligan. Nigel ready to go. He's already set his resources. Nigel going to be trying to force a game 3.
Yeah, the Orwell scheme makes a ton of sense in this Tobias matchup. Now, it's not as backbreaking as it would be against something like a Lando, who can rely more on his credits and really relies on those credits, especially for his deploy turn to get that explosive 6 to 9 resources. But even just disrupting your opponent a little bit if they were planning to have that extra credit and getting that little bit of extra damage, you can find room for the Orwell scheme in your main deck there.
Definitely. One other thing, just to touch on before this game starts, the Chancellor Palpatine, I am the Senate, in both of the games that we've seen so far here on stream with Colonel Uluren, has been the key piece to allowing you to safely get across the finish line. The sentinel on those spy tokens has been so crucial in protecting the leader unit as soon as it deploys, and that's something that we're really going to have to pay attention to.
Yeah, I think Chancellor Palpatine is one of the most underrated, and underrated might be the wrong term because people think very highly of it, but maybe more underutilized cards from Secrets of Power. That card is quite powerful.
Here we go, game 2 underway, and look at this, Mickey. It's deja vu. Both units for both players are going to be identical. Nigel starting with Warrior of Clan Ordo, Kyle starting with Benthic Two Tubes. Nigel will retain the initiative, and we'll see how this turn 2 play lines up. We saw the Nimble Prowess come out right away in game 1 on the second turn.
Yeah, generally I'd say this opening favors Kyle. Trading your 3-2 into with a win defeated into a 3-3 generally feels pretty good, but with the nimble prowess, that's how Nigel was able to advantage the board state for himself a little bit.
Both players just going to be aggressive. An attack of 3 both ways. The on attack ability from Benthic Two Tubes dealing 1 to the Warrior of Clan Ordo. We did see the aggression aspect disclosed again for Nigel to prevent 2 damage from being dealt to his base. And now we've got Hired Slicer for Nigel and 000 once again for Kyle. So an interesting line here, Nigel. I haven't seen a lot of this Hired Slicer.
Yeah, it's started to crop up a little bit in these Tobias Beckett decks. I know the Swoop Racers, Betin and Zip from Europe were very high on this card, and it's been quite impressive in the games I've been able to play with it.
Look at this. We are going to see an Underworld card be discarded. Wow, that is huge. Or be revealed, excuse me, not discarded, revealed from the top. And that allowed Nigel to exhaust the 000. So some great tempo here on the second turn. Kyle going to respond with Haymaker, which is going to give an experience token to the 000 unit and deal 5 damage to the Warrior of Clan Ordo. Toydarian Technician coming out here for Nigel. Not the most effective use of the 4 resources, but nevertheless, that Hired Slicer did put in some work during that action phase.
Yeah, players swinging back and forth with very powerful plays. The hard slicer, as you see there, in a format that's a lot about tempo, a lot about, affecting the action economy and the race situation, being able to trade for a unit and stay alive, not necessarily even a trade, defeat a unit with the attack, and then exhaust the 000, saving effectively 7 damage from Nigel's base and being able to allow him to push with another unit. Kyle responding in kind with the haymaker to affect the board on his side, and but the higher slicer really shining in just that single attack so far.
And now Kyle will have the initiative for the first time here in game 2. Once again, doesn't have multiple units in play, so won't be able to effectively take advantage of the Uluren action ability, but 000 going to attack for 5. That's 9, 10 damage now. Nigel's base with the on attack ability. Toydarian Technician swings back across for 3, has raid 1 and restore 1. So now we look at the damage totals. It's 9-6 in favor of Kyle. Reaching for the Uluren leader. Colonel Uluren is deployed. Hired Slicer attacking for 3. Going to reveal the top 2 cards of Kyle's deck. And we see there are no Imperial or officials on top there. So the Colonel Uluren will not be exhausted. And that means Kyle has some more play here on this turn.
Yeah, I believe Dengar Underworld Bounty Hunter, but not matching. Honestly, this Colonel Yarn deck is pretty late on Imperial units. It's a lot of Underworld, things like the BT0 and triple, or BT1 and 000, and a lot of droids because of things like the Invisible Hand and the L337.
4 damage to Nigel's base. Tobias Beckett, action ability used. Toydarian Technician goes over to Kyle, and now the Arvel Skeen in response is huge. Take out the credit token for Nigel. 1 damage to defeat the Hired Slicer. Solid play there for Kyle as the Tobias Beckett is deployed, and Sudden Ferocity plotted out here, and the DRK1 probe droid is going to defeat the Sudden Ferocity, but now we've got another big upgrade coming out. It's Mastery. What a back and forth here, Mickey.
Yeah, both players swinging for the fences against each other. Kyle seems to have every single perfect answer he needed. Arvel Skeen to defeat the credit and pop the higher slicer, and then with the deploy, the DRK probe droid to answer the sudden ferocity, but Nigel presenting threat after threat, and even just the mastery on this Tobias Beckett, presenting a 7-9 leader with something like an aggressive negotiations can threaten lethal very quickly.
It absolutely can. That 1 extra credit token that Nigel had was huge because the Mastery generally costs 4, but it only costs 3 to play on a unique unit, which of course Tobias Beckett is. So having that credit was massive, allowing Nigel to buff up his leader. However, Kyle has the initiative and has a board full of units here, so there is a lot of damage that could come through in one action thanks to that Colonel Yularen ability.
Yes. Especially with something like an aggressive negotiations, a card we talk about a lot, such a defining card of this meta. If you use the aggressive negotiations on your Colonel Yularen leader, give it +4, attack for 8, and then attack with another unit like this 000, attack for 5, that's 13, potentially put a card under, that's 14. Put Nigel at a 27 damage on his base, 14, doubling the damage on his base in a single action.
Well, now you can see Kyle's doing the math very carefully because he has to count exactly how many cards Nigel has in hand. Keep in mind, he did not resource. He stayed at 5 resources, so Kyle has to be very aware of the aggressive negotiations. Here comes the first action. Tobias is going to be swinging, and we see a handshake here.
Yeah,
That was a total of 4 plus 5 damage. What am I missing here?
I think Nigel just realizing, make let your opponent make a mistake potentially. He went into the next turn, didn't have any answer for the other units. That 4 + 5 is 9 damage to Nigel's base, getting him to 22. Realizing he didn't really have an answer for the board, and he was going to lose that race because if he decided to attack a unit, he was going to fall too far behind on the damage race. And if he attacked base, Kyle could just easily claim, get a second attack in with that Colonel Yularen, and finish out the game from there. So Nigel fell too far behind on the race early, and we were talking about in the early game, at the beginning of this matchup, it's hard to race Yarn. He's maybe the most dense in actions, fastest deck in the format right now.
I totally agree with that. I think Yularen is the best aggro deck in the format. But yeah, what a game there for Kyle. You had the massive leader. I'm very curious how many cards in hand Nigel had. We know that he was playing for the aggressive negotiations. There was 7 damage showing with the leader, and I'm very curious how much he had extra with a possible aggressive negotiations. But however much, clearly not enough. And Kyle Cordell taking it here in round 9, advancing on to 7-2 at the Atlanta Sector Qualifier, keeping those hopes alive of a top cut finish.
Yeah. And I want to dive into a little bit why Colonel Yarn is such a good aggro deck, especially in these kind of race aggro mirrors. If you notice, both players were presenting a similar amount of damage, but Colonel Yarn due to the nature of his leader ability and his unit side ability, is just so action efficient. You often get the initiative. And into that last turn, if Nigel gets to attack base with his or with his Tobias Beckett first, he gets to put his opponent in check. Whereas Kyle, since he had the initiative going into the 6 resource turn, he was the one that got to attack first and put his opponent in check. And Colonel Yarn is usually just so action efficient on his deploy turn compared to all the other aggressive decks that are flipping on 5 resources. If you noticed there, Tobias Beckett has to take a lot of actions to maximize his flip turn. He's attacking with his units, he might be playing a unit, then giving it to the opponent with Tobias's leader side ability, deploying, defeating, and then playing a couple of upgrades, and then finally attacking with Tobias. Where the Uluren deck is, I attack with my guy, I flip my Colonel Uluren, I maybe give it an upgrade or play another guy and attack with my guy, my Colonel Uluren leader unit. It's 7 or 8 actions compared to 4, and that efficiency is what really put Kyle ahead there in the race.
Absolutely. The Uluren ability is just so big. If you can have multiple units in play throughout the course of the game, especially once you have Uluren out, it a lot of times is just too much to overcome. But we've got a backup match for you here in round 9 as we jump into what appears to be game 2 of Ara Singh. The first time we've seen Ara Singh on stream throughout the weekend. Ara Singh aggression versus this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck. It's Istvan versus Tyler. And it appears as though right now Tyler has a massive board and 8 damage on Istvan's base. And Istvan, of course, with Ara is going to want to try and control this board as best as possible. But this isn't looking too great here on the Ara side, Mickey.
Yeah, if you peek in the discard on Tyler's side, we see a Master Codebreaker in play that most likely it can look at the top 8 cards of your deck, grab gambits. It might even be the top 10. I've played this deck enough. I should maybe know the exact number, but it looks at the top however many cards of your deck and grabs gambits. And Faith in Your Friends is a gambit that lets you search the top 3 cards of your deck, add a card to your hand, and then if you disclose triple cunning and double heroism, create 2 spies. And against an Aura Seeing Heart control deck like this, having threats that also churn cards to allow you to develop other threats is exactly what you want to be doing. So that Master Codebreaker into Faith in Your Friends opening, a really potent start for Tyler against this Aura Sing.
Definitely. When you can put multiple threats on the board against these control decks that rely on a lot of one-for-one removal early, that is exactly what you want to do. Tyler is going to deploy Lando, defeating the credit token, turning that 1 credit token into 3 credit tokens. And now we are going to see Rose Tico as well. And Tyler does control a non-unique unit, so Rose is ready. We do have a kill switch from Istvan immediately exhausting Rose Tico, giving her -1/-1, but there is still a lot of ready units and a lot of damage being presented by Tyler.
Yeah, Rostico, part of the heart of this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, starting with the Master Codebreaker Gambit package, which allows you to get Faith in Your Friends, which creates spies, and those spies are non-unique units. Now, there's also other non-unique units as we see here. No spies on the board, but that stolen AT hauler is non-unique, and so Rostico being able to enter as a 5/5. We were talking at the end of the stream yesterday, but just that ability to immediately threaten 5 damage is very powerful.
See another 3 damage being put on Istvan's base with the Anakin's Pod Racer. And now Istvan has 4 more ready resources to work with here during this action phase. And just doing the math here, a lot more damage could be put on by Tyler. We've got the Bith Brute being played. That's a Sentinel, but Tyler has a quick response. That ready Lando Calrissian leader unit attacking and defeating the Sentinel. And I believe Istvan has just claimed the damage will now start pouring through. A total of 8 more damage is being shown here with the Master Codebreaker, the Canyon Frontrunner, and the stolen AT Hauler units. 19 damage on Istvan's base as we go into the regroup phase.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how well Istvan can stabilize from here. The Aura Sync deploy does do a relatively good job of stabilizing the board. When deployed, Aura Sing as a 3/7 can defeat a enemy unit with 5 HP or less. I believe it's non-leader, so a takedown style effect from set one and can defeat this Rose Tico to save 4 damage, could defeat this stolen AT Hauler to save 4 damage as well. But that's pretty action inefficient. It would allow Tyler to get in with another one of those 4 attack power units, and Tyler might be too wide here for Isvan to take care of with just the Aura Singh deploy.
What Isfan really needs right now is 8 resources in the single reactor ignition, but he's 1 resource shy from being able to wipe this board clean. So he has to survive at least 1 more round before he could see that full board wipe effect. He's got his work cut out here without a doubt. Tyler
Yeah.
is showing lethal in play. Here comes Ara Singh being deployed. When deployed, taking out, defeating the stolen AT hauler. But now Tyler has a green light. 4 damage to base, 23 damage on Isfan's base now.
Yeah, and you had mentioned that single reactor ignition is such a huge stabilizing play. Something like a droid laser turret there could have been nice to help stabilize, soak a couple of these attacks on the ground, save potentially 4 damage. If you pair that with the Aura Sing leader deploy, maybe something like a tree remembers alongside it, or even another sentinel, that might be enough to edge Istvan over to 8 resources to get to that single reactor ignition, but it might be taking just a little bit too much damage here.
Ara Singh taking out the Canyon frontrunner, and Tyler York is going to swing for game here in game 2. Rose Tico, paired up with aggressive negotiations, will attack for lethal. Tyler York evening things up here in round 9. Both of these players looking to grab their 8th win. It's worth noting as well, Mickey, Isfan was one of the 3 undefeated players coming into this round. So we go to a deciding game 3. Tyler York, he's trying to change that.
Yeah, and just want to point out aggressive negotiations from a mono cunning deck. That is how potent this card is. Just the ability to have one action lethal present so much damage, and even just the threat of it. If your opponent knows you have that card in your deck, they're constantly having to do that mental math of how many cards does my opponent have in their hand? Are they at 5 cards and then they can do an additional 4 damage to me? That can put you in check just a turn, like an action earlier than you might normally expect, and it puts a lot of pressure on the opponents.
Well, I'm just glad that someone has done it in this tournament because yesterday, Mickey, I mentioned as good as aggressive negotiation is, maybe we'll see it out of aspect, right? Because paying 5 to win a game, well, that's perfectly fine. So I'm
Yes.
glad that this particular deck is featuring it and we're seeing it out of aspect. That is just, it's so good, right? I mean, even
Yeah.
if it costs 5, when you can attack for plus 5 or 6 for 5, I think you take that.
And it's not free in this Lando Calrissian deck. Not only are you paying the aspect penalty to play it for 5, it wins you the game if you play it for 5, so you're totally okay with that. But it does add some misses to your deck from that Lando Calrissian ability. Paying 1 resource and exhausting the Lando to discard the top card of your deck, creating a credit token. In this mono cunning deck, it makes sense to call cunning. But if you add 3 aggression cards in there, you're adding a little bit of variance. Now, it usually doesn't matter, and it's usually pretty safe having played this Lando Calrissian deck, but it is something to keep in mind. It's not a total free roll.
Now, we did not witness game 1. However, I know you are very familiar with this Lando deck. What were the sideboard changes that were probably very important going into game 2 and 3?
So the sideboard, I don't think is super geared for this hard control matchup. You could have some things like jam communications in there if you really wanted to nail the single reacting ignition, like you mentioned, and maybe just some cheaper threats to be able to go wide and threaten the Aura Singh opponent like we saw in that game too at the end there. Tyler presenting too many threats for Aura to deal with efficiently. My best guess is what really happened is game 1, Tyler maybe had a little bit of a slower start starting with things like that Canyon front runner or even the N1 Starfighter, whereas we saw through the discard and what was in play in game 2, having that master code breaker faith in your friend start is really what you want to be doing against this Aura Singh deck. So probably more so about Tyler's initial opening hand draws than anything he brought in from the sideboard.
We'll see if Tyler can replicate that in game 2. Again, being able to put as many threats in play as you can in the early game will be extremely beneficial. Now, Isfan sees. We'll start with the initiative here in this deciding game 3. Both players, again, coming in, both of these players were in the top 8, I believe, in standings coming into this
Yes.
round. So both players there towards the top. This was table number 2. And even with a
Yes.
loss here, Mickey, both of these players still very alive, I believe, if they could turn things around and continue winning after that. So it's not a lose and out situation here, but if you win, it certainly makes things a lot easier in the path to top 8.
Yes, winning more allows you to potentially draw into the top 8. And if you have a loss to give, you don't want to give that up right away early in the morning. You want to give yourself a little bit of cushion as the day continues.
Absolutely. All right, both players drawing up. Looks like Tyler taking the mulligan here. Again, we know how important cards like Faith in Your Friends are in this match, or this particular matchup, and Tyler would love to find at least one early copy of Faith in Your Friends.
Yeah, most likely the best card in this style of matchup. Drawing a card, developing extra threats, and especially you had mentioned it earlier, the single reactor ignition towards the end of the game too. You really want to develop enough pressure that either your opponent, if they do get to the single reactor ignition, they're still in a lot of trouble because they have like 26 damage on their base and they had to deploy their Ara Singh, and so they completely clear the board and you develop a couple threats behind it, or you just want to defeat their base before they even get to that single reactor ignition, like we saw in game 2 from Tyler.
Tyler has, correct me if I'm wrong, Mickey, has won a planetary qualifier.
I believe he's
Won
won
multiple, right?
at least two,
Okay.
and maybe a third. I don't recall at this point.
Yeah, hard to keep track of. Tyler has definitely been a player that has had a lot of success already. I do not know the history of Isfan and if he has any PQ wins, but regardless, the one thing we do know is Isfan has been on a tear here in Atlanta with this Ara Singh more hard control style deck that a lot of people weren't really expecting here going into Atlanta because it wasn't positioned very well with all of the Boba Fetts, and Istvan has piloted this deck extremely well, finding himself in a favorable spot in day 2. Tyler making his resource decisions. Let's go. Deciding game 3 in our backup feature match in round 9. It's going to be the Onyx Squadron Brute for Istvan and Tyler playing Bail Organa. Space versus ground early with these two units.
Yeah, not necessarily the ideal turn one play from Tyler York there, but still being able to develop a two drop and turning those cards into spies. You don't want to completely shred your hand and go empty handed here, but we were talking about how important going wide is. It's better with Faith in Your Friends when you're drawing the cards, but if it costs you discarding the cards to allow you to go wide, that could also be worth it.
Isfan with the initiative going to play the Bith Brute, get a Sentinel down in the ground arena right away. And Tyler is going to play the stolen AT Hauler unit and the Onyx Squadron Brute, dealing the first 2 damage of the game to the Lake Country base, that 34 HP neutral base to start things out. That Lake Country base, man, it really has shown up in big numbers this weekend.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about this meta being very much I hit you, you hit me, and the extra HP really matters in a matchup like that. So Lake Country shining in this style of format.
Tyler York with the initiative. Stolen AT Hauler will attack into Isfan's base.
And I believe, yeah, missing one additional damage here from Istvan because the hauler attacks for 4, but got that corrected here.
There we go. So 4 damage on the Naval Intelligence HQ. And the Bith Brute going to attack and defeat Bail Organa. Istvan doesn't want to mess around with the potential of Tyler creating these spy tokens. Tyler does follow up with another 2-cost unit in the ground arena, the Canyon Front Runner, which we have seen do a lot of good work for this deck this weekend. Squadron Brute coming through for 2, 4 to 4 in damage total. And now Tyler just going to use that action ability on Lando. Will call Cunning. He is going to discard the Light Maker, create a credit token. And Isfan still has some resources to play with.
Yeah, this Canyon frontrunner is pretty threatening to this Bith brute. Istvan not having spent any resources really has to make a decision of does he want to utilize those resources but allow Tyler to claim the initiative and have the Canyon frontrunner defeat the Bith brute while staying alive. I believe it would still trade actually. Get only -2 on the Canyon frontrunner, so less threatening, but still giving Tyler the initiative while developing that Hana.
Well, no, certainly very good. This puts Restore on the board for Istvan, and Hana also attacks for 5. Quite the threatening 4-cost unit out of A Lawless Time. But as you mentioned, Tyler does have the initiative, but it's a lot of Restore on Istvan's board with that Hana. Plus, you've got the when defeated trigger on that Onyx Squadron Brute. So lots of healing being set up currently.
Yeah, and you mentioned Hana hits hard, and this is a matchup where Lake Country wouldn't necessarily matter as much, but having that extra restore really matters, and the damage can matter too.
This credit token is going to matter right now. Tyler playing the Depa Balaba unit with the 5 resources plus the credit token, ambushing right through the Bith Brute because Depa Balaba has Saboteur ignoring Sentinel. Hana is defeated. So, as threatening as Hana was, Tyler says no thank you.
Yeah, and this creates an interesting spot for Istvan because that Depa is very threatening. 5 attack and the Saboteur in a deck that is built around walling off the ground through Sentinels with Droid Lizard Turret and Bith Brute. So this Bith Brute can attack in and trade with the Depa Balaba, but that opens up the Canyon Frontrunner to be attacking the base against Istvan, and he still wants to keep his life total relatively high. He might think he's at low enough life total, and it looks like he's going to go for the Canyon Frontrunner instead, valuing his health more than the Depa, maybe having an answer for it in a different way.
Yeah, so both of those ground units defeated, Canyon Frontrunner and the Bith Brute. Stolen AT Hauler getting in for 4, 8 damage on Istvan, and you were absolutely right. Istvan had a response to Depa Balaba. No glory only results will take control and defeat the Depa unit. So we are going to move on to the regroup phase. Tyler holding the initiative.
And this is a very different game we saw from game two. This is what Isfan kind of wants. We saw around this time, Tyler had a way bigger board last game, as well as additional damage on Ara Singh's base. Isfan doing a great job keeping the board clear, stabilizing damage, keeping his base damage low, but still not necessarily no pressure. We have this AT Hauler being able to swing for 4. If Lando deploys and is able to swing for an additional 4, I put him at 16. If there's something like a Rose Tico sitting in Tyler's hand, he can start to apply the pressure pretty fast this turn.
I was just about to mention Mickey. I was looking through Tyler's hand as he was shuffling, and I believe he's got 2 copies of Rose Tico. That could absolutely be some big damage in the very near future because this stolen AT hauler is not unique. So if it stays on the board, that Rose Tico could come out ready and present some big damage right away. Tyler's ready to go. Istvan tanking a little bit on this resource decision. Clearly an important one. And now it's going to be 4 quick damage with the stolen AT hauler. That hauler has done all the work for Tyler so far in this deciding game 3. It's 12-9, 12-6, excuse me, the damage totals in favor of Tyler.
Yeah, and that was an interesting sequencing choice Tyler had there. He can attack with the stolen AT Hauler first to get the damage in right away, protect it from removal, or he could play the Rose Tico, and depending on what Isfahan has, he might be able to remove the stolen AT Hauler, which removes the unique unit or the non-unique unit from Tyler's side, meaning this Rose wouldn't have entered ready.
Well, here is Rose Tico ready. Now it's worth it. Now she's presenting 5 damage, but Condemn is going to meet Rose Tico. And that is going to be a Lando action ability from Tyler with the one more ready resource. Of course, calling Cunning, Bix Colleen discarded off the top. A credit token is created, and this opens up the Lando being deployed and creating an additional 2 credit tokens. You go from 1 to 3 here. And Lando is open, 16 damage on base. Rose Tico will attack as well, forcing Isfan to have the villainy and vigilance aspect icon he does, showing the board wipe, the single reactor ignition. Isfan has the initiative, but the damage totals swinging a little bit in Tyler's favor here. He's got some good threats in play.
Yeah, and forcing Isfahan to disclose there, oftentimes you see opponents just kind of leave those condemned units back, always attack with it if you have the actions to do so, because not only might your opponent not have that disclosed, Tyler gains some valuable information. They're seeing that Istvan definitely has the single reactor ignition, and he knows how to that he has to play around that for up until at least the 8 resource point, if not the rest of the game.
So now Isfan will have to get to work. He's got 14 HP left on base. He can, of course, heal 2 damage from his base when the Onyx Squadron Brute is defeated. Right now, Tyler is showing 8 possible damage if we don't count the Rose Tico, knowing that Istvan can disclose and turn Rose Tico into a 0 power unit. It's going to be Ara Singh deployed right away, and that when deployed ability will defeat the stolen AT hauler unit. It also gives the option of Isfan to play that unit later, but I highly doubt he wants to play that very highly risky game of taking
Yeah.
that hauler. Tyler is going to swing for 420 damage on the Naval Intelligence HQ, and it's 10 damage on Lake Country after the Onyx Squadron Brute swings in. These cunning decks, they just have too many ways to take back that AT hauler, and if I'm Isfan, I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, as the control deck, you don't even want to give your opponent the opportunity to return it to their hand. And especially if you're planning to play a single reactor ignition sometime in the near future, defeating it from your side of the board to allow your opponent to replay it after that board wipe does not seem like the best idea.
Tyler going to play the blue ace, ambushing into the Onyx Squadron Brute. The Onyx Squadron gets readied, but unfortunately will be defeated, healing 2 damage from Istvan's base. 18 to 10 the damage totals now, as Tyler does have a threat in the skies. Ara, only a 3 power, right? One of the downfalls to Ara, she does deploy on 7, so a little late, and she only has 3 power, so she doesn't fight very well. That when deployed ability is really what she is so good with, having that, as you mentioned, takedown ability on a stick, essentially.
Yeah. And it looked like either Istvan passed and Tyler claimed. Either way, Istvan not spending any resources that turn, Tyler developing the board a little bit. It looks like Istvan just claimed.
Yeah, Isfan just claimed setting up the single reactor ignition. This is going to defeat every unit in play and deal a total of 3 damage to Tyler's base. 1 damage for each of the units he controlled that were defeated. And Tyler has another copy of stolen AT hauler. Of course, Isfan has used up all of those resources, so he will just claim, and Tyler has that second Rose Tico unit that enters play ready with the stolen AT hauler in play. 5 more damage to base, and just like that, Isfan only has 7 HP remaining. Tyler with lethal in play.
Yeah, we saw Tyler prioritizing going wide, and we're really seeing the power of Rose Tico in this style of matchup, being able to push damage after a board wipe. This is things like cards like Gorilla Soldier and Millennium Falcon and Cassian, and or from the previous rotation were really good at punishing those board wipes, something like a Super Laser Blast. Mirroring in this format, it's single reactor ignition and Rose Tico.
Istvan still holding the initiative, just 7 HP remaining. Istvan potentially staring at his first loss, has to stabilize here, and he is certainly going to start with a solid removal piece. Lost and Forgotten is going to defeat the Rose Tico unit and heal 3 damage from Isfan's base, back down to just 20 on. 20 to 13 the damage totals in favor of Tyler. Let's see, how can Tyler redevelop this board? I believe has just 4 cards in hand. Here comes 4 damage with the stolen AT hauler, 24 damage on Isfan's base.
This is a really sneaky play from Tyler here. He believed he has a Han Solo pilot in hand and could have piloted the stolen AT hauler immediately, but maybe trying to bait Isfan into playing another card so he could immediately claim and then Han Solo pilot for lethal damage first action next turn. Kind of hiding the fact that he has a large threat in his hand from his opponent here.
Well, here we go. Another large threat. The Liberty is played. A 9 power space unit. That would win the game in one action. And like you mentioned, Tyler has the Han Solo has his moments in his hand, which means that an attack from either of these units, that Han Solo can pilot the hauler to victory. There's Lost and Forgotten. That's going to defeat Liberty and heal 3. So now Isfahan is back out of lethal range with that Han Solo in hand.
This game is on a razor's edge, very tight back and forth. Both players, Isfahan having the answer, Tyler presenting another threat that Isfahan has to answer. And this Anakin's pod racer is very important. It's a vehicle, so it can also be piloted. And both threats are lethal if piloted by that Han Solo pilot unit.
That is a massive development for Tyler. Going to use the Lando action ability, actually discarding a card from Isfahan's deck here, discarding that Cantwell cruiser. And now Isfahan with the initiative. Yeah, that's the deal here. That Han Solo has his moments in hand for Tyler, so Isfahan has to do something to either answer both of these units right here or heal some damage, or this game could be over in one action for Tyler.
Tyler's threading the needle perfectly this game. It's really only a second single reactor ignition. A lot of Istvan's threats and removal spells are single target, except for things like Let's Call It War, but that is across two different
The
arenas.
tree remembers, takes out stolen AT hauler, but Han Solo has his moments piloting Anakin's pod racer. How about this, Mickey? Han
Yeah.
Solo piloting the pod racer to victory for Tyler. Who would have thought it? Tyler York to 8-1, and Isfahan for the first time in Atlanta finds himself with a loss.
And we saw, in game two, we saw that go wide strategy work really well for Tyler, and Aura wasn't able to even get to the stabilization point. But in this game, Tyler did a great job of putting enough pressure on that when Isfahan started to stabilize with that single reactor ignition and that Ara Singh flip, he had Isfahan at high enough base health. The biggest play of the game, I think, besides that hauler on the Anakin pod racer, which was sweet, was on the single reactor ignition turn. Tyler being able to go AT hauler plus another Rose Tico to push that additional 5, putting enough pressure on Isfahan that he was under so much duress he could never develop his own threats. He always had to play reactive. And Tyler from there just inched forward ever so slightly, a couple damage here, a couple damage here, and eventually was able to get through with that one final push.
Well, we talked a lot yesterday about how good these units are that can interplay ready. We haven't seen a lot of Rostico yet early in the A Lawless Time meta, but now this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck that is really stormed in this weekend. 3 of the top 4 coming into day 2 was this particular deck. Rose Tico being featured, and any of these units that can interplay ready, just so punishing against these control decks once they use up those resources to already remove the threats in play. Absolutely massive. Now, I do believe we are going to take a look here at some deck meta here in just a moment. But yeah, those ready units, Mickey, that is just, wow, the power
Yeah.
level there is insane.
I mean, we had talked about it both yesterday as well as a little bit during that match. The first 3 sets had a lot of that effect. Millennium Falcon piece of junk. We had the Cassian and/or Smuggle unit from Shadows of the Galaxy that also entered ready from the Smuggle rail. And now Rose Tico is making you work a little bit more for it. It's not unconditional. You do have to have a non-unique unit, but if you build your deck around it like this Lando Lake Country deck has been built, it's just such a powerful unit, and hitting for 5 it doesn't seem like it would be that much more than 3, but it is a lot compared to 3 damage.
Yes, it really is. So the crazy thing, we were talking about how the deck representation yesterday. We had Obi-Wan Kenobi up top, followed by Boba Fett, right? The Obi-Wan Vigilance Force, Boba Fett Lake Country. And since we're talking about this Lando right now and the powerhouse that it is, as well as this Rose Tico unit being such a big part of that, yesterday in day 1, Lando Calrissian Lake Country was only 3% of the field. And today in day 2, it's 11% of the field. So a massive jump for Lando Calrissian Lake Country here in day 2.
Yeah, to put that in perspective, if we do that as a conversion rate of the percentage of players playing that deck that made day 2, to give you some perspective, Obi-Wan Kenobi 18% day 2 conversion rate. Our Boba Fett Lake Country had a 14% conversion rate. So about 15% is kind of your average deck top of the meta deck. Lando Lake Country had a 50% day 2 conversion rate, meaning 50% of the players that brought this Lando Lake Country deck are now playing in day 2 of competition.
That's just some wild numbers. That really,
Yeah.
really is. Lando jumping up a huge conversion rate with this Lando Calrissian Lake Country. Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force was the most represented single deck of the field. 15% of the field yesterday to 18% here in day two. And the other real big jump was Admiral Piet, Mickey.
Yeah.
Admiral Piet Vigilance had only 3% of the field yesterday, and the conversion rate 23%. That is also an incredible number.
Yeah, and some more well-known players playing that Admiral Piet deck. We saw John Morris playing it yesterday, our Sector Qualifier winner from Mesa, Arizona, as well as Charles Quitmeyer, who better known online as Craw from the Bothan Network. So some of the more well-known players deciding to arsenal up with Admiral Piet to counter those Boba Fett Lake Country decks.
And there we go. We've got it on screen for you now. The deck meta of day two. You can see the Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force, the most represented deck of day two, making up 20% of our day two field. Boba Fett Lake Country, 15% of our day two field. So that percentage rising a little bit with Boba as well. And then you see Chewbacca having 5% along with Colonel Uluren. So both of those decks upping 1% of the day two field. And I think Chewbacca was one of the more talked about decks. I think there was a lot of faith in Chewbacca Cunning, and I think it did solid this weekend, but maybe not having the representation that some may have thought it would.
Yeah, it was a deck that was built primarily to counter those space aggro decks, so things like Boba Fett and even Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader. But it has a weak spot into those Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force bases, and it's not necessarily an unwinnable matchup. But we saw on stream yesterday, Micah Overly was playing an Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force against a Chewbacca Cunning base, and it was not a good sight. Obi-Wan has all of the tools it needs for that matchup. It has a lot of restore, a good amount of sentinel, a good amount of removal in interaction, which is exactly what you want in that style of matchup. You can choose to race if you want to, or you can choose to control the board if that is more beneficial for you. So with the rise of Obi-Wan Kenobi, I'm not too surprised to see Chewbacca a little bit lower on the day two representation here.
Absolutely. Now we look at the deck meta here and the conversion rates for these decks. Again, we talked, if you look at the bottom there, the insane conversion rate for Lando Calrissian Lake Country. Admiral Piet there at the bottom as well had the second best conversion rate. And then if you look towards the top, Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force also converting very well at 18%. 14% conversion rate for Boba Fett Lake Country, and then solid conversion rates again. We were just talking about Chewbacca Cunning, so I guess maybe a lot of these players that were converting to day two on Chewbacca probably able to dodge that really bad matchup with Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then Colonel Uluren converting very well also at 19%. We did have a few Colonel Uluren here in day two.
Yeah, and looking at all these day two conversion percentages, all the numbers went up. So, it was a lot of the random one of decks in the field that kind of got filtered out through day one of competition. Especially, I want to point out the Boba Fett Lake Country percentage. It mirrors exactly day one representation to day two representation, but we were talking a little bit about not necessarily the demise of Boba Fett Lake Country, but how weak it seemed in the meta that was prepared for it. It came prepared at the Atlanta Sector Qualifier, but it's still represented pretty well, and we still have a good number of Boba Fett Lake countries in day two of competition. Just maybe they weren't at the tippity top table. So we'll see if some of those can rise throughout the event and even make the top cut after the full rounds of Swiss here in day two.
What an exciting tournament it has been. Love to see these percentages and see what has been doing so well in Atlanta. This round has come to a conclusion. We're going to jump to a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We've got round 10 of Swiss from the Atlanta Sector Qualifier coming up next.
Hello and welcome back to the Atlanta Sector Qualifier for Star Wars Unlimited. I am Mickey D. I am joined by Josh Snyder, and we just watched an incredible set of games. But we are entering round 10 now with that same Lando Calrissian Lake Country list. This time going up against the Qui-Gon Jinn leader from Legend of the Force on a Command Force base.
This should be interesting. Lando Lake Country comes storming into Atlanta. And I believe there are 3 or 4 right now in the top 8 of the standings, positioning themselves very well. Now, this Qui-Gon Jinn, something that we saw a little bit of yesterday, but had some trouble against these really good ground-based strategies like Mother Talzin that was just controlling the ground so well, never let Qui-Gon get started. So we'll see if in this matchup, Nick is able to get a ground arena built up and maybe really start taking effective use of that Qui-Gon action ability.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game about Nick trying to stabilize into the late game. If he can answer the board early and get that Qui-Gon loop going, where he, ambushes a Depa Balaba to get the Force, and then returns the Depa Balaba to his hand with the Qui-Gon leader ability, being able to play something like an Ahsoka or pretty much any 5 cost or lower unit, and then that stabilizes him to get to those Yoda unit late game actions. It can be tough for the Lando deck to come back. Now, Lando also has a strong late game to match. Things like the Qui-Gon ambush unit from Legends of the Force, things like the Mandalorian from Secrets of Power, and we all know the Liberty from A Lawless Time. Perhaps the best card in that set, and Lando the best deck at utilizing that card.
And now in round 10, Andrew at 7-1-1, Nick Cordell at 7-2. Andrew just thinking through these resourcing decisions. We can't resource 3, Andrew. There we go. We've got 2. That'd be pretty good if you could start with an extra resource. But here we go. Looks
Mhm.
like Andrew has the initiative. And we're going to start round 10 with a Canyon front runner. And Nick Cordell going to respond with a Gunji. Now, generally, that 2-5 lines up really well with the 3-2, but that on attack ability and Andrew having the initiative changes things.
Yeah, and especially with, I believe he has the Han Solo pilot in his hand, being able to pilot the Canyon Frontrunner, also a vehicle, making it a 5-5, being able to then trigger that ability. And we see Andrew going for that play right now, developing a 5-5 unit while being able to trade or into the Gunji, prevent Nick from getting the Force and leaving a 5-5 behind.
That is a huge tempo play for Andrew. Nick is going to respond with another force unit, the Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan. But if Andrew wants to, with the initiative, could essentially just take out the Obi-Wan Kenobi and continue to keep Nick off the force. And that's exactly what we are going to see. Nick desperately trying to get a force unit to stick. Now we got Max Rebo coming out, that 2/7 cost unit. And this means that we will have an additional regroup phase each round. So that Qui-Gon could be coming out earlier.
Yeah, and this might be a double-edged sword for Nick here because it also allows Lando to flip early, and getting that Qui-Gon flip early is really important, allowing Nick to start that loop of the Qui-Gon ability, bouncing things back to his hand and replaying things. But with this Bix, being able to develop the board while still creating a credit if Andrew so chooses, discarding a card, he might be able to get that explosive Lando flip a turn earlier as well.
Yeah, these credits could start pouring in. The Bix Colleen trigger is going to be taken advantage of, discarding the Axe Forgets, creating a credit token. And now we have 2 regroup phases. So both players are going to be able to draw a total of 4 cards here. Resource 2, which means both players will have 6 resources going into the next round if they choose. And like you mentioned, both leaders would be able to deploy. So while Nick wants to get into the later stages of the game and start making the most of Qui-Gon's ability, Andrew can really start having some explosive plays as well.
Yeah. And this is, if we're looking at Andrew's hand here, he didn't necessarily draw any of those explosive late game cards. He does have a lot of, a Stolen AT Hauler, Master Codebreaker, great pieces for the mid game to start developing, but not really finding those late game pieces he would want in a situation like this.
Nick is going to start with Depa Balaba. We've seen Depa do some good work, even for the Lando Lake Country deck. last round, and Depa Balaba is going to ambush and defeat Bix Kaleen unit. And now the action back over to Andrew. Still has that Canyon front runner piloted by Han. That is a 5 power unit. See what Andrew decides to do here. At this point, neither player has went to base. It's been all board control thus far from Andrew. And now Andrew is going to continue that train of thought. The control the board, take care of Depa Balaba, because you don't want Depa to be recycled by that Qui-Gon
Yes.
ability.
That is a tough decision to make. Obviously, this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck wants to start pushing damage pretty quickly at some point, but I think Edry making the right decision. I think the Depa Balaba is the heart of the Qui-Gon deck, and if you let Nick return that to hand, play another unit, and then he has that Depa still sitting in his hand, that can really start to snowball into the late game. So Edry making a sharp decision there, just cutting off the Depa Balaba at the pass, trying to keep Nick a little bit lower on resources.
Now Max Rebo did the first base damage of the game, attacking into Lake Country. Both leaders deployed. Lando Calrissian was deployed first. And now Andrew has a total of 3 credits, as both leaders will trade attacks, putting 4 damage on each base. So the damage total 6-4 in favor of Nick. And now we are going to see the ability being used from Qui-Gon when he completes that attack, bouncing the Max Rebo back to Nick's hand. Nick is able to play a unit that costs less than Max Rebo for free, and we see the Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan coming down, but now a great piece for Andrew, the Master Codebreaker, as Andrew goes and searches the top 8 cards of his deck for a Gambit card.
Yeah, and I think a number of options here, finding maybe all three of the gambits in the deck: the Faith in Your Friends, the Axe Frigates, and the Watch This card from the intro to Battle Hoth. Quite an interesting card, where it basically is a Beguile style of effect, returning a unit that costs 6 or less to its owner's hand, while also tacking on an outmaneuver, exhausting every other unit in that lane. But Andrew deciding to go for the Faith in Your Friends, getting that additional card draw here.
Faith in Your Friends, such a card that provides great utility. Nick just going to claim the initiative, and Andrew still has plenty of options here with 4 ready resources and 3 credit tokens. We see a Faith in Your Friends as he searches the top 3 cards. There was another copy of Faith in Your Friends, and keep in mind that first Faith, Mickey, only costs 1 because the Master Codebreaker, reducing the cost of this first Gambit card.
Yeah, Faith in Your Friends really, and the Master Codebreaker really kind of the heart of this deck. Now, there's an interesting decision here because there's also a Rose Tico in that stack. And if Andrew wants, he can spend his 3 remaining resources in 2 of those credits that Lando helped him create to develop that Rose Tico. And with this Faith in Your Friends, it is most likely going to create those spy tokens, creating non-uniques, allowing that Rose Tico to enter ready and defeat this Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel unit.
Now the question is, what is the disclose from Andrew? And it looks as though he's not disclosing here.
He might still be mulling it over potentially. Oh, no
Yeah,
disclose.
very interesting. So not getting the spies does play out the stolen AT hauler, but that surprised me a little bit. But I tell you, Andrew, he's thinking a few steps ahead, and maybe he's onto something we're not, Mickey.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think he was missing the heroic pips. He only had grabbing the rose gave him only 1 heroic pip versus his hand is obviously full of cunning cards there, and that is the weakness of this Lando Calrissian deck is there's not a ton of heroic cards, so that is where your miss will happen if you do happen to miss on the Faith in Your Friends.
There you go. That's a great point. He wasn't 3 steps ahead. He just didn't have them, right? That'd be a great reason to not disclose. So Qui-Gon Jinn is going to attack and defeat the Master Codebreaker. And now we see some more damage coming into Nick's base with the Lando Calrissian. And here comes a big play for Nick. The big 7 cost 7/7 Kelleran Beck, the sabered hand, as Nick goes searching the top 7 cards of his deck for a unit and will be able to play it. It costs 3 less, and now Jyn Erso is the play off the top, and Nick will be able to give an experience token to a unit or exhaust a unit.
And it looks like he's going for exhaust the stolen AT hauler. That's a big swing because Nick only has 28 HP on his base. And if that stolen AT hauler got to swing as well as a Rose Tico developed to start clearing the board, with cards like Watch This and Beguiles and Axe Forgets, might have started to fall a little bit behind on tempo and losing out to aggressive negotiations. But saving that 4 damage, huge in this situation.
Well, here comes the Rose Tico, and it enters ready because the stolen AT hauler is in play. Obi-Wan Kenobi will attack for 3, but Rose Tico available and ready will take out the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit, and Andrew is able to push a bit wider in the space arena with that N1 Starfighter as well. Nick has the initiative, has a pretty good ground arena here with that Keller and Beck alongside the Qui-Gon Jinn and Jyn Erso units.
Does also have a Yoda in hand, and that's kind of where this Qui-Gon Jinn that can start to stabilize. But it's going to use the Force here, and I believe Andrew has a Watch This in hand. So, this Yoda unit going to be able to heal 5, defeat a unit, is going to deal 8 damage, 2 for each unit on the field. But if Andrew goes for that Watch This, he can return something to, it would just be the Jyn Urso to Nick's hand, but more importantly, be able to exhaust Nick's board, preventing Nick from getting the Force, but decides to go for an attack with Rose instead here.
Yeah, that puts the damage count up to 8 on Nick's base after Nick had just healed 5 from the win play ability on the 8 cost Yoda unit. The stolen AT hauler was the unit defeated off of Yoda. And now Keller and Beck is going to attack and defeat Andrew's leader, putting him back just a little bit. And now it's Liberty. So another way to exhaust some of these ground units. Liberty in the space arena for Andrew, exhausting Qui-Gon Jinn. And Nick is going to opt for a trade. Jyn Erso attacking into Rose Tico, both units defeated. And now it's really this ground versus space. Lots of damage being presented by both players in the respective arenas.
And that tap on that Qui-Gon is huge. Exhausting it means that it's not getting the attack, and more importantly, it's not returning the Yoda unit to Nick's hands, so he can't recast it and rebuy it for the next turn, allowing him to heal 5 more and potentially defeat another unit. So playing that Liberty, exhausting that Qui-Gon, huge here. And Andrew deciding whether or not he wants to get in that extra 3 damage, or if he values the initiative highly enough, being able to attack with the Liberty first action and potentially exhaust that Qui-Gon Jinn unit again.
This could be a real problem for Nick if he can't get the Qui-Gon ability used here. You know he wants to start recycling these units. That Yoda being able to be replayed multiple times would be massive. I do believe Andrew just claimed the initiative, and Nick does choose to play that stolen AT hauler that he defeated during that action phase. He chooses to play it for free.
Yes. I think Nick might have something like a protect the pot in hand, and it looks like he also has his own liberty. So deciding I can maybe start to get on the aggressive here. I'm gonna have to, it's not enough to just stabilize. I need to start putting damage in my opponent's base, threatening to end the game quickly, so that I'm not giving them more draws to potentially top deck for that aggressive negotiations or additional copies of Liberty, things of that nature.
Now, Andrew has the initiative, and with Liberty in play, like you mentioned, that is the option to not only be aggressive, but also exhaust that Qui-Gon Jinn. We'll see if that's the play. Here it is, 9 damage into Nick's base, bringing the damage total up to 16.
Should be
Is it right? No,
17. There we
17.
go.
Okay, there we go. Yep,
Yeah.
up to 17. And the question is, what unit is exhausted? It is going to be that Qui-Gon Jinn once again. Nick will not be able to use the ability, but Nick is reaching for a lot of resources. It's his own Liberty. Liberty comes down on Nick's side as well, exhausting the N1 Starfighter. Both players now have a massive Sentinel in that space arena.
Yeah. And this is going to be really about Nick starting to control and dominate the ground arena. We're going to see if Andrew might have some answers. Something like a Qui-Gon Jinn ambush unit from Legend of the Force, being able to ambush into the Kelleran Beck and then return the Yoda unit to the top or bottom of Nick's deck. That would be Nick's choice. Oftentimes it goes to the top, but a cute little interaction with Lando is if your opponent puts it on top of the deck, you can then use the Lando ability and target your opponent to remove it from the top of the deck, effectively removing the unit for good.
Yeah, that's extremely rude, Mickey, but it is absolutely a line that Andrew could take here if he has that Qui-Gon Jinn. We'll see what he has. Looks like he's got another copy of Watch This. Of course, I think that's the one he's been holding that you had mentioned earlier that has that ability to bounce a non-leader unit that costs 6 or less and can exhaust a full arena.
Yeah. It's a very powerful card, but Nick playing so big units here that it doesn't have a unit to effectively exhaust. It can exhaust to, or return his own stolen AT hauler to Andrew's hand, but the Caloran, the Yoda, the Liberty, they're all too big to be returned to hand with the Watch This ability.
And I think Andrew is, in fact, holding a Qui-Gon Jinn. He had pulled it to the front of his hand there. Very curious to see if he decides to play that and potentially go for that line you were mentioning of trading with Kelleran and ship the Yoda back.
I believe the other
The
thing
big
he's
decision
thinking
here.
about here, I think he also has Rose Tico and aggressive negotiations in his hand. So he's probably doing the calculus here of how likely is Nick uh, to attack my base with these units. Can I get this Rose Tico in protected so I can get that 5 damage to base and potentially set up an aggressive negotiations lethal? I think the Qui-Gon Jinn is a safer line here just because the Space Arena is so locked up with the Liberty. Things are going to get traded down. You don't necessarily want to fight a late game battle against this Qui-Gon Jinn deck, but the Qui-Gon ambush unit is so effective at clearing Nick's ground arena right now. It'll effectively trade with 2 units. I think that is the line I would prefer.
I totally agree with you. I think that Rose Tico line just too much of a risk because that Yoda could just attack right in and take it out and remain in play. So I think the Qui-Gon definitely the safer option here. But Andrew really, really thinking this one through. It's been the longest thought process of a single action so far in this game. And we're getting to the stage of the tournament, Mickey, where every single play is really magnified here. And
Yeah.
every play is so important. It is going to be the Qui-Gon Jinn. The negotiations will be short for the ground arena on Nick's side. The Kelleran Beck is defeated. Yoda will be put back on top, and the Lando action ability going to discard that Yoda, calling the proper aspect, and another credit token created for Andrew. What a great line for Andrew there to really stave off all the pressure that Nick had in the ground.
Yeah. And so now we're starting to get to an even board state. Nick's late game is most likely a little bit better, but don't underestimate the late game of this Lando Calrissian late country deck. Even if it's only a single aspect, even if it masks itself as a tempo deck, it still has cards like Liberty, Qui-Gon, Mandalorian unit of its own that can really start to stabilize into this late game.
Now we have Liberties being traded one for another, and it is going to be Qui-Gon Jinn coming in and ambushing Qui-Gon Jinn. The leader unit on Nick's side is defeated. A big play there as Stolen AT Hauler attacks and defeats the N1 Starfighter. Like you said, at this point, Nick just has to stabilize. Only has 11 HP left on base, so has to take care of the board when he can.
Yeah. And Andrew deciding here if he wants to play this Canyon front runner. Looks like he's going to. I really like this play because, those credits have diminishing turn returns the later you get into the game, right? You already have enough resources to play those big drops, and it's hard to get to enough resources plus credits to play 2 in a turn. So utilize those credits wherever you can, just developing a threat.
Queen Amidala, the choice for Nick, getting the 2 spy tokens and protect the pod. The follow-up play after Andrew claims the initiative. And it's only 3 damage, but it's enough to defeat Qui-Gon Jinn, 7 cost unit on Andrew's side.
Yeah. And Andrew deciding to put the queen on top. Now that might look a little bit weird. He doesn't get to do the discard from the top of deck thing, so Nick is going to have a queen in his hand. However, I really like that line because it disallows Nick from returning the Queen Amidala to hand with the Qui-Gon Jinn unit or leader ability and then playing a 4 drop off of it. Whereas these spies, if they are subject to the Qui-Gon ability, it won't do anything. So this Canyon Frontrunner is vulnerable anyway. Removing a spy with the Qui-Gon Jinn when defeated ability isn't going to do much for you either way. So just shut down the Qui-Gon Jinn ability for a turn, see if that's enough to get you over the line.
Nick has the Force. I was just looking at his hand. I don't believe I see another Yoda right now. That's what he wants to find, right? The Yoda would be massive because he's got multiple units in play, and that would allow him to not only heal and kind of get out of this range of really having to worry about things like aggressive negotiation and also being able to remove a big threat that Andrew plays. Andrew has the initiative. The damage totals 17-9 in favor of Andrew. So right now, there's 25 HP left on Andrew's base and 11 HP left on Nick's base.
Yeah. And I imagine you're going to try and get damage in with this Canyon front runner while you still can. Maybe incentivized to play a Rose Tico or something, since this Canyon front runner is not long for this world and it's a non-unique unit that you'll be left behind without. Ooh, this is a very interesting play. So taking out one of the spies and then shrinking the other one, meaning that the raid 2 would just bring it to 0 attack, protecting the Canyon front runner for an additional turn.
The very heads up play there for Andrew. And now Nick lining up some resources. It's going to be Depa Balaba once again ambushing and defeating the Canyon frontrunner this time. And Nick back in control of the board. But Andrew yet to spend any resources and does have plenty of options. Still has that rose in hand, but we need to get a non-unique unit in play, Mickey, to really put the pressure on.
Yeah, he might be deciding to try and play it here just exhausted as a 5/5. If he plays the Liberty, Nick is going to have alarm bells ringing with it's a big threat. It's going to kill you very fast. Versus if he just plays a 5/5 here, it might be innocuous enough that he can potentially stick in aggressive negotiations on it, but has an extra non unique in his hand.
Now the Canyon front runner comes down, and then Qui-Gon Jinn being played for Nick.
Oh, it looks like
Oh,
Nick
he looks at
accidentally
4.
grabbed 4. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
Nick
we're gonna have to figure this one out here.
might have a little bit of a judge call here. If I had to guess, I'm not gonna guess. I'm not a judge. It should hopefully be a relatively simple resolution here. It might take a little bit of time, but you know, uh, pretty understandable mistake. I think early in the morning, have played a long weekend of SWU. You accidentally grabbed 4 instead of 3. And it was immediately pointed out. So it's you know all heads up here. Pretty unintentional mistake. I think it's all should be relatively easily resolved by a judge.
Absolutely, that should definitely be the case here. Was just a very simple misstep. It was recognized right away. So hopefully we can get this fixed rather quickly and move forward. This Qui-Gon Jinn 4-cost unit for Nick, it would give him this Sentinel in the ground arena, which is important. And what it does, it lets you look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You can discard one of them and then put the other 2 back on top in any order. And at this
Yeah.
point, he does really want to dig because, again, if he can find Yoda, that's the unit you really want to be playing here.
Yeah, that extra card, seeing that extra card is quite important. 3 versus 4. The way this Qui-Gon Sentinel works, if you think about it, if you look at the top 3 and be able to discard one, you basically know exactly what you're going to draw the following turn. Whereas looking at the fourth additional card would let you set up the following turn after it or something like that. But still, either way, just any extra dig here to find that Yoda unit, and especially just the Sentinel body being able to protect from a Rose attack this turn is quite important.
Absolutely, because Andrew does have that non-unique unit in play. So opting against the Liberty line, just trying to go the front runner, possibly into Rose Tico. So definitely an impactful Sentinel right now for Nick.
hmm Now, constructing how this game might continue from here, assuming this gets resolved. We have a little bit of time here to dive into it. I assume Andrew played this Canyon frontrunner to try and set up this Rose Tico attack. That spy is a -2/2 technically because of the Canyon frontrunner, so can't really do any damage or trade effectively with anything on the board. The Rose Tico is played. It will attack and defeat the Qui-Gon Jinn Sentinel here, leaving Andrew with 2 threats on the ground arena. And this Qui-Gon deck isn't very good at dealing with 2 threats at once. It has a lot of ambushers. It has stuff like, Liberty is probably the closest where you can answer the space arena with a Sentinel while still exhausting a unit in the ground arena. But 2 ground arena units might be difficult for Nick to deal with unless he has another follow-up Sentinel like a Qui-Gon. So if Nick then attacks and defeats the Rose, which would be the most likely, we have 3 power on the board, and aggressive negotiations, I believe, is in Andrew's hand, but not enough cards in there to really threaten lethal at this point. So pretty stable board from Nick, starting to ever so incrementally every turn get a little bit further ahead on the board.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job here at stabilizing and getting back ahead on the board. And as soon as he could find some way to heal a little bit of damage off the base, you feel a lot more comfortable because right now you're having to do, if Nick is aware, if Nick has seen the aggressive negotiations. He may not know, right? He may have not played one of these decks yet, not sure. So he may not be aware of the possibility of the out of aspect aggressive negotiations, but that's the kind of math that you have to be doing here. And Andrew's certainly able to start building up some cards in hands or in his hand with the number of resources.
So it looks like the way it was resolved is Andrew got information of Nick's hand. I'm not exactly sure what that was, but then revealed the 4 cards that Nick had seen off the top of his deck. Andrew gets to choose one to get shuffled back into the deck since, the order of the deck was not known. There wasn't anything additional put on the bottom through an ability like an Inferno 4. Obviously, wouldn't be in this style of deck, but. And then Nick gets to resolve this Qui Gon ability with the 3 remaining cards, but Andrew gets knowledge of what those cards are.
Absolutely. So now Nick will choose between these three: the blue leader, the consular, and Depa Balaba. The consular is discarded, so it will be blue leader and Depa Balaba going back on top. And keep in mind, something you have to think about, of course, is Andrew could use that Lando ability to discard one of them if he chooses to do so. So that's
Yes.
something you have to think about for Nick when choosing the order.
Yeah, and that information is quite big for Andrew to get here, and obviously, it's part of the cost of making a mistake like that is that that information is then given to your opponents. But um, information is quite valuable. So
What a play here. So the Rose Tico does come out. Nick bounces back the Depa Balaba using the Force with the Qui-Gon action ability to then play the Queen Amidala. So now this board just growing for Nick. 3 spies in play and the Queen, plus the stolen AT Hauler in the Space Arena. Nick really getting close to stabilizing here. He's got the initiative, and both of these ground units only have 2 HP on Andrew's side.
yeah, so Andrew's going to be able to attack with one of them most likely, but both are going to be cleaned very quickly. And Andrew does have a liberty in his hand, but especially because he has that knowledge that Nick has a liberty in his hand, that's not going to be enough here. Normally, it's a great way to close out the game, but with an opposing liberty, it's going to be hard to punch through for that final points of damage.
We see 1 spy token attacking and defeating the Rose Tico unit. So those 2 units trading. Now the action back over to Andrew. Again, needs to find 11 more damage currently as a ready front runner in the ground arena.
Now, I do believe he drew his third Rose Tico, or at least an additional one. I don't know if it's his third or second of the game. So that does present a lot of pressure. If he can manage to get that down safely and push 5 additional damage alongside this 3 from the Canyon Frontrunner to the base, I imagine this will go to base and probably shrink the Queen to protect this Rose Tico if he decides to play it.
Now we get 20 damage on Nick's base with that +3. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Mickey, but I don't think the on attack triggers from the front runner because it has to be the first unit to attack, right?
You are correct. You are correct.
Okay,
That
okay. I
is
just want to
yours.
make
So
sure. Yeah, okay. So the queen gets to be the queen for now, Mickey.
standing tall
A
still
full
as a
5 power
5/3.
queen.
That is
Oh
very
man.
important, being able
Yeah.
to trade into a Rose Tico or something like that. 5 is just a big breakpoint in general in this format. If Andrew has something like his own Qui-Gon Sentinel, it would also be able to trade through that very effectively.
And keep in mind that Nick has that 1 spy token still in play that can be defeated to prevent damage that would be dealt to the queen. So Nick always has that option as well. Lot to think about. What a first game here. Now, we did have the judge call, so these players would certainly get a time extension if we go to time, but we are at that point where we have been well over 20 minutes in this first game. Liberty is coming down for Andrew, exhausting the Queen Amidala unit. The spy token getting in for 2. Double digits now on Lake Country, 11 damage in total. Now
I think
Andrew
this
has one more
is
possible play, right?
Yeah, I think this is Andrew deciding that I'm not going to win very quickly. So I want to get this potential liberty out of my opponent's hand. Oh, but Nick has a great answer in response instead.
Really strong play. He's got double ambush in the space arena with blue ace and blue leader. So the pair of blues taking down Liberty and 4 more damage to Andrew's base with a stolen AT hauler into the late stages here. Nick has stabilized the board. There's no units in play for Andrew.
Yeah, but he has to continue this constant presence of controlling the board. If any unit sticks, aggressive negotiations is enough for lethal, most likely. Even a little
Yeah.
spy, as long as Andrew has 6 other cards in hand. And if we look at his hand, it's getting pretty stacked. And if some of the threats he develops are things like Master Codebreaker and Faith in Your Friends, developing even more units over the course while still maintaining cards in hand, it's still a precarious position for Nick, but definitely starting to stabilize late in the game here.
Been a fantastic opening game of the round 10 feature match. Lando Calrissian, Full Sabak, the breakout deck here in Atlanta versus Qui-Gon Jinn Command Force. Let's see what we've got to open things up for Andrew. It's going to be the Master Codebreaker, putting a unit in play and now gets to go and search for a Gambit card. Let's see if he can find something.
No, it's not necessarily uncommon for this to miss, but he does find a watch this, that gambit from Intro to Battle Hoth that we had talked about earlier. It's been sitting, a copy of it has been sitting in Andrew's hand for a while, but hasn't found the right time to use it yet.
It's going to be multiple copies of Watch This for Andrew. Now the action will go back over to Nick. Queen Amidala just going to attack into the Codebreaker immediately, not letting that stick around. That additional text on the Codebreaker would reduce the cost of the first Gambit card played, and Nick doesn't want that possibility for Andrew.
Notably here, Nick does not have the Force, so a Yoda unit is a lot less potent. The Qui-Gon ability is offline. He used that Qui-Gon ability, I believe, to return the Depa Billaba to hand and then play the Queen Amidala. But then that does mean that we know that Nick has that Depa Billaba most likely in hand to regain the Force.
That is absolutely right. Well, an ambush unit for Andrew. It's Qui-Gon Jinn ambushing and defeating the spy token. And now Nick will play the Depa Billaba to attack and trade with Qui-Gon Jinn. But that when defeated ability, putting the queen back on top of the deck. And importantly here, Nick does generate the force with that Depa Billaba. Jyn Erso is played, an experience token given to the stolen AT hauler, and all of a sudden there's 20 damage on each base, and another turn where Andrew has to reset the board. No units in play for Andrew.
I think what Andrew would really love in this situation is something like the Mandalorian ambush unit from Secrets of Power, being able to clear the Jinn or so and capture his own stolen AT hauler so that if the Mandalorian unit was somehow defeated, he would get the stolen AT hauler back on his side of the field, presenting two quite difficult threats to deal with. First, having to chew through the Mandalorian, then having to chew through the AT hauler to then stick an aggressive negotiations on. But don't know if he has that in hand. But that is the kind of play that Andrew is looking for here.
That would be a fantastic play. We'll see what he has. I'm not sure he has the Mandalorian in hand. It was going to be a Faith in Your Friends start. Now, the last time we saw Faith in Your Friends, Andrew was unable to fulfill the disclose requirement of 3 cunning and 2 heroism aspects to get the 2 spy tokens. So this time, he should be able to put some spies in play.
Yeah, has enough cards in hand that most likely going to get those spies. Finding, believe, a Axe Forgets, which can return that stolen AT hauler to his hand in a pretty efficient manner. But I believe Nick does have a Liberty, so it's going to be hard to get through in the space arena here.
We do see Andrew disclosing Han Solo, the Lightmaker, and Watch This being disclosed. 2 spy tokens for Andrew. Nick going to take out one of them with Jyn Erso. What a grindy back and forth game this has been.
Yeah. I believe Andrew at this point just trying to develop as many units as possible to try and stick one unit to get an aggressive negotiations on.
Well, Mickey, you have foreseen the future. The Axford gets bouncing the AT hauler back to Andrew's hand. The Liberty is played, but Rose Tico now comes out and ready, but Nick has the Depa Balaba. Oh, wow, what a play. Bouncing back the Liberty, playing Depa to ambush Rose Tico off the board, and
But
Nick remains with 20 damage.
I think aggressive negotiations is lethal here. We're 6 cards in hand. So Andrew setting that up beautifully, forcing the oh my goodness, what an
He's
end to that
got it.
game.
Exact lethal. That's crazy. What a game. Faith in your friends was what he needed to put multiple units in play to finally have the window of opportunity to slam down the off aspect aggressive negotiations. What a game one. That was crazy. Now, the problem is we took a lot of time in that game one.
Yeah, with the judge call, I don't know if that has been reflected on the time extension or on the timer here. So probably an additional 3 to 5 minutes, I would say, but still, that leaves us with less than 30 minutes to go for these final 2 games. The ending of that game, though, was quite crazy. That just the ending sequence happening so fast there of Nick slamming down the Liberty, and I think that's exactly what Andrew wanted, wanting Andrew to just exhaust all of his resources from Nick's side so that he can develop a Rostico threat that forces Nick to use that Qui-Gon ability, returning that big threat to his hand and ambushing the Depa Balaba in. But that means that Andrew knows the coast is clear and forced that action out of Nick, letting him get the initiative and having the exact amount of cards needed for an aggressive negotiations lethal.
Just crazy. Nick had the response to 2 units, but not 3 ground units. Couldn't take 3 ground units off the board. We had seen kind of that back and forth over multiple turns where Nick knew he could not leave a unit in play unchecked. And he was, for multiple turns there, just trade, or take the unit off the board to make Andrew start a turn with no units in play. But again, faith in your friends, being able to put multiple units in play with one action. Even in this case, it's only a little spy token, just goes to show you how vital that card can be in multiple matchups.
Yeah, faith in your friends. I think we said it before, but the faith in your friends, Master Codebreaker, Gambit package, really the core heart of this deck. Setting up the early game, things like the Axe Forget's also quite powerful. And watch this kind of a sneaky find from the Intro to Battle Hoth set, adding a lot of potency to the deck as well. Now, did get word that the 4 minutes have already been added to the clock on the timer, so our players left with 22 minutes here. If Nick wants to win this match 2-1. This is going to be. We saw how long that game was, and both players being a little bit deliberate, but it is also just a quite a grindy matchup, so which is a little surprising. Maybe initially from this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, think of it more as a tempo deck, quick, but it has all the top end that you need to get and play into the late game. And we saw there just a little bit of pushing in the middle game, using that late game to trade for the board and just stick one unit for that aggressive negotiations lethal.
It may have to be the quickest 2 games that Qui-Gon has ever won. This is not a deck that's fast, right? So
No.
having to win 2 games in just over 20 minutes, definitely going to be a task for sure. We'll see if Nick can do it. He'll start with the initiative here in game 2. And it looks like Nick's going to take both players now taking a mulligan. So it all comes
Yes.
down to the next 6 cards for both of these players. What a fantastic match we are being treated to. And at this point, Mickey, with Andrew sitting at 7-1-1, there is more of a shot for Andrew than Nick. 7-2 for Nick. A loss here, you're very likely out of the top cut. So this
Yes.
is a super important game right here for Nick.
Yeah, Andrew, with a loss is still probably not looking great, but has maybe an outside chance, whereas Nick with a loss is certainly out of the event. Now, both players resolving their mulligans here, and this Lando Calrissian deck is a deck that mulligans pretty aggressively. It has enough early plays that you really want to spend your time looking for the cards like Master Codebreaker and Faith in Your Friends, those core early drops. And looking here, it appears that Andrew found not one, but I believe 2 Faith in Your Friends in his opening hand.
That could spell some trouble. Nick starts things out with the Jedi Consular, so getting the early Force unit that could bring some value if it sticks on the board. The Faith in Your Friends coming down for Andrew. He goes searching, has some options here. 3 different units to choose from.
Already has the disclose in his hands, so you see the Mandalorian, Faith in Your Friends, and I believe the Axe Forgets. So gets to choose any card he wants, not having to worry about picking something for the aspects.
I didn't quite see what he took, but now we see it. It's Rose Tico. And with Faith in Your Friends, that Rose Tico seems very good.
Especially with the second faith, it's going to be really hard for Nick to clear up all of these spies. Especially if I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew's following turn is second faith in your friends, use both spies to clear that Jedi Consular if he's allowed to, and then use the Lando ability to create a credit, and then might immediately use that credit on the 4 resource turn to cheat out that Rose Tico a turn early.
Here comes Nick with the first action. It is the youngling Padawan has the force here now generated, so we could see the Jedi Consular get a little bit of value. Wouldn't be quite as good because we have 2 exhausted resources, but nevertheless, we could see some value there. The spy token just going to base, not trying to take that Consular off the board. 1 damage coming back over to Lake Country. And
Now,
Andrew just going to play aggressive.
with the second faith in your friend, this makes a lot of sense, and especially with the Roast Tico to follow it up, just wants to put as much damage on Nick's base as possible. This is a little bit dangerous because if Nick gets to cheat out something that costs 6, like a Depa Balaba, and then use the Qui-Gon ability to return it to his hand and play a 5-drop or even a 4 cost, something like the Qui-Gon Sentinel, that might be enough to stabilize. But Faith in Your Friend's such a powerful card. Andrew putting quite literally his faith in his friends here.
He does have a lot of faith, and he has the early lead here in round 10. The spy tokens incoming. Andrew just has to decide what to disclose off of the faith in your friends. Want to try and give your opponent as little information as possible.
Yeah, I believe that's double Mandalorian and the Axe Forgets again.
So 4 spy tokens in play for Andrew over the first 2 action phases of this game. The action ability used on Lando as well to discard the Depa Balaba, a credit token created. And like you said, this does have that big possibility of Rose Tico being slammed down here and a lot of damage being presented on this turn for Andrew.
Yeah, and this is the power of the Faith in Your Friends starts. This is why you mulligan so aggressively for these cards. Being able to present 8 attack power, but we do see that Jedi Consular into the Depa, so maybe starting to stabilize from Nick here.
Big play, Jedi Consular allowing Nick to play the Depa Balaba for just a total of 4 resources and generating the force right away with Depa ambushing and defeating one of those spy tokens. So now, Andrew, 3 spy tokens. We've got the Youngling Padawan still ready for Nick. So that Youngling Padawan could take out one of the spies, but at a minimum, Andrew could present a total of 9 damage here with Rose and 2 spies.
Yeah, and 9 might be enough, getting to 13, only 28 damage or 28 health on this force base, but decides to Axe Forgets to protect that spy instead.
Okay, so the Youngling Padawan returned to Nick's hand. I believe we are just discussing with the judge here. The Youngling Padawan was going back to hand, and I think Nick accidentally put it with
Put
his
it in.
resources right away. But I think all is well here.
Yeah, and in a late situation in a tournament like this, just making sure the board state is very clean, both players being very direct with each other and cordial, but making sure the game state is correct.
It is a third copy of
Oh
Faith in
my.
Your Friends, Mickey. What is happening? Andrew gets to go digging for another card. We're going to have 6 spy tokens created over the first 3 turns of this game for Andrew. That is absolutely insane.
And these games can happen, especially with Faith in Your Friends. One can snowball into a second, which can find you the third. And just having these early game Faith in Your Friends, 5 spies, deciding, I don't need to control the board if I have 5 friends with me. I am just going to go for your base, especially with something like a Rose Tico follow up. And not only that, he's drawing so many cards, and aggressive negotiations is going to be even more potent here.
Well, it was going to be a long road for Nick to try and take 2 games in 20-something minutes, and Andrew trying to put on big pressure here in game 2 and just slam the door shut without time even being a factor. We see the disclose coming here. 2 more spy tokens. And keep in mind, Nick, he's just going to claim the initiative here. He's got nothing left to do. We're going to see 6 damage being poured in with the 3 ready spy tokens. 10-1 the damage totals in favor of Andrew. Nick has the initiative, but all of these spies, a swarm of spies, a massive problem for Nick.
Yeah, and now Nick does still have that Jedi Consular, but on 5 resources, there's not a ton of 7 cost units he can cheat out. A lot of his big plays are 8 cost, things like the Liberty and the Yoda unit. It would really only be a Qui-Gon ambusher that he could abuse that Jedi Consular ability on.
We're going to see the Jedi Consular ability used once again. The Force used. It is the Blade Wing coming out for just a total of 4 resources, a 3-3 in the Space Arena, and essentially going to just eliminate one of the spies. You can't return a token unit to your hand, so 1 spy defeated here and off the board. I was going to say one other option for Nick would be putting down a large sentinel if you had it, just to try and slow down all the spies, but doesn't have the sentinel. So just going to answer a couple of them. Depa
Yeah.
swings into a ready spy token, but here comes some more damage. 2 spies get in already. And at this point, I believe Nick has just claimed another spy attack. 16 damage for Nick. The Rose Tico comes down ready. 5 more damage, 21 damage on. And Nick on the ropes here in game 2.
One thing I do want to note as well, you can use the Jedi Consular to cheat out the Yoda unit, and Nick just extends the hand. What an early
Wow.
barrage.
What a onslaught it was with back-to-back-to-back faith in your friends. Andrew had more faith than I've ever seen, and he carries game 2 into a 8-1-1 record now for Andrew, staying alive and keeping his hopes right there for a top cut appearance.
Yeah. To continue my thought from the end there as Nick extended the hand, you can use the Jedi Consular to cheat out the Yoda unit. However, the Jedi Consular uses the Force to cheat out a unit, and that means you do not have the Force to use for the Yoda unit ability. So can get the unit out, but does not mean you get the Yoda ability. And without that, Liberty wasn't going to be enough against all those spies and a Rose Tico, and just completely overwhelmed there by faith in your friends.
Absolutely. That will quickly steamroll a game just right out of hand. So that's going to do it for that particular match. Not sure if we have a backup or not. We'll get word from production here shortly. You have to keep in mind that this deck had or this game, they had a deck check before, and we had that super long, grindy game 1. So unfortunately, the backup match has finished. But my goodness, that was a great round. And I think we're going to be cutting to a very short break. And then we're going to be bringing you round 11 of Swiss coming up next. Stay tuned.
And welcome back to the Sector Qualifier here in Atlanta, Georgia. I am Mickey D, now joined by Tower Number 9 for the last two rounds of Swiss play. We're starting to get to the tail end of this Swiss portion of this tournament. We're starting to see some players locking themselves in for the top cut, but still two more rounds to go. Still a lot of Star Wars Unlimited to be played until we reach those top 8 players.
Yeah, these are often some pretty exciting rounds for those who are still in contention for the event, Mickey. We're gonna see some win and ins. We're gonna see some players that may have already been eliminated but are still playing for standings to try to get higher overall prizing. We're gonna see some tough matches as people battle to make it into that top cut.
Yeah, and we're going to see some very interesting matches as well. Now, this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck performing quite well at this event. I believe 6 of the top 8 decks, four at the top four tables, are that Lando Lake Country. So, really, the breakout deck of the tournament. If day one was Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force, day two is really all about Lando Calrissian.
Yeah, Lando Lake Country, interesting build. Not, I think, something that was necessarily considered one of the top decks going into this event, but has performed very well thus far. And we'll see what happens in this next match. It looks like we're going to have James Coulter on the left playing in Admiral Piet with the Shield Generator Complex versus Micah Overlay with the Obi-Wan Kenobi Shadowed Undercity Blue Force deck. We were just talking about both these players using Vigilance bases.
Yeah. And Micah Overly, part of Blue Milk Gaming, another team that has been doing quite well at this event, I believe. Carlos Apodaca sitting at X and 1 with pretty much the exact same deck. And then Alex Krez also doing well throughout this tournament in day two. So, uh, just because Lando Calrissian has kind of shown through day two doesn't mean that Obi-Wan still isn't there. It's still shining through. And this Admiral Piet deck has been pretty impressive as well. Really targeted for those Boba Fett Lake Country decks, having just a more dominant space arena and being able to cheat out those big units early, having a lot of answers. Really the matchup you want to see, but not dead in the water to these other decks, especially these Vigilance Force decks, being able to cheat out those big ships, might be able to race those Obi-Wan Vigilance decks, but we'll see how this matchup plays out.
Yeah, this should be pretty interesting to see how things go here. James Coulter versus Michael Overly. Admiral Piet versus Obi-Wan Kenobi. Looks like the players are getting started here. Let's see what happens with these opening hand decisions.
Yeah. If I'm Micah here, you just want as early aggressive a start as possible. Something like any unit into a Maz Kanata to start pushing the damage early. Really what you're looking for.
James Coulter with a prepare for takeoff being played there, allowing him to search his top cards for some vehicles, and he finds them. I believe that's Lawbringer and a Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser.
Yeah. This is an interesting tech choice. It falls you behind on board, and especially against something like Boba Fett, that can be risky if they start something like an Allegiant General Pride. But in these more mid-rangey matchups, developing that early card advantage, having the exact options you need for the mid game can be enough as long as you don't fall too far behind on the board.
On Micah's side of the board, we see Gunji hitting the field, a two cost 2/5. Not necessarily something that is really flashy or has any powerful abilities, but will allow Micah to get the Force token if it can attack successfully.
This is an interesting take on a Admiral P. I believe it's a crushing blow to defeat the Gunji, playing much more of a hard control style, similar to like an Aura Singh deck. Just use early turns to draw cards and remove units, and then decide in the late game is when I'm going to play all my big bombs.
Micah plays another early game unit, Yaddle. Didn't make full resource utilization there. Yaddle unit card is herself defeated by a copy of the Tree Remembers, and Micah then plays an itinerant warrior. Now, interestingly, Micah still does not have that force token.
Yeah, and I think that's a big reason, a big part of James's game plan. And Micah also played that Yaddle. I believe he had a Maz Kanata in his hand, which is a slightly better stated unit than Yaddle on the 3 resource turn, but prioritizing getting a force unit in play to get that force token.
Yeah, and while Yaddle was ultimately defeated, it looks like the itinerant warrior managed to stick, gets that force token. But here comes that Cantwell arrestor cruiser, countering Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader flip, but not for long because with the force token that Micah just acquired, there's a copy of Shatterpoint coming out to defeat the Cantwell arrestor cruiser.
Yeah, I think that play was relatively face up. James revealed that Cantwell arrestor cruiser. Probably knew that Micah had an answer if he's flipping his Obi-Wan so freely. But I think that's an exchange that still favors James. Micah not developing the board, and James still got to tap that Obi-Wan.
Lawbringer hits the field and presumably says heroism here to debuff both of Micah's units. Obi-Wan attacks, only swinging for 1 damage thanks to the debuff, but does manage to put an experience token on the itinerant warrior. Then another shatter point is going to defeat Lawbringer, and the itinerant warrior attacks for some more damage and a reclaimed force token.
Yeah, this is the kind of turn you wanted if you're Mike. Last turn using the Shatter Point was a little bit negative just because, needed to get the threat off the board, you needed to free up your Obi-Wan, but you didn't get to develop a board or push much damage alongside it. Now, this Shatter Point still got to push 3 damage, maybe even 4, no, because the Obi-Wan was still tapped. So just the 3 damage to base, but got to develop another threat alongside the Obi-Wan. So much higher tempo swing for Micah there.
Well, the storm of capital ships here for James is not stopping, as we see, I believe, another copy of Lawbringer on the board, once again debuffing Micah's side of things. But Micah Overlay plays a Captain Rex ground unit. When played and when this unit completes an attack, give this unit an enemy unit Sentinel for this phase. Give Sentinel to Lawbringer, which Micah doesn't really care about because he does not have any space units on the board. But Rex can block an incoming attack from Piet and then provide some cover for these other units, which do a fair amount of damage. James now up to 12 damage on base, 18 HP remaining. Additionally, Yaddle's ground unit attack there has Restore 1 and also grants Restore 1 to other friendly Jedi units. So the damage on base was fully restored for a moment, only for Micah to attack at the start of the next turn and put 7 damage back on.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see Micah, I think, push a lot of damage this turn because he can kind of stave off the tempo of one big capital ship with a bunch of restore, but something like this is really hard to come back from.
Ooh, take a look at this though, Mickey. The Turbo Laser Salvo hits the field, and that Lawbringer is doing a lot of damage there. And to make matters worse for Micah, all those units are debuffed. So the whole board wiped out except for the Itinerant Warrior, who is still protected by a shield token.
Yeah, now that shield token is quite important. Being able to push 3 and potentially 5 here with something like a Maz Kanata could do a lot of work for Micah, but goes for the Caloran Beck instead.
Kelleran Beck, nice play to try and rebuild the board. So Kelleran is a 7-cost 7/7 ground unit. When played, search the top 7 cards of your deck for a unit, reveal it, and play it. It costs 3 resources less. So we have the Kelleran Beck, and Micah now looking at his options in those top 7 cards.
Now, it looks like this Kelleran Beck can still get a Maz Kanata if Micah so chooses wanting to push that extra 3 or 2 damage, but deciding to pay the 1 extra for a Trit instead, protect his other units from that Piet, even though Piet isn't super threatening, might be able to chunk down this Itinerant Warrior over the course of a couple turns.
One other advantage to Chirrut here is that Chirrut is not a heroism unit. So Lawbringer gives -2/-2 to your opponent's units. You name an aspect, and it gives -2/-2 to units of that aspect. So Chirrut would not be affected by that Lawbringer debuff if James were to name heroism again.
Yeah, that's a good point, Tower. In protecting your units from some sort of board, and it looks like here James is deciding to go for the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser first, foregoing the Lawbringer attack on the first action, valuing tapping down that Keller and Beck more highly.
Kyler and Beck exhausted. James probably not liking the prospect of taking 7 damage from one attack there,
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't either.
this is still a pretty threatening situation for James. In fact, Micah might have lethal. We see Maz Kanata buff the Itinerant Warrior, so makes a powerful swing, At that base, I believe that was for 7 total damage. So James may have exhausted Caloran, but 7 still coming in. And now I believe Chirrut will be poised to close the game.
Yeah, with that experience, it's a really nice, shrunk -2/-2 from the Lawbringer naming vigilance, but getting the extra experience token, dealing the final 2 points of damage. It was a very interesting end game sequence there from Micah. Very sharp with the order of things that even if he did not have that force token, um, James forced to attack with the Lawbringer there to shrink the Chura out of range of lethal, and then Micah could even just claim the initiative and attack with one of his other units' first actions, since there was going to be no way for James to clear the board with how few resources he had remaining.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. We saw James Coulter playing some early removal events and really stifling some of Micah's early plays. But once Micah started getting the force token rolling and started countering some of James's own plays with those shatter points and so on, we had a lot more back and forth. Ultimately, though, James was not able to stop what Micah was doing in that ground arena.
Yeah, and I think that's about an ideal of a start as you can have if you're James there, But at least with the way that the deck appears to be constructed, much more event focused rather than unit focused in the early game. Having turn one, the prepare for takeoff to add two of the more premier capital ships into his hand, turn two crushing blow, turn three a tree remembers, just keeping Micah off the force, tapping or exhausting the Obi-Wan leader unit on the flip turn, but still Micah being able to find the small edges, pushing with that itinerant warrior, really kind of the all-star of that game. Just a 4/4 body with the shield was protected from turbo laser salvo, let Micah keep the pressure up and follow up that board wipe with a Kellerin, which was just enough to get over the line.
Yeah, I think the Keller Beck ground unit that can find something else is a card in an archetype that Command Heroism has had for some time, which is these units that bring out additional units one way or another. You know, before the recent rotation with the release of A Lawless Time, we had players who would use Home One and bring back a unit from the discard pile. Keller and Beck searches and brings out a unit from the deck. And we also had other cards, Queen Amidala making those spy tokens. And,
Mhm.
before rotation, we had U-Wing reinforcements. And this is a strength of command heroism decks that allows them to sort of repopulate their board pretty easily against board wipes played by opponents. So I think that cards like that Turbo Laser Salvo, while they can be quite effective, I feel that command heroism is unusually poised to rebuild after a play like that.
Great point. It's a big part of Command Heroism's identity to be able to repopulate the board through a board wipe.
All right, now this next round, we're going to lead off with the GNK Power Droid there from James Coulter. Micah plays Gunji, moving into the next turn. I believe Crushing Blow used by James to defeat Gunji. And Micah then brings out a copy of the Ezra Bridger ground unit. This is the 3-cost Vigilance Heroism uh, version of Ezra Bridger from the Legends of the Force set. The Gonk Power Droid attacks Micah's base for 1. Micah attacks with his Ezra Bridger ground unit, defeating the Gonk Power Droid card. We then see, I believe, the what is that? Is it the CR90 Relief Runner?
Yes, I believe so. And it's an interesting selection. I think Piet Vigilance oftentimes now going towards this card, especially in a race heavy meta. We've been talking about all weekend. A lot of the meta right now is just attacking each other's bases. And this really gives Piet sort of a stabilizing and catch up mechanic of, I'm going to hit your base for 4 while restoring 2. And if it restores 4 to 6 HP over the course of the game, and a matchup like this, that could be enough.
Yes, I remember playing the CR90 Relief Runner in a Piet Vigilance build back in the days of Django Fett in Premiere. And
Yeah.
this card can offer a lot of recovery, both when it gets to attack and also when your opponent deals with it, because when defeated, you can heal up to 3 damage from a unit or base as well. So even if Micah has some kind of answer for this relief runner and that restore isn't going every turn, there will still be an additional chunk of healing when it is defeated. Looks like we see the relief runner attacking the base. The Ezra Bridger ground unit attacks the base. The Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser showing up here to exhaust that itinerant warrior. Micah thinking about his next move. Looks
Yeah.
like it was a no glory only results and a condemn that we saw in hand.
I think this CR90 Relief Runner is really going to change the texture of this game where it's looking pretty similar to how it did last game now. Micah doesn't have those removal shatter points like he did last game, although maybe reaching for one here. But in this tempo sort of oriented removal based strategy that Mecca is going for, that CR90 Relief Runner might buy James a whole extra turn in this game, which could be enough for him to get over the edge this time.
That's a good point, Mickey. Restore 2 across the course of several attacks plus the when defeated ability. We could easily be looking at, 7 or more healing from that CR90 relief runner, which really could buy a fair amount of extra time. Micah did have the shatter point to defeat that Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, but a second Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser is now being played on the next turn, once more exhausting the buffed Itinerant Warrior.
Yeah, and James, you're really prioritizing damage as opposed to, oftentimes I think a lot of players' instincts might be to exhaust Micah's leader unit here, but just really wanting to save that 2 extra damage on James's side.
Micah has an interesting counter to the CR90 Relief Runner with the Kill Switch upgrade card being played there, giving it -1, and maybe more importantly, exhausting it. So the Relief Runner does not have a chance to attack this turn and get its restore. Micah then makes a few attacks and develops several small units. I believe we have a Secretive Sage as well as another Yaddle card there.
Yes.
So board
I
getting pretty wide for Micah.
I do want to point out very small thing, but very sharp from Micah, where with the on attack from the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit, he put that experience on the Secretive Sage, most likely because it is the most protected from something like a turbo laser salvo.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Secretive Sage comes into play with Shielded, so you get that shield token, and that does mean a Turbo Laser Salvo would not clear the Secretive Sage, nor would it clear this Itinerant Warrior. Now, the players are trading attacks to base, and Micah has the lead, but it's not as close, or it's not as much of a lead as we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, and now Micah trying to develop a Caloran back to get more power on the board and especially more efficient power, being able to hit in for chunks of 7 as opposed for chunks of 3 at a time or 2 at a time with these little units. Because James is starting to present a big lethal board, before this Keller and Beck hit the field. I would say that James's board was a little bit bigger, especially with that restore 2 balancing things, but Micah here finding a great play to follow up.
Yeah, it's important to note that while Micah's board looks much stronger at a glance, that Itinerant Warrior is still staying exhausted thanks to the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. And we saw a copy of the Condemn upgrade card played on Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader unit there. So with Obi-Wan Kenobi not able to attack, or rather, if he does attack, it could easily be countered, assuming that James has the disclose. Two of the units on Micah's board aren't actually necessarily pulling their weight in this situation.
Yeah. That itinerant warrior should still be tapped. Micah just, a lot of things to manage and unexhaust here or ready up here. So yeah, getting
Yeah, there
that
we go.
itinerant warrior still exhausted. Now James does have lethal over the course of 2 actions, and Micah recognizing that, spending an action to remove one of the biggest threats on the board.
Defeating that Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser also means the Itinerant Warrior will start readying up, but we do see no glory only results played to defeat Keller and Beck. Micah plays another kill switch, once more exhausting that CR90 relief runner and further debuffing it. Admiral Piet swings to the base, and I believe we see a copy of Corvus played here by
Yeah.
James Coulter. This is another capital ship that is going to allow a further restore, but with several more attacks from these smaller units, it's not one big dramatic swing, but James's base is being worn down, only 5 HP left. He does
Yeah.
have two different units that can heal, but the
Micah's
margins are getting tight here.
Micah's doing a great job this game where it felt like James was pushing ahead very early with things like that early CR90 relief runner and some Cantwell arrestor cruisers as well as now this Corvus. But in the mid game there, right after Obi-Wan Kenobi deployed, James was kind of forced to use one removal event per turn, whereas Micah was able to remove something or exhaust something as well as develop a threat, which has ever so slowly flipped the race in Micah's favor here.
Another copy of No Glory Only Results, played by James Coulter here, defeats the itinerant warrior, but James is left on only 1 HP after an attack from Ezra Bridger. Corvus attacks and heals, but Micah's buffed Secretive Sage is able to close things out even with the healing. And one
Yeah.
other aspect of that game that I thought was really interesting, Mickey, was that CR90 relief runner. Micah handled it without ever actually defeating it. So that when defeated effect did not go off for the further burst of healing because Micah was playing those kill switches to debuff and exhaust it, preventing it from attacking and healing James's base. This is a very
Yeah.
interesting way to handle that. I haven't seen kill switch seen a ton of play thus far, but I thought that was a really good answer.
Yeah, and that ZR90 Relief Runner, I believe, was in play since the 4 resource turn. So over the course of a long game, it got the chance to attack probably 4 or 5 times, but those kill switches reducing the amount of times it got to attack, reducing that restore ability on the board was enough to get Micah over the edge there.
Yeah, very cool game. Interesting, some interesting plays there with both players having removal and having some strong options to try to push damage to their opponent's base. Ultimately, once again, the Obi-Wan player was able to do so a bit faster.
Yeah, and it looks like we're switching to our backup table here.
Brandon Dennis on the left playing Mother Talzin with the Crystal Caves. That is a 28 HP force base with the cunning aspect. Hayden Vandergriff on the right side playing Chewbacca with Moss Isley, a 30 HP cunning base.
Yeah, and
And
looks like Chewbacca here attacking into this turret, and there's an interesting interaction Hayden gets to do here, where he gets to stack the on attack triggers or and on defense triggers, where he forces Brandon to decide whether or not he wants to use the Force to shrink the Chewbacca when it's attacking, and then gets to decide whether or not he wants to defeat a resource to deal 2 damage to that turret. So gets to finish it off either way, but puts the onus on Brandon of, do you want to be down the Force or do you want me to be down a resource instead?
yes, and it is worth noting that it appears Brandon Dennis won game one in this match. We're now in game two, and Hayden, seems to be putting the pressure on. We have a B-Wing skirmisher in the space arena and the Chewbacca leader unit in play in the ground arena, with Brandon flipping Mother Talzin, deploying her as a leader unit, but otherwise not having a board.
Yeah. This is an interesting flip from Brandon here, deciding, hey, if Hayden here wants to spend his Chewbacca to trade with my Towson, could do the on attack, defeating a resource to deal 2 damage to Towson, and then the 5 damage from Chewbacca on attack would be enough. But Hayden here deciding instead, I believe that going to base is what he prefers.
Yeah, and Hayden did actually play a copy of Hot Shot Maneuver there, allowing for an additional 2 damage to Talzin because when you play Hot Shot Maneuver, you deal 2 damage to an enemy unit for each of your on attack abilities. So Chewbacca dealt 2 damage to the Mother Talzin ground unit there for having the on attack, and then 2 damage from the on attack itself for 4 damage, making it so that when the Mother Talzin ground unit attacked Chewbacca, even with her debuff, she was still defeated by the return damage. However, Brandon ended up debuffing that B-Wing skirmisher instead, setting up for a copy of Talzin's Assassin to be played and defeat the skirmisher with the one plate ability, giving -3/-3. And Hayden plays a copy of Red 5. Right now, Brandon does not have very much HP on that base. I believe it's only 12 HP, but Hayden's momentum is slowing.
Yeah, it's going to be how quickly can Brandon turn the corner here, developing threats on the board, as well as how well can Hayden start deploying sturdy space threats. It's going to be hard to stabilize on the ground from Hayden's side. Talzin's so good at clearing the ground, so how effectively can he develop in space?
I believe a copy of Electromagnetic Pulse played there by Brandon Dennis. Deal 2 damage to a droid or vehicle unit and exhaust it. So that's used to deal 2 damage to the Red 5 space unit card and exhaust it before it can attack. Hayden then develops another space threat with a B-Wing skirmisher. But look at this. Brandon has yet another card that I assume he's playing to counter the space arena Commandeer, take control of a non-leader vehicle unit that costs 6 or less without a pilot. If you do, ready it, and at the start of the next regroup phase, return that unit to its owner's hand. Brandon takes control of the B-wing skirmisher, uses it to defeat the red 5 space unit there. And then I think there's a bit of an error. It looks like
No, so
oh
what
no, it was removed
Brendan
then
did
by Mother
here.
Talzin's ability. Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
So he used the Mother Talzin ability on his own quote unquote B-wing skirmisher to give
right.
it that final -1, -1 to finish it off. So Brandon
And
doing
that
a good
defeats
job.
the B-wing skirmisher rather than sending it back to hand. Though honestly, both would be very bad for Hayden at this point in the game.
Yeah. Brandon doing a good job of stabilizing the board here now. He does need to develop a little bit more threats. He's only pushing 4 damage a turn, and at that rate, it's going to be a long time before he finishes Hayden off, and Hayden can develop these stolen AT esque threats to continue threatening Brandon.
Yes, Brandon had some strong anti-space cards there, but Hayden trying to continue advancing threats. However, once more, Brandon has an answer. So we see the tree remember is used to defeat that stolen AT hauler. Now that actually has some anti-synergy because the tree remembers removes all abilities from an enemy unit before defeating it. And that means the stolen AT Hauler's ability, which is actually a downside, gets removed, and Brandon is not able to play it from Hayden's discard pile. Now, in the next turn, another stolen AT Hauler on the field. Brandon plays a copy of the Stranger with nothing to ambush in the ground arena. This may be a window of opportunity for Hayden.
Yeah, showing a little bit of weakness from Brandon's hand here. I believe last turn he drew two Sheehan Flurry, a very powerful card in concert with the Darth Vader unit from Legends of the Force. But in situations like these, when you're drawing two of them at a time with no other Force unit, that shows kind of the downside or the floor of a card like that.
Hayden poised to do at least 4 damage this turn with an attack from the stolen AT Hauler, potentially more if we see any attack pumps, but we don't. A swing from stolen AT Hauler does 4 damage there, 8 HP remaining on Brandon Dennis's base.
Yeah. And it does look like Brandon doesn't have many great answers. Has a condemn in hand to potentially answer one of these space threats, but no disclose to go alongside it, I don't think.
I believe another copy of Red 5 hits the field. We do have Condemn. No, I think he does have the disclose. You'd have to
Oh,
do it
he
across 2
does.
cards,
Yes.
but not anymore because we do see one of the cards that would be part of that disclose actually being played here. So 2 debuffs used to remove the red 5, and the question now is, did Brandon draw into disclose? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah,
Treyas
I believe.
Acolyte in hand there does mean that Condemn would be relevant.
Now, something like a Outer Rim Constable or a System Shock or any sort of upgrade removal really would still be good from Hayden here, would clear that Condemn and allow him to continue attacking for 4, which would present lethal over the course of 2 turns. So Brandon still has to be on his toes a little bit.
Hayden starts out by playing a copy of Millennium Falcon. I believe that's Millennium Falcon Get Out and Push. Um, Threatening card if Hayden can find some pilots there. Looks like there isn't going to be any upgrade removal. The stolen AT Hauler attacks, testing whether Brandon has the disclose, and luckily for Brandon, he does. That Treus Acolyte providing the vigilance and villainy aspects he needs to activate Condemn. Meanwhile, Brandon is not necessarily going very fast, but that damage is really starting to add up on Hayden's base. We only
Yeah.
have 9 HP left on Hayden's
However,
base after mini attacks from Talzin's assassin.
Brandon there though forced to claim early in fear of aggressive negotiations, which we see Hayden starting to hold on to, trying to find an answer for the Millennium Falcon before the aggressive negotiations goes off. Now, do note that the aggressive negotiations here is lethal with the Falcon, but it could still go on the stolen AT Hauler. It wouldn't be as effective if Brandon disclosed he would still get that -6 -0, but if the aggressive negotiations was big enough, say a +8 attack, it would still deal 4 damage to Brandon's base.
And there we see it. The Brandon leads off the turn with Mother Talzin to debuff the Falcon, but Hayden has aggressive negotiations, and the damage is enough to close out that game. Hayden Vandergriff pulling off the win, despite being stalled for quite some time by Brandon's removal and disruption effects. Ultimately, the space units there are able to get in and close out the game with the help of aggressive negotiations. Now, Mickey, aggressive negotiations is a very prominent card in the current meta. What do you think about that one?
I think maybe not the most centralizing card of the format coming into the weekend, although coming out of the weekend, it might kind of become top dog again. In the early format, we saw things like Tobias and the like really shine early, even things like Jin, Urso, and Velsartha, all with an aggression base, combining a lot of their card draw with things like Jin's leader ability, Chiao Fein, and those colors to supercharge those aggressive negotiations. As the format went on, Boba Fett kind of rose to the top, playing top of the summit, and so that kind of became the key interaction of the format. But even those Boba Fett decks are often playing a couple copies of aggressive negotiations, and players are realizing, whether it be out of aspect or I don't have any card draw, it is still just the best pump available right now. Being able, we've seen it out of these Lando late country decks being played for 5 resources, and these Chewy decks, which don't have a ton of card draw, but just realizing if I get to the late game and I can just stick a single threat after my early pressure, putting my opponent at 18 or 20 damage on their base, just a single aggressive negotiations paired with any single threat can be enough to finish the game.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting card, and I think we have seen an interesting shift since the initial release of A Lawless Time and Rotation, where, like you said, early on we had decks that were kind of built around aggressive negotiations. So an example would be, there was the Jin Urso aggression deck that was really built around, I'm going to do a bunch of card draw things, and then I have Rebellious Hammerhead and aggressive negotiations, and I'm going to have these great options for rewarding me for my card draw. But the decks that are more specialized around aggressive negotiations seem to have fallen off quite a bit. And at this
Yeah.
point, it seems like we're mostly just seeing it used as a closer card in decks that otherwise have a more normal game plan.
I think a big mentality shift happened around the card where early on people were trying to abuse it as much as possible and just get the biggest aggressive negotiations that they could. I know my record is something like a plus 12 plus so or a plus 13 from a Jin or so deck, just drawing so many cards with Chiao Fein and the Jin or so leader ability. But players started to realize that it's more impactful as a card if you, instead of trying to draw cards early, you just apply a lot of pressure early and out tempo your opponent. It aggressive negotiations doesn't have to be hitting them for 13. All it needs to be doing is hitting them for 5 if I was able to push 10 extra damage in the early game, as opposed to using that early game turns to draw cards instead.
That's right. And I think, I'm not saying that that the more aggressive negotiation centric decks from earlier are totally invalid or anything like that, but at this point it does appear that they haven't necessarily had as much success as the card has had in more ordinary game plans.
Yeah. Aggressive negotiations, very powerful card, and you do have to be conscious of it a little bit, but it doesn't mean you have to go all in on card draw. It just means, on in resourcing decisions, say you're getting to the middle game, you don't even have aggressive negotiations in your hand necessarily, but you're doing the math and realizing that if I don't resource this turn, it means if I top deck the aggressive negotiations next turn, it's the exact right amount of damage for me to push for that lethal. So it's less of a build around and more of a play around nowadays.
Okay, well, it looks like we're about to go into the third and final game of this match. This one should be fairly decisive here. Whoever wins this game will take the match as a whole and go into round 12 with a 9-2 record.
And peeking over Brandon's hand, looks like he has a pretty good start. Karis here, um, followed up by a Condemn, I
Karis
believe.
Karis played by Brandon Dennis, and on Hayden's side of the board, I believe it's the Emissary Sheathipede. Each player swings, trading attacks here, each player doing 2 damage. The Emissary Sheathipede has an unusually efficient stats, but when defeated, each opponent may ready a resource, so a bit of a downside there. Um, a copy of Condemn being played on the red 5 that Hayden plays that turn. Condemn trying to prevent incoming damage, a little vulnerable to upgrade removal to play this early in the game, but still something that can suppress a unit.
And Brandon there did take a passing action to try and get Hayden to develop another unit, and Hayden really can't afford to just claim, does need to develop that other unit. Didn't want to condemn the emissary shit the feed, but didn't have another play. So Brandon taking a nice sharp line of passing and trying to get a better target for that condemn.
The Emissary Sheathipede space unit there from Hayden, leading things off with another 2 damage to base. Brandon considering what to do. looks like it's going to be an attack. Well, perhaps not. Mother Talzin's ability used to debuff red 5 here. Okay, red 5 is already going to be affected by that condemn, but the debuff there, might be relevant in the event of an upgrade removal.
Could have
Hayden
also
doesn't look to
been.
have upgrade removal or doesn't want to use it and just attacks with red 5. Brandon does show the condemn disclose there, so no damage dealt.
I wonder if that Talzin ability from Brandon was him just trying to do like a soft pass, wanting to leave this carousel potentially to attack into the Chewbacca if he had another way to give the Chewbacca additional minus toughness or minus HP. But decides that after Hayden took another action, just getting the force back attacking with this Karas is more important.
Another interesting Tree Remembers play. Once again, the Tree Remembers actually backfiring a little bit because while it can be used to remove that emissary sheathipede, the fact that it removes abilities from the enemy unit here means that in fact the unit does not give Brandon a ready resource when defeated. And then we
Yeah.
see Chewbacca deploying, swinging, and using the on attack ability to defeat Karis. Now, I believe Brandon could have used the Force for the when defeated effect there to give Chewbacca -2/-2, but chose not to. However, we have a very strong play here with the Stranger attacking, having the defending unit deal combat damage first, and then swinging back for 6 with Grit to defeat Chewbacca. The Chewbacca leader unit defeated here. Hayden plays another copy of Red 5, replacing the Red 5 space unit that had been affected by Condemn. Brandon flips Mother Talzin and attacks Hayden's base.
Yeah, Brandon being very rewarded for that patient condemn play early on in the game, forcing Hayden to play a second red 5 here to be able to get back that on attack so the red 5 can attack and defeat the stranger instead of developing another space unit. The second red 5 still is quite good for Hayden, being able to still defeat that stranger, but it would be worse if Brandon was facing down a red 5 and another space unit.
Yes, perhaps a bit of bad luck for Hayden not to have found any upgrade removal. I think these Chewbacca decks often play quite a fair amount of it, but nevertheless, the replacement Red 5 space unit is able to attack, use the on attack ability to defeat the stranger, which will greatly reduce the incoming damage for Hayden. We see a stolen AT hauler enter the board. Talzin's assassin arrives and gives -3/-3 to Red 5, coupled with -1/-1 from Mother Talzin's on attack ability on the ground unit there. So Red 5 is removed. Hayden plays a copy of Karis Nemec, and we see a Night Sister Warrior enter the field as well for Brandon Dennis. At the
Yeah,
start of
and
the
I
next turn,
believe
Hayden swings for 3 with Karis Nemec, and then we see another copy of Condemn, this time played on the stolen AT hauler. Has
we
Hayden managed to find any upgrade removal?
I believe we might have also missed damage from the red 5. Yeah, and we're correcting that. The red 5 attack from the previous turn should have put Brandon to 12, I believe. Obviously, the more important part of that attack was most likely dealing the 2 additional damage to the stranger to finish it off. But Brandon Hayden doing a great job of diversifying the space now. And Lightmaker is going to be a very difficult threat for Brandon to deal with. And in combination with an aggressive negotiations, we've been talking about that card all weekend, but might be enough for lethal.
Yeah, it looks like they may be correcting that now. So the 3 damage that was missed going back on that base, I believe. And so we now have Brandon Dennis on 15 damage to base, 13 base HP remaining. Hayden Vandergriff has 10 damage on his base, 20 base HP remaining. A copy of Chirrut Imwe, the powerful Sentinel ground unit, hits the field for Brandon Dennis. That could quite impede things. But Hayden has managed to play Lightmaker, a space unit that can swing for massive amounts of damage at a time. And Brandon does not have an immediate answer. This Lightmaker poised to potentially swing for 7. However, I believe Brandon's ground arena is strong enough to present lethal this turn.
Yeah, and I don't know if Hayden has enough cards in hand for an aggressive negotiations lethal here. It'd have to be +6. We're gonna count it out. We're gonna see.
3, 4, +4. So that's going to be 11 damage. That's going to be 26. Now, the question here is, do we have a commence the festivities or other way to give Saboteur to Karis Nemec? Another potential option would be to play upgrade removal on that Condemn. It's Brandon is not necessarily in a very safe place, and in particular, if there is a copy of Commence the Festivities, defeating the Charismatic ground unit would not save the day because as long as Hayden had the disclose to make a spy, as Commence the Festivities from the spy would be enough damage to close the game.
One card that could work for Brandon here is something like a Tree Remembers, being able to defeat the Charismatic and turn off the abilities. And it looks like it's
Very
exactly
good
what
point.
Brandon has in hand, but
Thinking
deciding is it
about what
worth
to
it?
do. Now, of course, if we saw upgrade removal to remove that condemn, or if Brandon no longer had the disclose for the condemn, this could still be a problem. But yes, the tree remembers this time its ability is upside rather than downside. An enemy unit losing its abilities prevents Charismatic's when defeated effect from going off.
Oh,
We
sharp
see,
play from Hayden here, though.
yeah, Hayden uses Chewbacca's on attack ability to defeat the Night Sister warrior. And now it looks like Brandon Dennis is off by 1. He
Yeah,
has 10 damage on the board, but needs 11 damage to close the game.
does not present lethal this turn anymore, and that Lightmaker on the return swing will be enough for lethal. So we'll need another Condemn or something to that effect, but I don't know if Brandon has it. He did get to draw a card off of the Night Sister Warrior, so we're gonna see if that card drawing gives him anything to do for this turn.
Yeah, so now I believe that we saw some of Brandon's hand earlier, and I believe he does have the disclose to use this condemn. But
Yes.
the problem is I'm not he needs to have some kind of upgrade, something that can give him any extra damage. And looking at that hand, I don't think he has it.
And
And
going
so this is a very awkward spot. He's forced to take the initiative early.
Yeah, and going back a previous turn, Brandon chose to deploy the Night Sister Warrior instead of something like the Trey's Acolyte, which makes sense a little bit at the time because you wanted to hold that vigilance and villainy aspect in your hand to be able to disclose for the condemn, but getting punished instead by the Chewbacca ability being able to defeat the Night Sister Warrior now and not present lethal
Yeah.
on that turn.
Can Brandon find an answer to Lightmaker? If not, this is essentially game over. What does he have? It's not going to be enough. I think Talzin's Assassin arrives. The on attack ability giving -3/-3 to Lightmaker, but with Raid 4, Lightmaker can still swing for lethal, and Hayden Vandergrift takes the game.
Yeah, well, that close ending game sequence there, very much on a razor's edge, and it's a small thing. I think Brandon flaring out that Trezak light, mentioning it at the table too. If he had deployed that Trezak light, he would have had just enough for lethal on that turn, but instead forced to claim and is 1 damage off.
That was a very cool game. I think we saw some really interesting gameplay there with scenarios like that Karasnemic. It looked like Karasnemic was presenting lethal with a potential commence the festivities, even if he was defeated. The spy could take over, but then the tree remembers removing that text and getting in, and then Chewie's ability saving the day there, that Chewbacca leader unit card, dealing the 2 damage needed to clear the Night Sister Warrior, and the Talzin player off by 1 damage. What an outcome.
Yeah, and Hayden had put Brandon there in a action pinch almost of you kind of need to attack with the Night Sister Warrior first so it can't get defeated by the Chewbacca ability. But if you do, you lose to the commence the festivities. So it's a tough situation. If going back, I think Brandon was kind of in checkmate either way, but it might have been the better decision to have said, all right, I lose to the commence the festivities. That's okay. But if I get to attack with this Night Sister Warrior, I have lethal this turn because even if Brandon does draw an answer for the Lightmaker the following turn, he still wouldn't be able to present lethal. He would have only had 9 damage on the board with Hayden still at 20. So I think in that situation, Hayden had it locked up either way.
One thing that I think is interesting about that game as well is Lightmaker's when defeated ability could potentially exhaust that whole ground arena. So if we had gone into that next turn and there had been, I don't know, Shatterpoint or something, we could have seen a situation where, yes, Lightmaker is stopped, but then the Chewbacca player would have another turn to rebuild things because all those ground units would get exhausted. On the other hand, no glory only results. that could take control of Lightmaker and then defeat it, so you would get to resolve the when defeated ability, and you could prevent it from hitting your stuff. So some of these removal effects that mess with your opponent's card text very relevant. And earlier we kind of saw the downside of that a few times
Mhm.
with the tree remembers blanking downside text and making it so that the Talzin player couldn't, for instance, take over a stolen AT hauler.
Yeah, True Remembers a very potent card, oftentimes included in these decks for things like the Chewbacca Pilot, which as a card is kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. Especially Luke Data Vault has fallen out of favor a little bit. I believe only one converted to day two, but still a very powerful card. Having these, innocuous situations that come up, especially with something like a Karasnemic. Another card that has fallen out of favor a little bit, but still a good tool to have at your disposal. But we are going to take a quick break here after round 11 in Swifts, and we are going to bring you the final round of Swifts here coming up soon.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Atlanta Sector Qualifier brought to you by Star City Games. I'm TowerNumber9, and I am joined here by Mickey D. We are about to move into the 12th round of Swiss play. Mickey, what do you think about this event thus far?
Yeah, it's been a great event so far. A lot of interesting decks. I mean, towards the top tables, we are expecting to see a lot of Boba Fett late country, but he is nowhere to be found. Coming into this round, the highest ranking Boba Fett was in 17th, Makai, and that Boba Fett wasn't even playing late country. It was the sole Vigilance Boba Fett in the field. So we've seen the meta healthily respond to Boba Fett late in country, some of that being the Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force base, some of that being this breakout Lando late country deck, and a smattering of other things such as the Chewbacca we just saw, as well as some Admiral Piet Vigilance. So, nice response to the Boba Fett meta thus far this weekend.
Yeah, I think Boba was sort of the deck to beat going into this event, and it seems like, well, at least many of the players here have found ways to beat it. We are not seeing Boba Fett in an extremely powerful position. Earlier we had some top eight, or we had some day 2 deck statistics, and it appeared that some Bobas were making it, but not out of proportion with the deck's representation in the initial field.
Yeah. So we're looking here at our day 2 deck meta. 20% of the field was Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force, and I think that's kind of the main deck that people expected to respond to this Boba Fett Lit Country. I think a lot of people coming into this event would have picked Boba Fett Lit Country 1 and Obi-Wan Kenobi as the second most played deck. And while those numbers are flipped, those are the top 2 most represented decks, I believe, across both day 1 and into day 2. But as we continue down, seeing a smattering of other decks such as Lando Vigilance, Admiral Piet Vigilance, like we had mentioned, Chewbacca Cunning, but really that jump for that Lando Calrissian late country deck being it appears to be the third most represented deck in the day 2 meta.
Yeah, very strong showing from the Lando Lake Country build here. And Boba Fett, ultimately doing very slightly better than overall representation, but not really shining in the same way that we saw with, Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force seems to be outperforming to a fair degree. And there are some others too that Admiral Piet Vigilance 30, obviously a smaller sample size, but also outperforming its representation by a fair bit. But the real story here, I think, is the Lando Lake Country build, which really seems to be excelling in this meta.
Yeah, and here we're looking at the conversion rates of players that were playing the deck in day 1 that made it to day 2. And, Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force, as well as that Boba Fett Late Country, staying pretty consistent. But some of the numbers as you get to the lower play deck get a bit more extreme. Chewbacca Cunning representing 4% of the meta day 1, and now 17% of the meta day 2. And you can continue to mature as such. But the real standouts being that Chewbacca Cunning, the Colonel Uluren Aggression, the Admiral Piet Vigilance, and especially that Lando Lake Country with 50% of the players that brought that deck making it to day 2.
Yeah, and that is an extremely strong conversion rate. I think having a deck where half the players on it are making it to the next day and it's not just, oh, 2 players played it and one of them made it. I think there's definitely something there that players should be looking at
Yeah.
in terms of how to beat this meta and what to prepare for, because after this event I suspect that Lando Lake Country is going to be much more prominent in the community.
Yeah, I believe it was 12 players played it on day 1 and 6 made it to day 2. Now, part of this conversion statistic is the quality of players that brought the Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck. This was a team deck from Eclipse, and so I believe all but one of the Eclipse team members brought this deck. So a lot of the portion of the players that did bring this deck were, players you expect to see at the top of a lot of these events and continually perform at said events. And so quality of player does play a part in that conversion rate statistic, but still 50% conversion rate is kind of unheard of. That was like I don't want to say this is a Django style deck, but I believe those are close to what Django numbers were back in set 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to see. I think it's interesting to see how that deck is going to do as the event continues on. Will we end up seeing a Django Lake Country winner for this tournament? I personally would not, or I'm sorry, a Lando Lake Country winner for this tournament. I personally would not necessarily be that surprised.
Yeah, it's looking like we're gonna have at least three in the top cut, most likely, depending on how the final round pairings shake out. But we did have two players playing that deck intentionally draw in this last round. So, as well as Andrew, or Reflex as he is known, winning his last round. So three players playing this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck sitting at an X 1-1 in great position to make the top cut.
Yeah. We'll see how that one develops. What can you tell us about the Lando Lake Country deck and how it is poised to attack the meta here?
Yeah, so this was a brainchild of Ian Klein or Lego Pizza, really tackling the meta, seeing that Boba Fett Lake Country could do it, and the first kind of initial steps of identifying the deck was, well, if you're playing Lando Calrissian, you really want to be majority one aspect in the first place, and if that aspect is going to be cunning, because you have all the tools you need, such as like Qui-Gon Jinn and the Mandalorian and Liberty, might as well just be a Lake Country deck if you're calling cunning all the time. And then from there, it was finding kind of the core of Faith in Your Friends and Master Codebreaker. Faith in Your Friends, pretty well positioned card against these kind of space race decks. It gives you a lot of threats, and if your opponent's spending time clearing your spies instead of attacking your base, that's also kind of plus tempo. Plus, you got the additional card to go alongside it. And so that was where kind of the deck spawned from. Was you have this Lando top end, as well as you have this Master Codebreaker Faith in Your Friends package, adding other gambits from there. The Axe Fregates is a great gambit. The Intro to Battle Hoth card, Watch This, was another great find, and from there, the deck formed around it. So it's really utilizing this early game power in Faith in Your Friends and Master Codebreaker, being able to develop a lot of pressure early, as well as super cheap interaction, especially in the Axe Fregates, getting ahead enough on board where with that 34 HP, your opponent really can't outrace you, and you get to start slamming big threats after using that early interaction.
Yeah, that's a great summary. And I think there are some interesting cards there, and it's also, it's making use of some cards that I don't think were necessarily on people's radar as real power players when they were first introduced. I think Lake Country was for some time considered one of the worst spaces in the game.
Yeah. I think a lot of that has to do with, post rotation, the what is most important in a Star Wars Unlimited game has kind of shifted. So we've seen early on a lot of the dominant bases where the lower health bases that give you an additional ability, such as Energy Conversion Lab, allowing you to ambush with a 6 cost or lower unit, or Tarkin Town, being able to deal 3 damage to a damaged enemy unit and be able to clear out early game plays. And early Star Wars Unlimited pre-rotation was a lot more about board control, and so those kind of bases really mattered in a board control centric environment. And there's a conversion lab allowing you to develop while controlling the board. Token Town allowing you to get up a free unit effectively on the board, and so those were when those shined. But nowadays, Star Wars Unlimited is way more about dealing damage to your opponent's base in racing, and in that kind of world, extra HP is really what matters more so than the board control. And that's why I think we're starting to see the extra HP bases shine.
Yeah, I think we have seen early on, like you were saying, I think in Spark of Rebellion, the bases that were typically considered the strongest and most meta defining were 25 HP. So, we saw in particular, I think Energy Conversion Lab and Tarkin Town were typically considered the best bases in the game for some time.
Hmm.
And you know, a lot of the lower HP bases were relevant, and of course, we saw a lot of Data Vault in the pre-rotation meta, so it's not as if it was all low HP bases all the time, but we have seen that shift where sometimes just having more health can be worth even losing an aspect for some of these builds.
Yeah. I mean, in Data Vault has kind of interestingly enough fallen by the wayside a little bit too. And Command Heroism was kind of the dominant aspect combination leaving the pre-rotation meta going into set 7 with A Lawless Time, but really seeing it fall by the wayside a little bit. And I think part of that has to do with rotation. With Data Vault, you're adding inherently a level of inconsistency into your deck, But in the pre-rotation format, that was fine. Even back in set four, we saw some Kira data vaults and some Ray data vaults emerge, just because the first three sets had so much redundancy in the cards. You had a lot of similar vigilance removal events that kind of overlapped with each other. And especially in the command heroes and builds, we had mentioned in a previous match things like U-Wing reinforcement, home one, a lot of ways to search your deck as well as recur your deck. Even the Yoda leader being able to filter and draw a card and then put a card on either the top or the bottom, being able to smooth out that inconsistency. But in a post rotation meta, not only do we have less redundancy in the type of cards, we also have, less cards in total, so and less ways to filter.
Yeah, it's a little interesting too. I think that one difference as well for some, at least some of these builds, is that you see these effects that are really rewarding you for going heavy on one aspect, which is kind of funny because double aspect cards are in a pretty weak position. But
Absolutely.
things like Lando's ability making you want to build around a single aspect, or faith in your friends really rewarding you for having that disclose ready, are still encouraging people to make decks that are focused on a single aspect in its cards.
And I think A Lawless Time really enhances that a little bit of you're focused on building around a single aspect, but with these multi-aspect cards, things like, Luke Skywalker, K2SO, all being aggression, cunning, heroism cards, it allows you to build into a single aspect while also still getting some benefit from being a second aspect. So following the disclosed set with a multi-aspect set, I think quite smart design from FFG.
Yeah, and I think we're in a very interesting place in Star Wars Unlimited as a whole right now. I'm going to be pretty excited to see how things develop as we see more sets. Are we going to see I honestly couldn't tell you where exactly the game is going to go meta-wise. I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how things pan out as more cards start getting introduced. It is worth noting the current period is basically as few cards as are going to exist in the game. We are in a four set meta right now, which is essentially going to be the minimum, and we'll see what happens as we shift towards a meta with more sets once more releases come out, and then shift back to a four set meta again next year when we have our second wave of rotation.
Yeah, the first year we really saw like a development of the game where back in set one we only had one set. So the game had to sort of evolve and add in additional sets. And then we finally hit kind of the baseline once Jump to Lightspeed was released with that four set meta. And we're seeing kind of the first cycling of the meta, right? Where now this is kind of the rotation that we're gonna have to get used to, the cycle of 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, and that will be kind of the constant churn of sets going forward.
Yeah, I think that the number of sets in the meta is a very relevant thing to consider in terms of what that meta may end up looking like, simply because, a meta with a lot of cards versus a meta with fewer options could lead to some very big differences with respect to what sorts of strategies are popular. And I think there's something actually exciting about metas with not that many cards sometimes. So
Yeah.
I personally find the prospect of these early rotation metas a very interesting, very exciting time to be playing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Now we are swinging into our match here. Looks like we have Michael Ashbaugh on Luke Skywalker. He was, I believe, one of our undefeated players coming into day two, or at least was playing for undefeated and was 7-1. And then Dylan Sumner on this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, who I believe was our last remaining undefeated player, has had a last rough couple games, losing a couple, but still, and potentially in position to make this top cut.
All right. Well, Michael Ashbo versus Dylan Sumner rather, and I think you said earlier only one Luke Skywalker data vault had made it, but still going strong. I think in some ways it would actually be really interesting and funny if a single Luke Skywalker data vault player battled through and made the cut.
It's proven to all the haters that Luke can still get it done. Now, I do think that this Lando Lake Country matchup is a little bit on the rougher side the cunning heroism does have several tools to deal with a lot of the early pressure from Michael. It can develop its own pressure with something like Faith in Your Friends. It also has the Blue Ace Ambusher, which is a great way to answer two threats most likely out of the opponent. So we'll see how Michael Ashbach can position himself in this matchup.
Yeah, and I do think Blue Ace is a very powerful card in the right situation. Now, we were talking earlier about decks that were really focused on, decks that were really focused on making crazy plays with aggressive negotiations versus decks that just sort of have aggressive negotiations as part of their game plan. I think that Luke is a deck that has aggressive negotiations as part of its game plan, but isn't really leaning into tons of card draw or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just utilizing it almost as a surprise strike that can be a little bit extra juiced. And honestly, if I had to pay three costs or three resources for a surprise strike, I think there are some decks pre-rotation that would be doing it, and definitely some decks post-rotation that would probably be doing that. So utilizing it as just like you had said, that not necessarily building around the aggressive negotiations, but having it as an option that your opponent has to be aware of.
Yeah, and aggressive negotiations. We were talking earlier about Surprise Strike. So Surprise Strike was an extremely popular card in the early era of the game, but has fallen by the wayside post rotation, where it's no longer a legal card to play.
Yeah.
However, I think if Surprise Strike were legal in the current meta, some of these decks would probably still prefer it to aggressive negotiations, even though aggressive negotiations has kind of been the talk of the town for a time.
Yeah, because the negotiations is quite potent, and even just the threat of it makes your opponent have to play around it, right? So if you expect your opponent to be on the aggressive negotiations, you're constantly having to do that math and maybe force the claim a little bit earlier than you normally would because, if your opponent draws two cards and doesn't resource that aggressive negotiations is hitting you for six additional damage as opposed to three, which that is a big jump for a pump. So there are some decks that would prefer Surprise Strike most likely, but aggressive negotiations would still definitely have a home.
Yeah. And I think it's I think it's a very interesting card in terms of its overall dynamics, where you can build around it, but you might end up actually being more successful with a build that doesn't build entirely around the card, but just uses it in the right moments.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to be getting underway shortly here. Michael Ashbow versus Dylan Sumner. Luke Skywalker Data Vault versus Lando Calrissian Lake Country. Luke Data Vault, a deck that a lot of people were afraid of, but that hasn't necessarily been having the tournament results that people would expect. Lando Lake Country, a deck that I don't think that many people were necessarily anticipating for this event, but has been having really disproportionately successful results.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like Dylan has the initiative for this game, and we're going to get started. So, what's the dream start here? Master Codebreaker into do you go Master Codebreaker into Faith in Your Friends?
Usually, although Dylan here decides to Lando activate and misses, normally calling cunning, but that aggressive negotiation is coming back to haunt him. I wonder if he was trying to set up sometimes specifically against a Luke deck, turn one activate Lando Calrissian, and to turn two ambush a blue ace can be a very powerful play.
Yeah, try and give your opponent a big setback in that space arena. Red Squadron Y Wing is on the field for Michael, and there's the Chewbacca pilot, which does mean that if Blue Ace does show up, the bonus stats from Pilot Chewie are going to mean that Y Wing is out of range. An N1
Yeah, very.
Starfighter takes flight for Dylan Sumner, and then the Y-wing there attacks. It has 4 damage from the base stats and Chewie, and then 3 indirect damage on attack as well. And the indirect
Looks like,
damage, Dylan just said this puts it on the base, and that's probably one of the advantages of playing late country in some
yeah.
ways is you have a lot of base HP to weather effects like that. Michael then using Luke's leader ability to put 1 damage on that N1 Starfighter.
Yeah, it looks like Dylan here, after missing on that credit to Blue Ace right away, taking a bit of punishment here 14 total damage from this Y-Wing, but setting up to be able to trade the N1 Starfighter and now ambush the Blue Ace into this Y-Wing.
Yeah, so the awkward thing here for Dylan though is so the blue ace ambush here is going to defeat the Y wing, but the blue ace takes 4 damage in return, and Luke's leader ability will actually be able to defeat it. So Michael will be able to. Oh, but the leader ability not even needed there. A B wing skirmisher arrives, and the on attack ability defeats blue ace. So once again, Michael, the only player with presence in that space arena. A second copy of Blue Ace would be really nice here for Dylan Sumner.
It would be. But this whole game kind of snowballed from that turn one activate and whiff on the aggressive negotiations. Now, statistically, very unlikely to happen. I think Dylan calculated that and decided a turn two Blue Ace was worth it, but there is a cost for including this out of aspect card in your Lando deck.
Yeah, and this is I think this deck is built around calling cunning and having pretty high hit rates on cunning, but sometimes you do unfortunately get unlucky. And
Yeah.
Dylan maybe a bit on the back foot after that unlucky break early on. Now we see the Master Codebreaker being played. When played, search the top 8 of cards of your deck for a Gambit card, reveal it, and draw it. And Faith in Your Friends, the card that we're seeing there, we were discussing that earlier as one of the deck's desirable play lines. Another copy of Chewbacca Pilot, this time on that V-Wing Skirmisher, and that's another unit that can be swinging for 7 damage here.
Yeah, I mean, Lake Country has a lot of health, but taking chunks of seven at a time, you'll still get erased pretty quickly. It'll only take five total attacks. So one more from this B-Wing Skirmisher this turn, and then two more on the following two turns. Plus, that doesn't account for a potential follow-up space unit Michael might play and the Luke pilot deploy. So a lot of damage coming Dylan's way.
Yeah, now Dylan does still have 3 resources and a credit here, I believe. So turns not exactly over for Dylan. Michael has 2 resources. I think there's a good chance we're going to see a 2 cost ship of some kind played to give Luke a ship to pilot on the next turn.
Absolutely. Now, something that Dylan can play for, he's building up these credits to get up to two, and with a resource next turn, we'll have 6 resources and 2 credits before Lando even flips. He may be trying to go for an early liberty to try and stymie up the space arena a little bit.
Yeah, that would certainly be very disruptive. Faith in Your Friends being played. Search the top 3 cards of your deck for a card and draw it. Then you may disclose 3 cunning and 2 heroism if you do create 2 spy tokens. And it looks like Dylan Sumner may have. Did he miss the disclose? No, I
I
think
think,
maybe he's just showing it now. Yeah, there
yeah,
we go.
he's deciding what he wants to disclose here. Going with Qui-Gon Jinn, Watch This, and Faith in Your Friends.
Faith in Your Friends showing another Faith in Your Friends is definitely a nice moment. And look at that. Michael not playing another card, just going to take initiative here. I think that indicates we may actually see Luke Skywalker deploying to the ground arena next turn.
Yeah, and valuing that 7 damage really sharply, I think analyzing that Dylan's going to be up to 8 resources, can slam that Liberty if he gets initiative. I just want to make sure I get my 7 damage in, and maybe has something like a sudden ferocity to plot onto his Luke Skywalker on the ground, hoping that Dylan does not have an answer now. Dylan did show him the Qui-Gon unit, so Qui-Gon would be an answer for a Luke deployed to the ground, but that means that Dylan wouldn't be deploying an answer for this B-Wing skirmisher in space, and it would be able to punch through for lethal the following turn.
Dylan did spend one of those 2 credits to play the second copy of Faith in Your Friends, once again generating 2 spies, but we are going to be going into this turn with only 1 credit already on the field. So 6 resources and 1 credit for Dylan Sumner, and we will soon be on 6 resources for Michael Ashbow as well, I believe, which but with Michael Ashbow having the initiative, this B-Wing skirmisher is poised to hit the base for another 7 damage.
Yeah. Now, out of the aggressive negotiations range, I believe it would need to be for +6. And at this point in the game, I don't think that's where we're sitting. We're probably closer to a +3 or a +4 in that aggressive negotiation. So, can still do a lot of damage though. And Dylan has a lot of actions to churn where I think what we're gonna kind of see is Dylan try to position a liberty play to be able to exhaust this Luke leader if it ever flips to ground, and Michael might be trying to delay in passing a bunch of actions for waiting for Dylan to use his resources before he deploys his Luke.
Yeah, now Michael could potentially deploy to the ground and immediately attack by using Sintakaz with plot, but I believe he would be off by 1. We're
Yes.
going to go up to 28 damage with that attack from the B-Wing skirmishers. That would leave, with Lake Country having 34 HP, there's 6 HP left. Flipping Luke and using Cinta would not win the game.
Yes, and so it would have to be something like a sudden ferocity, or maybe a flip and then an aggressive negotiations. But importantly, that would take two actions. So it would give Dylan an action to interact with something like a Liberty or even a Qui-Gon.
Okay, so now we see Lando Calrissian flips to the ground arena and converts 1 credit into 3 credits. Dylan has quite a lot of units in that ground arena, actually, with 4 spies, the Master Codebreaker, and now the Lando Calrissian leader unit as well. Michael crucially off by 1 on Luke plus Cinta.
Yeah, and
Thinking about what to do.
Dylan does have enough units to where if Michael goes for a Luke plus Cinta play, he can trade into both of those ground units with all of his spies plus his Lando, and then leave defeating both these units and have the resources left to play Liberty. So, however, that is pretty action intensive. So Dylan might not be able to pass, so quote unquote, with these attacks. Delaying actions as Michael passes back to him. So Dylan might have to choose here. Do I want to play around the Cinta by just playing the Liberty immediately, or do I want to play around the sudden ferocity by attacking with all these little units first?
Michael Ashbo considering what to do here. It's going to be 5 or 6 resources exhausted. Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite now on the field.
Now
So
that is
that's
a
going to be
very
another space threat, and very importantly, that card has Saboteur.
Yeah, so it gets to attack through the Liberty if that's what Dylan has. However, it wouldn't be lethal on its own. It would need a pump alongside it if this Luke doesn't get his damage through. Now, he could decide to just deploy his Luke into the space, but decides to just claim, I imagine going for a plot with the Santa Cause on that Kit Fisto Sather Sprite.
Yes. So we are now Dylan is now really kind of under the gun here in terms of I'm not actually entirely sure what answer he could find. We do see Liberty played. Liberty is a very strong card, but the Saboteur on that Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite does set Michael up to win if he has maybe an aggressive negotiations or a Luke deployment into Cinta. The answers very much are there.
Yeah. And I think Dylan here, understanding that Cinta is going to be hard to beat anyway, I don't think he has an answer if a Cinta cause is plotted out. So deciding I'm not going to play around it. I'm just going to play as if you don't have it and give myself the best chance to win in case you don't have that card.
Yeah, sometimes you have to play to your outs in these games and just say if he has it, he has it. I need to assume that he doesn't have it and see what I can do to win in those lines. Luke Skywalker flips onto Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite, and there's Cinta.
Yeah.
So Cinta plotted out there when played, you may attack with another unit. Luke Skywalker piloting Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite as an upgrade there, and with Saboteur, it can sneak right past Liberty and attack and destroy the enemy base. Dylan Sumner losing game 1 to Michael Ashbo. We're going to be 1-0, but I do feel Dylan had some unfortunate luck in that game. We'll see how things go as we move into the second game of this match.
Yeah. That game really spiraled away from Dylan on turn one, missing on the Lando Calrissian leader ability, calling cunning but revealing in aggressive negotiations, not getting that credit, meaning he couldn't follow up on turn two with a blue ace, allowing Michael to get that Chewbacca on to his Y Wing. And then having a follow up B Wing skirmisher with another Chewbacca. Traditionally, this is most likely a bad matchup for Michael, at least historically, it has been against Landos of other flavors, such as a Lando Vigilance, but Michael deciding, you know what, I'm going to go for these high risk, high reward plays with these Chewbaccas and just hope my opponent doesn't have the answer because that's how I win these games.
Yeah, and should be interesting to see whether or not that strategy can hold up. Also interesting to see what we bring in from the sideboard in game 2 for these players. And I do think one thing to note about that is I would imagine, although I could be wrong, that Dylan Sumner has more sideboard preparation for Michael's deck than Michael has for Dylan's deck.
Yeah, so there might be some splash damage on Michael's side of preparing for other Lando decks in his sideboard. Faith in Your Friends is a common card across all Lando decks. These top end bombs, he might have some answers for Liberty because it's a pretty common card in the meta. So Dylan, not necessarily completely under the radar with his deck choice. If you have
That's
tools for
true.
Lando, you're going to have tools for this Lando Lake Country to some extent. Not fully, but you know. And Dylan maybe not
Yeah.
packing as much hate because he thinks this is a good matchup pre-boarded.
Yeah, one card that I think or one type of card that I think we might see would be credit hate. So
Hmm.
credit hate is effective against different versions of Lando. It can be effective sometimes against other decks that are making credits. You see the Tobias Beckett build. It can actually be very, very disruptive to Chewbacca, especially early
Yeah.
on. So if Michael is bringing credit hate, he might not have had Lando Lake Country in mind, but it would still be quite relevant to have in this scenario.
Absolutely. Things like Arvel Skeen is most common out of these aggression based decks. Now, Dylan, anytime you sit down across from an aggression deck as a credit based deck, you're pretty aware of credit hate. And just in general, the format is built around having some amount of credit hate. Especially in Arvel Scheme, because it is the most efficient and cheapest costed piece of credit hate. So, going to be aware of that and try and play around it as much as possible. And oftentimes, these Lando decks, and especially I think this Lando Lake Country deck, can play through the credit hate and just play as if, I'm gonna play my units and my events on curve and not worry about making the credits. But if the opportunity arises, I can weave in those credits.
Yeah, and one note also is that the credit hate cards do not really synergize with what a Luke Skywalker deck is otherwise trying to do. So it's not as likely they would be, a core part of that game plan. I think that in some decks, so for instance, in Chewbacca Cunning, I actually have Lieutenant Gorn in the main deck because a 3 cost 4/4 ground unit is like in keeping with what that deck is broadly trying to do,
Yeah.
and the credit hate is a bonus. But with Luke, that's really not the case because the credit hate cards that we've seen have generally been on ground units, whereas Luke's game plan revolves around space units, and he's less likely to want to go to the ground.
Yeah. So it's still a very potent tool, and if you're a Luke deck, I would not be surprised if it's an option you go to, especially if Lando is one of your worst matchups. Having that tool available can help try and shore up that matchup a little bit, but we will see if Michael Ashbaugh has brought in any credit hate. Looks like Dylan, it appears, has kept his opening 6 card hand while Michael is taking a mulligan here.
All right, we are about to get underway here. I think should be interesting to see how this next round develops. Michael Ashbo versus Dylan Sumner.
Yeah, and
And
taking a bit of a pause here, but should be back here shortly as the players prepare for the second game.
should be interesting to see this in action. Round 1 or the first game of this round rather looked quite good for Michael Ashbo, and we'll see whether or not he can keep up that performance in round 2. Could be a quick win if so, but I do think Dylan not having the best luck, missing that Lando credit on the first turn, really I do think set him back, and I wouldn't be surprised if he puts together a stronger showing here in the second game of the match.
Yeah, and Dylan had an interesting decision point to make even on turn 1 of the game. Decided to go for that turn 2 blue ace with the turn 1 create a credit ability from Lando, but I believe he did have faith in your friends as well to potentially start building the race. Deciding, though, that, and I think correctly, you know, I want to set up this blue ace because one of the only ways I think I can lose this game is if my opponent gets a Chewbacca going first. And so decides to play around that. Unfortunately, it hits the low roll and just misses with that ability.
All right, we are getting underway, and I believe we are going to see a vehicle on the ground and a vehicle in space here. We have I believe that might be the Canyon front runner there for
Yeah.
Dylan Sumner and the Jedi Starfighter in space for Michael Ashbo.
Yeah, Canyon Front Runner, quite a fun card. A little 3/2 on attack. If no other unit has attacked, give a unit -2, -0 for the phase.
Now the Axe Forgets is going to land here from Dylan, bouncing that Jedi Starfighter. The Jedi Starfighter is itself honestly a bit of a weaker play. Not something, that it's a unit that's very effective at fighting for the space arena against other decks that are trying to do space things, but it's not necessarily what Michael most wants to see in terms of pushing damage to Dylan's base.
Yeah.
And once Dylan bounces it, we indeed see a different unit played, Black One, rather than replaying that Jedi Starfighter. But Michael has not been able to make powerful space units or big pilots or whatever stick. And we'll see how this continues. Phoenix Squadron, or I'm sorry, it's going to be the Resistance Blue Squadron there. And when played, you deal 2 damage, or 2 damage in this situation is 1 damage for each space unit you control, which is exactly enough to remove that Canyon Frontrunner.
Yeah, and previous turn we saw Dylan take more of a tempo-oriented play, deciding to and forego developing his own board, playing the Axe Forgets to remove Michael's board. I think that is in big respects to Chewbacca, realizing that Chewbacca is kind of the one card that can lose me the game here. It's one of the tougher cards to deal with, and playing around that as much as he can.
Yeah, the Jedi Starfighter on its own is not really that powerful, but if Michael had been able to get Chewbacca on there, that would be a very different story. Now we see Dylan Sumner actually playing a copy of Lightmaker using the credit that he had there from earlier. So now it seems Dylan is very much putting up a fight in the space arena.
Yeah, having some tools, this early light maker has some blue aces. I believe I peeked a copy of Commandeer out of Dylan's hand as well, out of the sideboard. So, has some interaction in the space lane, and I'm curious to see where Dylan decides to go. Michael claiming early to potentially play around this light maker, but I'd be interested to see whether Dylan takes this light maker to the base or if he decides to start cleaning up the board a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a comparatively early initiative taken here from Michael Ashbow, trying to have an opportunity to do something about that Lightmaker earlier. But even if Michael's able to defeat Lightmaker, it would then exhaust the other units that are ready in that arena, which would itself be slowing down his tempo. So I think this Lightmaker could be a big obstacle that Dylan has put in Michael's path here.
Lightmaker is also really good against these pilot space decks in general because, oftentimes they deploy and they get a lot of extra HP, but the Lightmaker can sometimes, maybe sometimes in concert with something like an aggressive negotiations or a Han pilot, uh, is able to take down those pilot leaders on their ship.
Yeah, swinging for 7 damage thanks to that raid 4 is no joke. And even, some of the more resilient space units or a smaller ship with a pilot or similar may not actually be able to weather that damage. So Michael needs to find some kind of answer here. Swings for 2 to base with Black One. Okay, so I think what's being set up here, Lightmaker could attack and defeat the Resistance Blue Squadron, but would then be left on 1 HP and could be pinged off with Luke Skywalker's leader ability. Wow, Dylan uses Lando's ability and misses again. Once again, he's hit aggressive negotiations off that top deck.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. This is not something you expect to happen too often. It is a risk in playing the deck as it is constructed, but, eh, you know, unfortunate to have it happen twice in one match.
Okay, the Resistance Blue Squadron actually attacks Lightmaker, leaving both units on 1 HP, and that means Lightmaker could be removed by Luke Skywalker's leader ability, but Dylan Sumner playing the Han Solo pilot card there. Han Solo played as an upgrade, allowing Lightmaker to immediately attack uh, with +2, +3 for the upgrade there. So that is going to be a very mighty swing for 9 damage, I believe. But then Michael Ashbow countering with Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite. This was the unit that won game one thanks to Saboteur, but this time it's the when played ability that's relevant, defeating any number of upgrades on the unit. So the Han Solo pilot upgrade card defeated there, and then Luke Skywalker's leader ability dealing 1 damage to that Lightmaker removes it from the board. And now Dylan Sumner might be in some trouble.
Yeah, really unfortunate getting that miss on the aggressive negotiations now. Uh, don't know exactly what he was trying to set up, but anytime you miss on a Lando Calrissian ability, it just is unfortunate. Now has to, if he wants to get that explosive deployed this turn, has to go for the Lando ability again and then deploy, and risks having potentially another miss, and it's going to be down a resource having to use that Lando ability.
Yeah, and I think that could be a very important resource to be missing here. But we'll have to see how it goes. At the very least, it's going to slow down some tempo. But here's a commandeer. Take control of a non-leader vehicle unit that costs 6 or less without a pilot on it. If you do, ready it at the start of the next regroup phase. Return that unit to its owner's hand. Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite, the space unit there, now under Dylan Sumner's control, at least until the end of this turn.
Yeah, and this is not necessarily a very constructive play for Dylan to develop to the board, but what it does do is it prevents Michael from being able to deploy the Luke onto the Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite, which allows Dylan to potentially deploy Liberty in the future and wall off that Luke pilot leader to have that Sentinel, since it won't be flipping onto a ship with Saboteur if Michael decides to flip onto a ship this turn.
That's right, Mickey. In game one, Luke Skywalker, the leader unit, being able to deploy as a pilot onto a ship with Saboteur was crucial for letting Michael sneak past Dylan Sumner's copy of Liberty. But that isn't going to be an option here. At least it doesn't look that way. Now take a look at that. An aggressive negotiations used by Michael Ashbo to trade the Resistance Blue Squadron there for the commandeered copy of Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite. That leaves Black 1 as the only unit on the field. Dylan Sumner using Lando's ability. This time it works. And Michael Ashbo will deploy his Luke Skywalker leader card as a pilot onto Black 1. Black 1 now getting +1 power for being upgraded. And now we're going to see sudden ferocity played from the hand rather than from the row, but still giving +3 power. Dylan Sumner's copy of Lando Calrissian deployed to the ground, made those extra credits, and swung in for 4 damage. But then we see a very powerful swing from Michael Ashbo's piloted Black One. Luke Skywalker, the leader as a pilot, sudden ferocity on there as well. 12 damage on Dylan Sumner's base now, 16 damage on Michael Ashbo's base.
Now, if we see something like a Liberty from Dylan Sumner here, getting initiative, having to play that Sun Ferocity from hand instead of being able to cheat the action, and we see Dylan going exactly for that, it gave Dylan the initiative, allowing him to tap down this Luke pilot leader. Very big swing here from Dylan.
Yeah, now I think Michael Ashbo really not in the driver's seat at this point necessarily. Dylan Sumner has dealt more damage to Michael's base. This Liberty is a sentinel. The commandeer play prevented Michael Ashbo from getting his Luke Skywalker leader card to pilot a ship with Saboteur. And now Michael, wow, really in trouble here, ends up actually having to take the initiative without
Yeah.
playing a single card. Very, very behind on tempo.
If Dylan, or if Michael spends his turn and resources developing a card, Dylan just gets to claim and attack base with that Liberty again to tap down the pilot Luke and deal 9 damage to Michael's base, and then at that point, it's most likely that he has enough pressure and tempo for lethal damage. So huge play
Yeah,
from Dylan.
this has been a really interesting game. We've seen a lot of back and forth. We've seen the players fighting for the space arena. Ultimately, Michael had like a brief window where things were looking really pretty good, but with Liberty now out there and blocking Luke, Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite countered by that commandeer earlier, Michael Ashbo does look to be fairly behind at this point.
Yeah,
The
Michael
Master
could have.
Codebreaker being played along with a Faith in Your Friends with, I believe, is there no disclose? So I guess the
No,
spy token's not being made.
that was the find off of the Master
Or no, yeah,
Codebreaker.
that's right, that's right. It was the Master Codebreaker finding the Faith in Your Friends, not Faith in Your Friends being played and missing. Okay.
Yeah. Now, Michael Asheville, if he has to trade his Luke pilot into this Liberty, it's a play you have to make if it's your only option, but it still doesn't feel good. You're behind on the damage race, you're behind on the board. You saw Dylan just add a faith in his friends into his hand, so he's most likely going to be able to accelerate his board even further. This is, what started a little rough for Dylan, missing again off of that Lando ability, that Lightmaker into that commandeer, especially being able to swing the tempo back in his favor.
Yeah, now there are a few things that Michael could do to like mess with this situation, but yeah, it's going to be an attack into Liberty. Luke Skywalker's on attack ability used to deal 3 damage there to the Lando Calrissian leader unit on the ground, but it is just a trade, and we don't have like a hot shot maneuver, for instance, that would be able to defeat Lando Calrissian on the ground as well. Michael Ashbo pretty behind here. I think just trying to rebuild the board.
I think Dylan far ahead enough here. Looks like he's picking an aggressive negotiations off of that faith in your friend, since that'll be most likely lethal in one action, but also has the ability, since he's so far ahead now, that he can spend his entire turn just developing his board, not worry too much about initiative, since Michael it can't do too much dangerous to him. Even this Chewbacca isn't too scary, and Mike Dylan in a commanding position.
Yeah, I think Michael Ashbo, I might be missing something. It looks like he maybe exhausted an extra resource there. It doesn't really I don't think it really matters at this point.
Yeah.
But it looks like he exhausted 3 resources for the, Phoenix Squadron A wing, which should only cost 2. However, I think as we were discussing, Dylan is, far ahead on the race, strong ground arena, and there's aggressive negotiations to close it out. This, I think, was a card that actually proved to be an annoying problem for Dylan earlier with those Lando activations hitting it and not generating a credit, but in that game, it shows why it's included as it also allows Dylan to close things out quickly.
Yeah, see exactly why, it's worth that risk having the slightly less percentage chance now. Going down from 100% is very scary. Aggressive negotiations, though, too powerful of a card. Maybe not needed necessarily in that game, because I think Dylan was far enough ahead that even without that aggressive negotiations, he could have taken it down. But guaranteeing the win in one action just in case anything wild or wonky would happen. Plus, kind of even just as a showcase of the power, if that board state was a little bit closer or if the damage race was a little bit closer, the ability to be able to claim and just have lethal in one action, very powerful in this format.
Yeah, so Mickey, we were talking about this earlier. If Surprise Strike hadn't rotated, would this Lando deck still be playing aggressive negotiations, or would it be on Surprise Strike for the increased Lando consistency?
That is very interesting question. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. The plus extra damage really does come up. You think it's only plus two, but really, what that plus two attack might read as is plus one action, and plus one action is way more valuable than a plus two attack might initially appear as. So it would be an interesting discussion, right? Because there is a card from Intro to Battle Hoth that gives plus two plus O an attack. It's basically a mini surprise strike, and so that wasn't chosen over this aggressive negotiations. Now, if that extra attack on a surprise strike were would that be enough to change the difference? My instinct is no. Having only 3 misses in your deck is probably okay. And we saw Dylan there, even with a miss, still managed to win that game. But it is a very interesting discussion.
Yeah, I think I remember back in the pre-rotation days playing Sabine Wren aggro decks with For a Cause I Believe In, a card that essentially flipped cards from the top of your deck looking for the heroism aspect. And there was some real discussion about how many non-heroism cards can we afford to have in the deck, because every non-heroism card you include in the deck would degrade your for a cause I believe in odds. But at the same
Mhm.
time, some of those cards were really good. So that there would be some people who would have a deck constructed with entirely heroism, and then there would be others that would be including a few non-heroism cards. And there was always some interesting decisions to make in the deck building there.
Yeah, and I think Lando in general can build around missing a little bit more, right? If you build your deck to be less time sensitive as to when you need those credits, I think this Lando late country deck oftentimes has the ability to underdrop and make a credit throughout multiple turns of the game if it needs to, as well as it has a card like Bix Kaleen, which can create that credit without having to worry about hitting with the Lando ability by just discarding a card either when it's played or on the attack. So has other ways to make credits and isn't as time sensitive with those credits. You can afford a miss or two, especially for a card as powerful as aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, I think we're about to see what will happen in game 3. It looks like Michael Ashbell maybe taking a mulligan, or maybe just taking longer to shuffle up, while Dylan, I believe, already has 1 resource down and now making the second resource decision.
Yeah, so keeping his opening hand indicates a relatively powerful hand, most likely. This Lando deck I had mentioned earlier on in previous matches where it was on stream is a deck that can tend to mulligan pretty aggressively. You play enough early drops that you really want to dig for your powerful turn one plays. The deck is built around Master Codebreaker and Faith in Your Friends, so why not spend as many resources as possible, including your mulligan, as a resource to find those cards?
Yeah. That's one thing that I personally like a lot about playing decks that have more early game plays compared to ones where you only have a few. I like being able to I like being able to mulligan with a hand that's maybe decent but not the best and still know I have a very high chance of having a turn one play.
Yeah, decks like the Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force base oftentimes play just 12 2 drops. And so if you see an opening hand with a 2 drop, but not necessarily a great follow-up, like maybe you have a 3 drop but nothing after that, or you don't have a 3 drop, it can be a difficult decision on whether or not you're supposed to mulligan that hand. Whereas with this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, oftentimes if you're not seeing your most powerful cards in your opening hand, you're shipping it back.
Yeah, and another thing to note is that even if you miss your turn one play, you can still use Lando's ability, potentially make a credit, and do at least something to set up for future turns. Whereas some other decks that miss a turn one play just have nothing to do with their resources at that point.
Yeah, and you see that's like not necessarily an uncommon play line. Dylan went for it in game one using the Leno ability, trying to set up a blue ace. Can do similarly with like a Bix Colleen on turn two, but
Michael Ashbo going to lead off this game by playing Black One, a quite relevant space unit, and Dylan Sumner going with the Master Codebreaker on the ground, searching the top 8 cards of the deck for a Gambit, revealing, I believe that is the Axe Forgets, and
yes.
drawing it. So we could very well see that Axe Forgets played next turn.
And one of the power of the Master Codebreakers is you're able to underdrop those gambits now. So Axe Forgets, if it's the first gambit you play in a turn, would only cost one, allowing him to develop a second 2 drop or potentially something like a Faith in Your Friends alongside it.
Yeah, very relevant. Does only apply to the first Gambit card you play each round, but just one extra resource can often be enough for some big plays. Looks like we're not going to see a Chewy pilot or anything like that. It's just going to be a basic attack with Black One from Michael Ashbow, 2 damage onto Dylan Sumner's base.
Yeah. And if you're Dylan, breathing a sigh of relief there, both by not seeing a Chewbacca and also by not seeing an aggressive negotiations come off the top with that Lando ability, having had that happen twice already.
Yep, Dylan makes a credit. Now we see Michael Ashbow playing the Jedi Starfighter and the Canyon Frontrunner on the ground there for Dylan Sumner.
Yeah. Dylan deciding here that Michael's not developing a lot of power in his space arena. It's only 3 power developed up there. So deciding that I'm going to start a space versus ground battle and see if I can outrace this deck. I have one more HP. I have a lot of tools to help me in the race. So I'm deciding here. I'm the aggro.
Michael Ashbo uses Luke Skywalker's leader card ability there to deal 1 damage to the Canyon Frontrunner unit, which does mean that Dylan Sumner will be able to take the initiative this turn, and the Canyon Frontrunner can potentially attack and give a unit -2 power for this phase, which is quite a nice ability to have in a race.
Yeah, basically a 5 HP health swing if you think about it, dealing 3 to your opponent's base while also healing your base for 2 effectively, since that black one would be shrunk for 2 and wouldn't be able to deal its 2 damage it otherwise normally would.
Yeah, and it looks like that's just what we're going to see. Canyon Frontrunner attacks for 3 damage, and on attack, giving -2 power to that black one ground unit. And I think the Luke Skywalker leader card here is exhausted, but shouldn't be. I think that might be a
Yeah.
holder from last turn. Yeah, yeah, okay, and that's fixed now. So I think there's a good chance that we are going to see Luke Skywalker's leader ability used to defeat the Canyon Frontrunner. But Dylan Sumner playing Rose Tico here, using a credit. Rose Tico 5/5. If you control a non-unique unit, this unit enters play ready, and that is a very fast racing card.
Yeah, this is another one of the core cards in this deck. You have so many spies with Faith in Your Friends, even Bail Organa being able to discard a card to create spies. This Canyon Front Runner, you have Stolen AT Hauler, and being able to make that credit, cheat out Rose Tico can really swing a race aggressively. Dylan going to be able to push for 5. This Luke can't defeat the Canyon Front Runner with the ping, but still having a 5/5 being able to swing immediately this turn is huge.
Yeah, Dylan Sumner really pulling ahead in this race with that Rose Tico ground unit being played. We do see the B-Wing Skirmisher from Michael Ashbo, but there aren't any enemy units to hit with that when played effect. Michael does play the R2D2 pilot unit card onto that B-Wing Skirmisher, so now up to 5/5. Might have liked to play that onto black 1, but maybe worried about the Axe Forgets, which we saw earlier. B-Wing Skirmisher, I believe, out of range of the Axe Forgets because it has a higher base cost.
Yes, and it also puts the B-Wing Skirmisher out of range of a blue ace being able to ambush in and trade it. So while you're necessarily losing some damage, both because if you put it on the black one, it would get an additional attack. Plus, it would be able to attack that turn with the extra buff it would have gotten from R2D2. Putting it on the B-Wing Skirmisher to protect it and have a body to flip Luke onto, I think makes a lot of sense.
We begin turn 4 here with a 5 damage swing from Rose Tico, followed by a 5 damage swing from that buffed B-Wing Skirmisher space unit. So that Rose Tico ground unit doing 5 damage with each attack. Very powerful.
Yeah,
Very powerful.
it's already done about a third of Michael's base HP just over the course of 2 turns. That extra attack, really important. Rose Tico, I think one of the most powerful and underrated cards from A Lawless Time, and we're really seeing it shine in this Lando Lake Country deck.
All right. Looks like Faith in Your Friends being played here by Dylan Sumner. And that is going to be only one cost because it is a gambit and the master codebreaker remaining in play. So Dylan searches the top 3 cards of the deck for a card and draws it, then can disclose 3 cunning and 2 heroism aspects to create 2 spies. Let's see. I think that's a blue ace, the axe forgets, and another copy of Faith in Your Friends being disclosed there. And so then we see the 2 spy tokens being made. Michael attacks for another 2 damage using the black 1 space unit there, up to 10 damage on Dylan Sumner's base, 13 damage on Michael's base.
Yeah, I
This
was about to say I would not be surprised to see Dylan here just go super wide on the ground, trying to develop as much pressure as he can and out tempo. I believe off of that first Faith in Your Friends, he grabbed an aggressive negotiations, trying to set up for a potential lethal swing next turn, thinking he can survive a similar push from his opponent.
Yeah, this is we're gonna see quite a swarm here.
Though
I
looks
believe
like he
they're
chose not to disclose off of that second Faith in Your Friends.
that's interesting. I
If
wonder
I
if he
am
missed the aspects. It's possible. I believe he showed Faith in Your Friends as one of he showed the second Faith in Your Friends as one of the cards from the first Faith in Your Friends. So it's possible that he couldn't find a replacement that allows him to get the right aspects, or maybe he just doesn't want to disclose at this time and is satisfied with the card draw. I'm not entirely sure.
I do wonder if because I saw I believe aggressive negotiations off the first one. If Dylan just found a second aggressive negotiations and his plan is to over the course of 2 turns just super efficiently use aggressive negotiations to finish his opponent out.
Yeah, it's interesting. And if that is the plan, it could definitely deal a lot of damage. Now, Dylan's board advantage fading a bit here as Michael Ashbo plays red 5 running the trench, another quite relevant space unit. And Dylan does not resolve the disclose there from the second Faith in Your Friends. So we don't see the 2 spies that would otherwise have been created. But Dylan is ahead in the race thus far. And aggressive negotiations can be a great tool for closing a race out.
Yeah, something like a watch this could also be quite powerful from Dylan, being able to return one of those units to his opponent's hand and exhaust the entire space arena before Michael even gets to deploy or attack. But looks like he's just going for the damage first with the Rose Tico here.
Rose Tico swings in for another 5 damage. I believe we have 14 HP remaining now for Michael Ashbo. Dylan Sumner with 23 HP remaining, but we are going to start seeing that drained a bit. Michael attacks with the red 5 space unit using the on attack ability to inflict 2 damage on Rose Tico, since she was damaged by, I believe, Luke Skywalker's leader card ability on the previous turn.
Absolutely.
Dylan Sumner deploys the Lando Calrissian leader unit, going from 1 credit to 3 credits.
Michael deep in the tank here now. There's a lot to think about on this turn.
Yeah, so in terms of damage that is face up here, we are looking at, I believe, 9 damage on Dylan Sumner's board between Lando Calrissian, those 2 spies, and the Master Codebreaker. Michael Ashbow has a fair amount of damage on the board himself and still hasn't deployed Luke yet. Luke deploying onto the B-Wing Skirmisher. Sintakaz, that's going to be an immediate attack from the B-Wing Skirmisher. And then Luke Skywalker's on attack ability, allowing 3 damage to be inflicted as well, uses that damage to defeat one of the spy tokens, reducing the amount of incoming damage that Dylan has on the board. So we're now looking at just 7 damage face up for Dylan.
Yeah, and
And
notably, Dylan got to 9 resources with 3 credits and 6 resources, but that is not enough to play double aggressive negotiations this turn out of aspect.
that's right. Aggressive negotiations in Dylan's deck actually costs 5 resources, not 3. So a double aggressive negotiations is not going to be in the cards this turn, and I'm not sure a single copy of aggressive negotiations would get there now that that spy token has been taken off the board by the on attack ability of the Luke Skywalker leader card when out there as a pilot.
Yeah, it would have to be for,
23
I
damage
believe,
on each base.
+7 it would be. So if Dylan has 8 cards in hand, it would be enough, but I don't think he has quite that many.
Now, that B-wing skirmisher there has 4 base power, +1 for R2D2, and +4 for the Luke Skywalker pilot upgrade there as well. So that is swinging for 9, which is not enough to close the game, but would be with almost any attack pump.
Something like a trench run, his own aggressive negotiations would be quite enough. So,
Yeah,
Dylan
even a
might.
stay on target would be enough at this point. I think just the +2 there would go up to 11, which would be exact lethal.
And so, how much HP does that B-Wing Skirmisher has? I believe it's at 10. So, Dylan potentially doing the math on if he has a way to clear this. I believe he has a blue ace and a commandeer, but I think that's only 9. He could take the red 5, ambush the blue ace into the Luke pilot. That would deal 4. The red 5 would deal 2 with the on attack and 3 more, but that's only 9 damage.
That's right, and that B-wing skirmisher piloted by Luke Skywalker with good old R2D2 backing him up. That is actually enough for to have 10 HP, 4 base, +5 from the Luke Skywalker pilot card, and +1 from the R2D2 pilot card, which would mean 9 damage would be off by 1 and would not be able to defeat this B-wing. What
Dylan
can
doing the
Dylan
math.
Sumner do here? We're coming down to very thin margins.
Would love that liberty that he discarded off the top of his deck. Obviously,
Absolutely.
you don't know that that's what's on top of your deck. It could have been any other card, but it does sting a little bit to see it just sitting there in the discard.
Dylan Sumner really in a tough spot here, trying to think about what can he put together that can potentially stop another buff on that B-wing skirmisher swinging in to close out the game next turn.
Yeah. I think he's short a couple different ways. He's short 1 resource on double aggressive negotiations. He's short 1 damage on the B-Wing skirmisher. So may just have to hope his opponent doesn't have it here.
I wonder if not making those spies last turn is going to be decisive here.
Yeah.
Having just a little bit more damage to push would be very relevant if there's any sort of buff here for Dylan Sumner. Right now, he just swings with the Master Codebreaker, plays Light Maker, but that's not going to do anything immediately. If Michael Ashbow has the attack pump, and there it is, aggressive negotiations, Michael Ashbow wins a very close game 3 to take the match.
Yeah, very tight matchup there. We saw Dylan deciding great ground versus space race. I think I'm favored, but really the action efficiency from Luke being able to deploy, plot a Synthicause, get it all in one action, and immediately claim initiative. I wonder if Dylan could have. I don't know exactly what the math would have looked like with the cards in his hand, but if he could have set up a position where he maybe doesn't even deploy just aggressive negotiation to spy, and if Michael goes for that flip and attack with the Synth, he can just immediately claim and then aggressive negotiations again the following turn. But either way, very close matchup.
Yeah, that was a very tight match. I thought that Dylan Sumner sort of had the advantage earlier, but ultimately was not quite able to close it, off by a small amount. And Michael Ashbaugh had just barely the window that he needed to get in there with Luke Skywalker piloting that B-Wing skirmisher with the help of good old R2D2 to win the game.
Yeah, and Michael Ashbaugh getting to, I believe, X and 2, if he will be at least on the edges of top 8, if not potentially in it. So we might see a Luke Data Vault in our top 8 this afternoon.
Yeah. Luke Data Vault, a deck that has been popular but not all that successful in a lot of the past events this season. But Michael Ashbaugh showing, hey, this deck is still a real contender.
Yeah. And I think with the fall of Boba Fett at this event, no Boba Fett's really towards the top besides that Boba Fett vigilance that we saw. Um, gonna be maybe more of an opportunity for Luke to come back and see a rise in the meta. But that is going to be it from our rounds of Swiss. We will come back shortly with the top 8 coverage as well as the top 8 players. That is going to be it from me as well. You will be taken home by Tower Number 9 and Josh for the rest of the day. It's been a pleasure to commentate with you, Tower, as well as with Josh, and hope you enjoy the rest of the coverage from the Sector Qualifier here in Atlanta.
Great casting with you too, Mickey, and stay tuned, viewers. More Star Wars Unlimited on the way. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Atlanta Sector Qualifier brought to you by Star City Games. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined here by Josh Snyder as we prepare to move into that top cut. Josh, how are you feeling?
Feeling really good and feeling optimistic about what we are about to see. A very interesting top eight tower, three Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force, and three Lando Calrissian Lake Country. Not quite sure this is what most of us expected coming in, so should be a wild ride to the finish.
That's right. Boba Fett Lake Country was considered the deck to beat going into this event, and people figured out how to beat it. Not a single Boba Fett deck made it into this top eight. Instead, we have three of these Obi-Wan Kenobi 28 HP Vigilance Force decks. We have three of the Lando Lake Country decks, which I think have been taking some players by surprise. One Luke Skywalker Data Vault, and one Chewbacca with Mos Eisley 30 HP Cunning Base.
How about that tower? All of the flack that Luke Skywalker Data Vault has been receiving over the past couple weeks for its poor performances and how that Boba has just kind of pushed it down under, right? Boba's been the pilot leader that everyone has been talking about. And here we have Luke Skywalker in the top cut and no Boba's in sight. Really interesting stuff for sure. And having the Chewbacca cunning sneak in there, love to see that as well. This is a deck that has also picked up several PQ wins and definitely a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting to see this meta evolve, and I think Lando Lake Country, regardless of how it ends up finishing in this top eight, is definitely going to be a deck people will be talking about in this next week or two as a new and interesting element of the Star Wars Unlimited metagame.
Indeed. Now let's talk about something here, Tower. This Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force deck, the most represented deck in the field of this sector qualifier, converted very well. And here, of course, still converting very well into the top cut with three of our top cut players on this particular deck. But when you talk about Lando Calrissian, a deck that was paired with Lake Country, not nearly as represented this weekend, only 3% of the field, a massive difference of 12% between Obi-Wan Kenobi, Vigilance Force, and Lando Calrissian Lake Country. Only 3% of the field going in. I believe the total number, it was either 11 or 12 total Lando Calrissian Lake Country decks in the entire format here in Atlanta. Three of them in the
Yeah,
top cut. That conversion rate is crazy.
that's right, and I think it's a really interesting. I think it's a really interesting point there for sure because if we look at a deck that does well when lots of people are playing it and it puts people into the top cut, that's one thing. But when we look at a deck that's putting a lot of people into the top cut, even though a much smaller fraction of the community is playing it going into the event, to me, that means there's something there. I think this Lando Lake Country is really worthy of further consideration.
Absolutely. Now, one interesting thing that you immediately think of with Lando Calrissian Lake Country, it only has the cunning heroism aspect. So, of course, you are generally just calling cunning, and you should be hitting a vast majority of the time because you don't have that extra aspect. However, we even saw you were casting that last round, and we still saw that these decks are running some out of aspect cards, mainly the aggressive negotiations. And so you could still hit that. So that was really interesting to me that going into Lake Country, you get the extra HP. We should definitely be hitting on our Orlando Calrissian action ability, but then you have that off aspect card and the odds definitely in your favor to hit, but I guess there's always that off chance, and we saw that a couple times last round, and that really piqued my interest.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was very interesting, and it's also worth noting that I believe we saw that aggressive negotiations flip from Lando's ability two times in the course of that match. Once the Lando player ended up losing, and the other time was still able to win despite hitting that inconsistency.
Was a very interesting match. It was Luke Data Vault taking down Lando Calrissian Lake Country in round 12 to get a spot for Michael Ashball here in the top cut. the only Luke player, I believe, in day two. There was no other Lukes in day two. So very, very cool for Michael to be able to pilot his way all the way into the top cut. Now, is there anything else that stands out here in this top cut for you, Tower?
Well, I think one thing that's interesting to me here is we have that one Chewbacca player. I'm a big Chewbacca fan. Recently I've actually been playing Chewbacca with Vigilance, and that's been a deck that I've quite been enjoying with the Alliance Outpost. Some really sneaky plays with that deck, but I think Chewbacca's a really cool leader. So I think Hayden might be my favorite to win to some degree here, just because I really like that leader.
Certainly a fair point, and I believe that Hayden may be the youngest player left in the field. So if he was able to pilot Chewbacca all the way to the end, that would be quite the feat. Definitely going to be a lot of fun to watch. Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force, definitely a powerhouse throughout the weekend. And I guess one other thing that I'd like to point out about this top eight is getting here. All three of the Lando Calrissian Lake Country decks that we see here in 6 through 8, they were all able to draw in the final round. So they all draw in and none of them facing off, which is very interesting. And the same for Obi-Wan Kenobi. So it's really interesting that the two different decks that have three each in the top cut have managed to dodge one another, dodge the mirror matches in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think mirror matches are something that some players really don't like playing. You'll see some people that will actually even decline to play or will want to change decks if they see that it's going to be a mirror just in casual play. And in a tournament, though, I think especially if your deck is something that is well known or unusually well positioned or otherwise, you really should be preparing for that mirror, because that is absolutely a match that you might have to end up dealing with. And at the same time, I think people probably prefer not to play them to at least some degree. So it's kind of an interesting thing. And I don't think missing mirror matches in the top cut is exactly going to make any of these players too unhappy. Although, who knows? Maybe some of those players have really honed mirror tech to give them the advantage.
Well, coming into this weekend, there it was no secret that Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force was definitely one of the decks on most people's radar because it was very popular over the last couple weeks at PQs. And there was so much chatter about that deck, and a lot of people just saying, hey, we're on that deck for Atlanta. So most people were guessing that this Obi-Wan deck would be the second most represented deck just behind Boba Fett Lake Country. And that actually flipped. Obi was actually a little bit more represented than Boba. And now, with that being said, because you knew that it was going to be a very popular deck that had solid results over the last couple weekends at these planetary qualifiers, you had to be prepared for not only the Boba Lake Country matchup, but you had to be prepared for this mirror matchup. And at least some of the players that I had talked to, they were definitely doing just that. It's a very grindy game when Obi-Wan runs into one another, but you have to be prepared for that matchup. And once you get there, it becomes a very interesting chess match of constantly trying to control one another's board, very similar to what we saw with these mid-range style decks pre-rotation.
Yeah, it can be very interesting. And I think overall, I would say that the Obi-Wan Kenobi 28 HP Force deck is an interesting evolution of the Obi-Wan Kenobi Virgin's Temple builds that we saw earlier on in the set, where it does seem like the switch from the Virgin's Temple, which can be very strong but leaves you with only 25 HP and is vulnerable to potential blowouts or the opponent getting that little bit of extra damage in with an aggro build. That 25 HP is, it feels low these days. And the shift from the Virgin's Temple to the 28 HP Vigilance bases has, I think, kind of opened up that deck a bit and made it a fair amount more consistent, even if the best openings with Virgin's Temple are stronger.
Definitely. That is the kicker, right? That extra HP and the ability to generate the force multiple times per turn, especially once you get later in the game, critical. The explosive starts, the more high rolly starts that you get with Virgins Temple, yes, those are amazing. And they're a lot of fun, to be honest with you. When you start that Jedi Consular, you immediately generate the force during the regroup phase there. And then on turn 2, you can throw down something like a blue leader for a total of 5 because Jedi Consular reduces the cost by 2. Now you have a 5/5 ambush that can obliterate your opponent's turn 1 play. That's a lot of fun, Tower, but that extra HP is so critical in this format where you see all of these decks trying to really push big numbers on their leaders. We see a lot of decks loading up the leaders, of course, the pilots, but also in the ground arena, these Colonel Uluren, Obi-Wan Kenobi himself. You've seen Tobias, Vel, etc. So many of these leaders are trying to essentially Voltron these leaders to where they just hit for these massive amounts of damage. And then you add aggressive negotiations on top of all of it. And a lot of these games are turning into these racing situations. So that extra 3 HP goes a long way when that is a top priority. Now, one other thing that I will point out here, we've talked a little bit about Obi-Wan. Now, shifting gears, talking a little bit about Lando Calrissian, at the very beginning of this A Lawless Time post-rotation meta, Lando Calrissian was the top dog right away. We had the Cantina Clash tournament that saw Lando a part of the winning team deck and also winning the main event 1v1 as well. So that was very interesting to see Lando really take control in a grapple hold early on in the meta, but it was paired with vigilance. And as things have progressed and the rise of Boba to the top, now all of a sudden we see these Lando decks going, wait a minute, what if we had 4 more HP? What if we had 4 more HP? We're already playing decks that want to focus in on one aspect because we want to hit the Lando action ability as much as we can, choosing the proper aspect to gain that credit token. So why not have 4 extra HP? We can still play with all the great cunning cards. And that's what we see now where Lando kind of falls off a bit. And now we go, okay, Lando has more HP. We can work with all the great cunning stuff. We see some great tools like Rose Tico that are doing so good this weekend. And now Lando right back on the top as a top player.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, I would say relative to the evolution of the Obi-Wan Kenobi build from Virgin's Temple over to 28 HP Vigilance Force bases, I would say that for Obi-Wan, it seemed like the 28 HP Force base is a more consistent version of the Virgin's Temple deck that's doing really a very similar thing. But on the other hand, with Lando, the difference between let's say you have 3 different Lando decks. You have Lando Blue, you have or, you Vigilance Lando, you might have Command Lando, and then you might have Lake Country Lando. I would say those are actually like 3 decks that are much more different, even though they use the same leader. And it feels less like an evolution of one deck into an improved version of the same thing and more like a different take on the leader that has also been finding good success, in this case even better success. But I wouldn't be quick to necessarily count out some of the older versions of Lando. I think that Vigilance Lando build that we were discussing earlier, that very much does strike me as still a deck that has a lot of good things to do, even if the Lake Country Lando has done better at this event.
Absolutely. The vigilance version of Lando Calrissian, you get so much great removal, right? You get the removal pieces with the events. You also have the very direct answer to space because you can now include the hyperspace disaster that you could potentially, in a really sticky situation, play it a little bit earlier if you needed to. So There's a lot of good things going on for sure. Looks like we are getting to the feature table to get this top cut in Atlanta underway. It's going to be Hayden Vandergriff versus Christopher Patrick. You had the pleasure of calling Hayden's game not long ago on this Chewbacca Cunning deck, and we've got Christopher Patrick. You may know him as Crispy from the Eclipse team on Lando Calrissian Lake Country. So here it is, and here's a look at the deck list, Tower.
Yeah, so we have Chewbacca Moss Isley versus Orlando Lake Country, and we can take a look both at the main deck and the sideboard here. It does appear that this is going to be a pretty space focused Chewbacca deck. We have a few ground units, but overall, the emphasis is pretty firmly on the space arena. We have the uh, They Hate That Ship and B-Wing Skirmisher combo. That's something that Chewbacca players have been quite liking recently. The way that that works is you can play They Hate That Ship on turn one. This gives the opponent two ready TIE fighters, but lets you play a ship at the discount. And then you play the B-Wing Skirmisher, which allows you to deal one damage to two space units. Use it to defeat the TIE fighters that They Hate That Ship just gave the opponent. So essentially, it's a two-card combo that gives you a 4/4 on turn one. Pretty nice. You can also do a similar thing, though less action efficient, by playing black one and then the R2D2 pilot card on there, also creating a 4/4 unit on turn one.
Yeah, that really is a fun two-card combo. Got to love to see that. I don't know if that happened in the last match with Hayden, but would definitely be cool to see on stream. Now, you talked about a very space heavy focus for Hayden and this Chewbacca deck. For Christopher, this is a deck that is more focused in the ground arena, but has some very vital pieces in the space arena. And I think one of the units that is going to make one of the biggest impacts here will be that blue ace, that 4/5 for 4 ambushing in the space arena. I think is going to be extremely important in this particular matchup because there's a lot of units on the Chewbacca side that have 4 HP or less in the space arena. So that could be potentially even set up as a 2-for-1 play in some cases.
Yeah, I think Blue Ace very relevant here. And it looks like Watch This, I think, being shown to Hayden there by a judge. Watch This is an interesting card, not one I think that a lot of players are necessarily familiar with. It actually doesn't come from one of the main sets for Star Wars Unlimited TCG. It is from the Intro Battle Hoth boxed set. A six cost event, return a non leader unit that costs six or less to its owner's hand and exhaust each other enemy unit in the same arena, basically combining outmaneuver. You can think of it as combining outmaneuver and beguile. And that can be a pretty effective card. But because it is from that intro battle Hoth set, it's not necessarily one that most players have seen.
Yeah, it's a great point, right? Something that has really come out to light here in this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck. And it has the potential to be a massive tempo play because it could bounce one of these cheaper units as long as it costs 6 or less, but then exhaust that entire arena. So in the case of, let's say we're going ground versus space, Christopher has set up a big ground arena. Chewbacca has a big space arena. Well, that watch this could really change the race, bouncing one of those space units, and the rest of them just get exhausted. So I definitely think that watch this is important. And it also pairs well with the Master Codebreaker because it is a Gambit event. And so not only can the Master Codebreaker for Christopher Patrick go ahead and search for it and get it, but it also would cost one less to play. So now you could potentially play watch this on the 5 resource turn if you needed to.
That's a good point, Josh. And I do think the Master Codebreaker, a very synergistic card with some of what this Lando Lake Country deck is trying to do. I think, we see cards like Faith in Your Friends, the Axe Forgets, but also, like you said, that Watch This is a gambit, and there are ways to really make use of that ability, both for the card advantage when played to potentially search up a gambit, and then also for the resource advantage of being able to save a resource when playing one. And one other thing that I think is that sometimes these cards that can discount something in the past haven't always been all that efficient because you might not have something else to do with that resource. So, like the GNK Power Droid, for instance, if you end up discounting the next card that you play by one, but it was a card that you would have been able to play anyway, sure, you have a ready resource, but you can't do anything with it. Well, Lando changes that because freeing up just one resource is enough for you to use Lando's ability, potentially make a credit, and have access to that extra value on future turns.
Both players have shuffled up Hayden, a part of the Sabak Rollers from the Georgia, Tennessee, the border area of Georgia and Tennessee, has 40 points on the leaderboard currently. So this is a really big moment for Hayden because getting into the top 8 locks up 100 points on the leaderboard, which means that Hayden has a guaranteed spot in the main event of the Galactic Championship. He faces off with Christopher Patrick, 225 points on the leaderboard, has been doing very, very well from the Eclipse TCG team out of Orlando, Florida, and just picked up the deck this week, this Lando deck, and we'll see if he can continue this great run. Christopher Patrick has made the day 2 at every sector, but he's missed the top 8 until now. He is here, and we are underway in the quarterfinals. It's the N1 Starfighter for Hayden, and Christopher Patrick playing the Master Codebreaker. Let's see if he finds a Gambit card.
Yeah, the Master Codebreaker, I think not necessarily one that looked super exciting to some players at first, but it's really found quite a good quite a good positioning in this Lando Lake Country build. And it looks like Christopher Patrick will be able to find a gambit. I believe that is a copy of the Axe Forgets.
That could be a strong tempo play that is going to wrap up that opening round. Hayden able to take hold of the initiative. Hayden starting with the initiative here in this match, the higher seed. We're going to see 3 quick damage to base with the N1 Starfighter.
Yeah, nice. I think you basically you with Chewbacca, it is an aggro deck. You're trying to push damage as fast as possible, and it makes sense to do that before you potentially get bounced. Even if you had something to play to buff the N1 Starfighter, you probably wouldn't want to.
So far, Hayden staying on curve in the space arena. The Millennium Falcon get out and push unit is played. And now for just
Now we
one
see
resource, the Axe forgets that cost reduction for Master Codebreaker, bouncing the Falcon back to Hayden's hand.
Yeah, and now we see that discount from the Master Codebreaker coming into play because Christopher Patrick was able to play that the Axe Forgets card for only one resource, leaving two resources still up, with which he was able to play another N1 Starfighter.
Starfighter that is going to be defeated with the Chewbacca action ability, but we've got Blue Ace. We talked about Blue Ace for Christopher Patrick, and he plays it down, ambushing and defeating the N1 Starfighter. And now
This is an
Hayden
this is an opportunity
deploying
for Hayden though.
his
Chewie's
leader.
attack ability could be used to defeat Blue Ace here, which would leave Chewbacca and the Master Codebreaker as the only units on this board.
It's an excellent point. That's exactly what will happen. So 5 damage to Christopher's base with the Chewbacca leader unit, the on attack trigger. Another resource defeated, a credit token is created, and Blue Ace is taken care of. 8-2 the damage right now in favor of Hayden.
Chewbacca is a very unusual leader in some ways because basically the only leader that has this level of stats this early, but also a leader that you have to pay for. Now look at this. Watch this.
A very interesting interaction. We talked about how it could be played with just 5 resources thanks to the Master Codebreaker. Christopher bounces the Codebreaker back to his hand, exhausting everything in the ground arena. So the Chewbacca leader is exhausted, and the Millennium Falcon get out and push comes back out for Hayden, but Crispy will retain the initiative. And we are going to see the Lando Calrissian action ability right away to get that credit token. We have to have a credit token in place so we get the full effect of that when deployed ability from Lando.
That watch this play is interesting. It managed to exhaust Chewbacca for a turn. Normally, not something you would consider worth 6 and bouncing your own unit, but it's worth noting that the Master Codebreaker with that when played effect could be replayed to find another Gambit card. So sending it back to hand isn't necessarily that bad, especially given that Christopher Patrick will potentially be able to use it for card advantage again.
Good value being generated from Christopher. Some damage coming through. 3 from the Millennium Falcon and 5 from Chewbacca at 16 damage on Christopher's base. Now Lando Calrissian, leader unit, coming into play here when deployed. Defeating that friendly credit token is Christopher, generating 3 credit tokens, and now he is going to be using 2 of them. We see the 7 cost Qui-Gon Jinn coming down, ambushing and defeating the Chewbacca leader unit, cleaning that big threat up. And let's see what Hayden has to follow up. Can we expand this board? He absolutely can. We'll spend the 1 credit token for a total of 5 spent for the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite. So it's all space right now for Hayden.
Christopher Patrick has suffered 16 damage on the space already, but with Lake Country, there's still 18 HP left on the base. Now, Hayden has a strong advantage in the space arena with 2 kind of mid-sized ships, and they're opposed by nothing on Christopher Patrick's side of the board, just the Lando Calrissian leader unit in the ground arena. But we know Christopher Patrick has some tricks to try and deal with space plays, and we'll see whether they can come into play here.
Christopher was able to claim the initiative, passing up on that attack from Lando. I would not be surprised at all if he has a very solid response to these space threats. As now we wait for Christopher's first move. Right now, 16 damage on his base, so 18 HP remaining. We know that this deck has Liberty, that massive Space Sentinel. Now, we do have a Saboteur unit in Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite, but there are some big space threats in Christopher's deck.
Yeah, and Liberty could exhaust Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite when played, which would prevent that Saboteur attack from going off at least for this turn. Now, we'll have to see whether that does end up being the route. I believe there is a copy of Liberty in Christopher Patrick's hand, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think you're absolutely right. And with that 1 credit token remaining for Christopher, he could put the Liberty down. It looks like that is what he is reaching for. That is going to be the play from Christopher, exhausting the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite with the when played ability. And now we are going to see a resource defeated, 2 damage dealt to Liberty off of that action ability from
Look,
Chewbacca. Lando Calrissian gets in for 4.
look at this, Josh. Han Solo
Oh,
in
he's got
hand.
Han Solo. That's huge. That's +2 power for the Millennium Falcon, +3 because of the text on the Falcon. It deals combat damage before the defender, and that means Liberty. This is how Liberty dies.
Yeah, the Liberty space unit there defeated by the Millennium Falcon get out and push space unit piloted by Han Solo. And that extra text, if it's the Millennium Falcon, it deals its combat damage before the defender. Super relevant here. The Millennium Falcon stays on the board. So Christopher Patrick was able to use one of his strongest late game plays, but Hayden was able to clear it out almost like it was nothing. Once again, we're left with 2 units in the space arena for Hayden, nothing there for Christopher. And with that Han Solo pilot, the Millennium Falcon get out and push space unit is now swinging for 6. Christopher needs to find another answer and find it fast.
That he does. Christopher has the initiative. Let's see what the play is. It is a watch this. That will bounce the Falcon back to Hayden's hand, losing that Han Solo pilot. Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite exhausted as well. So a very strong tempo play. And now we are going to put another 4-cost B-Wing skirmisher in the space arena. So once again, 2 space units for Hayden as Lando crashes in for 4 once again. 16-10, the damage totals in favor of Hayden. As we just see Hayden claim the initiative, and that Master Codebreaker is coming back down once again. Let's see if Christopher can get some more value out of this 2-cost unit.
Right now, Christopher Patrick's doing a good job of buying time, but it isn't necessarily resolving any of these problems permanently. And we see here, I believe it was Faith in Your Friends found via the Master Codebreaker. So that would allow Christopher to put some more pressure on and potentially hunt for another answer with the initial search. Right now, though, it looks like Hayden is poised to deal some damage in space.
Hayden has the initiative, and that B-Wing skirmisher will attack first. That is 4 damage into Lake Country, putting Christopher up to 20 damage on base, 14 HP remaining, but plenty of resources to work with on Christopher's side. We'll see if he's found some more of these answers for the space unit. Has 5 cards in hand. 2 ready units
Yeah.
in the ground arena, Lando and the Master Codebreaker.
Yeah, Christopher is poised to deal potentially 5 damage this turn, which would leave Hayden Vandergriff on 15 remaining HP. On the other hand, Christopher's current base health at 14 is, already behind that. And if we see more attacks, let's say Christopher doesn't have a way to stop this Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite, we could be really approaching that danger zone, Josh, where a single copy of aggressive negotiations or something could be close to ending the game.
We have seen that card tower close out so many games this weekend. And look at Hayden's hand. He has a handful of cards, so aggressive negotiations absolutely could be the nail in the coffin. That is a excellent point. Christopher really thinking this one through because he knows the things are getting a little tight right now with his remaining HP. He's got a blue ace in hand, but it's not enough to answer the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite. The blue ace does come down, ambush, and defeats that B-Wing skirmisher, but the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite is still ready, and that's going to be another 4 damage to Christopher's base. 24 on.
Yeah, and it is worth noting this blue ace is left with only 1 HP, which means that Hayden can potentially use Chewbacca's leader ability to defeat it at the cost of defeating a friendly resource and making a credit. I think it looks like that's exactly what we're seeing here.
You know, we saw this the first time around as well. Blue Ace ambushes 1 unit, but that damage that remains on it, it just lines up perfectly for the Chewbacca action ability to defeat it and leave Hayden once again in a strong position in the space arena. The action back over to Christopher Patrick. He will attack for 1, 24 to 15. The damage totals. Christopher finding himself halfway there now, and that 30 HP Mos Eisley, and here comes another big space threat, the stolen AT hauler. That's 2 4-power space units for Hayden, and Christopher is just going to claim here. Lots of resources not being used, but feels like he has to do something. Another stolen AT hauler, and this is lethal in the space arena for Hayden. Christopher, we've got to do something, and we have to do it quickly.
That's exactly right, Josh. These threats in the space arena are really adding up. Christopher Patrick needs an answer and needs it very fast because otherwise these space threats are going to end the game this turn. Now, to be fair, Hayden would have to spend a few actions to do that. It wouldn't necessarily all be at once, but we could still see powerful pumps. And there is the third copy of Watch This once again, bouncing and exhausting.
Such a massive tempo play. We talked about this card before the match even started, and Christopher able to fire it off successfully yet again. The Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite back into Hayden's hand. Both of those haulers exhausted. Hayden is just going to replay the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite and tell Patrick, well, if you can't win this turn, you may face defeat with aggressive negotiations. The first action next turn.
Now it's actually Hayden who is going to be in range of aggressive negotiations soon. I don't know just how many cards are in Christopher Patrick's hand, but it looks like quite a few. He would need to have 6 cards in hand after playing aggressive negotiations to defeat Hayden's base in 1 swing from Lando, but that doesn't seem like it's necessarily so far out of range here.
No, I think I was just counting when he shuffled his hand. I believe there are 7 cards in hand right now. He would draw up to 9. If you subtract the 1, which is aggressive negotiations, that would absolutely be enough. So Christopher Patrick going to play Faith in Your Friends, searching for something here, but we'll only have 2 resources remaining.
Now, is Hayden also in a position to potentially win with an aggressive negotiations at this point? We might well be seeing something like that. It looks like Christopher Patrick's resolving faith in your friends makes the 2 spies. Don't know for sure how relevant the spies will be, but it's nice to have more units on the board. And let's see what happens here.
Well, the question right now is, does Hayden have the aggressive negotiations? Because that would win in one action. He has the initiative. Christopher has just expanded the ground arena, but you make an excellent point now. Christopher is in a situation where he could potentially take this game during this action phase. If Hayden does not, this could be the action phase that determines it all. Hayden will kick things off. Let's see what he starts with. He's going to pay 1 for commence the festivities, but Christopher has the aggressive negotiations, and Christopher will take it with 1 action swing. Lando Calrissian deals lethal. Man, I thought Hayden had the aggressive negotiations. It was Christopher that had it, and he takes game 1.
Tough break there for Hayden. Christopher was able to slow him down just enough, buy enough time, and then while Hayden did have an attack buff, it wasn't the right one. You know, he was able to swing with that commence the festivities, get the +2 hit for 6, but he needed the aggressive negotiations, couldn't find it, and Christopher could.
Wow,
Hayden would have been
what
able to
nail
win with
biter.
one more swing, but wasn't able to get there. Christopher Patrick takes game 1.
Absolutely needed 2 actions to close out the game, but Christopher only needed 1, and that was the deal in game 1. It's a 1-0 lead for Christopher Patrick over Hayden Vandergriff here in the quarterfinals of the Atlanta Sector Qualifier. Now, both players going to the sideboards, and we do know that Arvel Skeen is in the sideboard for Hayden, and that could be very good against these credit tokens that Christopher wants to create.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see what happens here post sideboard. Credit hate could honestly be relevant for both players. I believe we have some copies of Lieutenant Gorn in the sideboard. Yeah, we're seeing it now. 2 copies of Lieutenant Gorn in the sideboard for Christopher Patrick, 3 copies of Arvel Skeen in the sideboard for Hayden Vandergriff. And I suspect both players might like to see some of that credit hate against an opponent who has a deck that makes a lot of use of credit tokens.
It's a really solid point there. Also, in the sideboard for Christopher, we have the Commandeer, which is also could be very relevant here with all of these space units that cost 6 or less on Hayden's side. So that could be a strong tempo play. Maybe take control of one of Hayden's space units and then use it to defeat another. And then that unit, if it survives, would go back to Hayden's hand. So Commandeer, another good option for Hayden, or excuse me, for Christopher here. So yeah, definitely some good options. And outside of the Arvel Skeen, is there anything that's really standing out to you in Hayden's sideboard tower?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, it's conceivable we could potentially actually see, I don't know. I mean, I think there are some it's tough to say exactly what you want to what you want to do in these sorts of situations. One thing that I'm noting is that this is not necessarily a situation where upgrades are that big a deal. So this is one where I'm not sure either player is going to be leaning into the upgrade removal. And in fact, I think it's conceivable we would actually see Chewbacca lean away from it and remove the copies of Sabine Wren that are in the main board, although we'll have to see. There are, there are pilot Hans on both sides of this game, I believe. So that is a potential upgrade to be defeated. But Sabine Wren only defeats non-unique upgrades unless you achieve the out of aspect setup, which I don't think Hayden's deck is built to do. So in this situation, I mean having a 3/3 ambush can be relevant in some cases. It can, take out a spy token very efficiently, for instance. But I'm not sure those copies of Sabine are going to stay in for Hayden.
Something that could potentially take those spots, because I think that's a very good call, is maybe Lightmaker. We did see a couple Lightmaker in the sideboard for Hayden, and it was very clear that the game plan for Hayden was try to go heavy in the space arena. That's where we want to win the game. and that is a viable option. Now, of course, it does feel bad if you pay the 5 resources and just get that unit bounced back to hand with something like a watch this, which we saw multiple times for Christopher in that first game. He's also running Beguile, so that would not feel great, but nevertheless, space does seem to be the game plan, and if it sticks, that is a unit that swings for 7 by itself.
Yeah, Lightmaker can be very scary on offense. Defensively, not all that good, especially for its cost. But with Raid 4, a potential swing of 7 damage from one attack is not something that can be easily ignored.
Definitely not. It also has that great when defeated ability that could just fully exhaust Christopher's ground arena, gaining some tempo for Hayden. As we saw, watch this really do some major work, saving a lot of damage on Christopher's base that game, exhausting all of those space units that Hayden had later in the game, exhausted the Chewbacca on one of those turns. So lots of damage saved off of the watch this. Very cool to see one of the cards out of the intro set, the Hoth set coming in and doing some serious work here in the sector qualifier this weekend.
Yeah,
Christopher,
that intro battle Hoth boxed game, designed to teach the game with fairly simplified cards. Many of them don't really have a very high power level necessarily, but there are a few cards in there that can have some use for constructed play. And this watch this card is evidently one of them in this Lando Lake Country build.
it is interesting as these players get ready. Hayden happy with his hand, Christopher taking the initiative. I talked about it a little bit before the match started, but Christopher really has been a day one madman in these sector qualifiers. He makes day two every single time, but he hasn't been able to convert that great run into a top cut finish. He's finally done it here. He's gotten himself into a top cut of a major, which is great. And what he pointed out is he finally did it once he picked up the team deck. If you're familiar with Christopher Patrick, he's usually on a very spicy rogue deck, really tearing up the field because people just aren't prepared for what he brings. This time, the team deck is a little bit spicy and something that most players probably weren't very prepared for, but nevertheless, he goes with the team and this time finds himself in the top cut. So a very interesting storyline from Christopher as we get game two underway. And we are going to see the N1 Starfighter for Hayden and the Master Codebreaker once again for Christopher. Let's see if he finds another gambit. He found the watch this early in the last game, or excuse me, found the Axe Forgets early, but then found the watch this later on. And we're going to go ahead and get the watch this on turn one.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that Hayden will have to watch out for. I think it was very impactful in our first game where I believe Christopher Patrick actually ended up playing all 3 copies. There was the one copy played to bounce his own Master Codebreaker and exhaust Chewie, and then 2 used to disrupt Hayden's space aggression. Now we're going into turn 2. Hayden with the N1 Starfighter ready to swing.
Watch this. Definitely the most important card for Christopher in that opening game as Red 5 is played in the space arena, and Christopher is going to play Beguile, taking a look at Hayden's hand, and will bounce that Red 5 right back to it to keep the
Inter-
3-4 off the board.
Interesting findings there with that hand revealed by Beguile. We do see Arvel Skeen, that credit hate has come in, but Sabine Wren has not been sideboarded out, still there as a potential ambusher. We also don't necessarily have a copy of Aggressive Negotiations for Hayden, but we do have a copy of Commence the Festivities. So there is at least one attack pump waiting.
Hayden has the initiative. N1 Starfighter, the lone unit for Hayden. Christopher, the lone unit on his side is the Master Codebreaker, but that does give him that cost reduction, the 1 resource reduction on the first Gambit card he would play each round. And we saw that being used effectively in the first game. The watch this for 5. The N1 Starfighter will crash in for 3. It's 6 damage on the Lake Country.
Honestly, a pretty good result from your opening unit there for aggro. I think Being able to get multiple swings in with a card that you played on turn one is definitely something aggro likes to see.
Now we are going to see the action ability for Hayden. Believe that Christopher just passed. And now we're going to have 2 damage dealt to the Master Codebreaker. Resource defeated for Hayden, but he gets the credit token. And now we see Lieutenant Gorn coming out. So Christopher absolutely bringing in the Lieutenant Gorn unit as Chewbacca is deployed with the remaining resources and that 1 credit token. That ready 5-6 leader unit. Christopher using his own leader action ability, discarding Rose off the top 2, generate a credit token.
Now, this creates a bit of a tricky puzzle here for Hayden because normally I think Hayden would want to attack with Chewbacca to the base and use the on attack ability to defeat the Master Codebreaker, disabling that discount for future turns. However, if Hayden does that, the credit created from that on attack ability could then be stolen by Lieutenant Gorn. So there's a question about, do you just not do it at all? Do you attack Lieutenant Gorn and use the ability on the Codebreaker? And it looks like Hayden's opting not to use that at all, just swings to the base for 5 damage, no on attack trigger.
Now we are going to see the Master Codebreaker attacking in to Chewbacca to deal 1 damage to the leader unit. So it's 11 damage on Christopher's base, just 1 single damage on Hayden's base. And Hayden does have the initiative. So once again, we'll have the ability to get a potential big swing in here with Chewbacca if he chooses to do so. And it looks like he's reaching for his leader unit. Lots of cards in hand, plenty of options. Wants to try and put
And if
Christopher
Hayden
on
has
a
kept that
clock.
Arvel Skeen, we could potentially see some credit hate on his side of the board as well. Christopher Patrick does have 1 credit. If Hayden were to manage to defeat that credit, it might leave Christopher in a more awkward position for that leader flip next turn.
Chewbacca does swing in 5 damage to Christopher's base. That's 16 on, and now it's Depa Balaba with the credit token for Christopher coming out, ambushing and defeating that Chewbacca leader unit. So now we know exactly why that 1 damage was put on by the Codebreaker, because it sets up the 5 power force unit to take out the leader. Red 5 is played into the space arena for Hayden. And Hayden keeping up the big pressure. 3 more damage to base with the Starfighter. 19-5, the damage totals going into this next round.
Now, Hayden has a lot of pressure going against Christopher Patrick, but we know that there was that copy of Watch This that was drawn by the Master Codebreaker's when played ability earlier in the game. And that does mean that Christopher Patrick could potentially disrupt a lot of tempo here. That's not what we're going to see, though.
And we do have Blue Ace attacking and defeating, ambushing the Red 5 right off the board. The Chewbacca leader unit is going to have the action ability used to take out the Depa Balaba, but Lieutenant Gorn in play. That sideboard piece coming out for Christopher on attack, taking control of the credit token that Hayden had just created, making sure he gets no value there. Really like this play.
Yeah, now I think we might see Arvel Skeen. Yep, that's exactly right. Arvel Skeen, the credit hate card on Hayden's side of the board, defeats that credit and deals 1 damage to Christopher Patrick's base.
Hayden says, you have some credit hate, as do I. So both credits now, or the 1 credit is taken care of. It started on Hayden's side, ended up with Christopher, and Arvel Skeen takes care of it. 20-9 now, the damage totals. Lando Calrissian action ability is used. We will get another credit token for Christopher, and he is going to end up with 23 damage on his base, 11 HP remaining. Here comes Lando. That credit being defeated. 3 credits now created.
Christopher Patrick is getting at least close to being in range here. Now, Lake Country does mean that he started this game with 34 HP on that base. So the N1 Starfighter would need to have quite a lot of cards in hand to close in 1 action with aggressive negotiations. But 23, there's only 11 HP left. This is not the most comfortable position you could be in.
Hayden was able to claim the initiative, but the board control now in Christopher's favor. It
Not
appears as
attacking
though
with that first action, though. It looks like Hayden is using Chewbacca's ability, makes a credit, defeats Blue Ace. That credit could end up getting stolen, though, because Lieutenant Gorn is still in play.
that's what Christopher's thinking about right now. You saw him reaching for a card, thought about it, but it's another copy of Blue Ace to ambush and defeat the N1 Starfighter. So the 3 damage dodged by Christopher, taking care of the threat. And now Christopher has complete control of the board. No units in play for Hayden. He has to rebuild here. The Lightmaker has found its way in for Hayden. The problem is that Blue Ace with 4 power could defeat it next turn if need be. Lando's going to swing in for 13 damage on Hayden's base. But now I think the question is, as Hayden has claimed the initiative, does he have a pump for this Lightmaker? It won't matter. Christopher has the watch this. Bouncing back the Lightmaker. That's what we talked about before the game started. It would not feel good to get the Lightmaker bounce right after you played it. 23-17, the damage totals in favor of Hayden, but he is in trouble here.
Now, Hayden's able to use Chewbacca's leader ability there to deal 2 damage to Blue Ace and remove another copy of that threatening space unit. But Christopher Patrick is now himself either in range or very close to in range.
4 more damage to Hayden's base, with Gorn taking that credit token that was just created. Now we do see Karis Nemec being played, and importantly, Karis Nemec has hidden. So Christopher cannot attack in right there. So if Christopher can't finish this game, we'll have to do a card count here, possibly enough cards with aggressive negotiations to finish things off for Hayden. Going to be so close. That's the math that
Yeah,
Christopher is doing right now.
there is also a sneaky play that you can do with Chewbacca where you use your leader ability to defeat your own Karis Nemec in order to create a spy token after an opponent takes the initiative. That spy does come in ready, so that can be the extra burst of damage you need in some situations, but won't be relevant here since that leader ability was already used unless we see it in a future turn.
So Christopher playing the massive 8-cost space unit Liberty, and Hayden doesn't have it. He's going to give the fist bump to Christopher, and that is going to close it out. Christopher Patrick on this Lando Calrissian Lake Country build that has come storming into Atlanta. He is advancing on to the semifinals.
Well played to Christopher Patrick for sure. I think he handled that quite well. Was able to stave off the early aggression. You know, in the first game, I think Hayden would have had it if he had managed to draw a copy of Aggressive Negotiations, but couldn't find it to close things out. In the second game, it seemed like Christopher was able to secure victory with a more comfortable margin.
Yeah, in that first game, the aggressive negotiations is absolutely what Hayden needed. And in the second game, he had it in hand, but the problem was, I don't believe he had enough cards in total to deal the amount of damage he needed with one swing, just using the Karis Nemec. Great game. And in the end, it's Lando Calrissian and Christopher Patrick reigning supreme there in the quarterfinals, advancing on. Again, what a story. Christopher has been so close so many times. He's finally made it to the top cut of one of these major events. Of course, he's had big success in planetary qualifiers, but now making the top cut of a major, and he is going to the top 4. So he is looking to add quite a bit of points to his leaderboard total today.
Yeah, very interesting story there, and we'll see just how far he's able to get in this top cut because his tournament is not over yet. He'll be moving on to the semifinals, and we will soon see what other players will be moving on as well. But one thing we know, Boba Fett Lake Country will not be one of the decks featured.
Well, that was a lot of fun to watch. Unfortunately, the backup match has come to a conclusion as well, but we have got the semifinals coming up next. So take a quick break, get yourself something to drink, maybe a quick snack, and come right back. Semifinals from Atlanta right after this.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Sector Qualifier here. We are apparently about to be underway with the top four here in Atlanta. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined by Josh from Next Gen Gaming. Josh, how are you doing?
I am doing very well. Had a ton of fun doing some commentary on that quarterfinal match. That was a blast. And now, as we look forward to the semifinals, Tower, we really do just continue to see that this is the Lando Calrissian Lake Country show. All three Lando Calrissian Lake Country decks that made it to the top cut. All three players from the same team, they are all heading to the semifinals. You'll have one Lando Calrissian Lake Country mirror match in the bottom half of the bracket. And then on the top side of the bracket, Andrew and Carlos, that's going to be Lando Calrissian Lake Country versus Obi-Wan Vigilance Force. Obi-Wan, of course, the deck, one of the most popular decks coming into this tournament, the most represented deck, but now it is surrounded by Lando Calrissian.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what happens here. This Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, not something I think that everyone was preparing for, but it's had huge success thus far. And we could very possibly see a matchup between two of these Lando Lake Country players for our final.
That is absolutely right. Now, interesting to note, this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, while it has taken this Atlanta sector by storm, it was not completely, we didn't completely just see this out of left field and we had no idea. It wasn't completely unexpected, Tower, because last weekend in Canada, this deck won a planetary qualifier. Now, it was a smaller planetary qualifier, and the lists are very different, but nevertheless, it wasn't an unknown quantity. And coming into Atlanta, though, it was very clear that no one was expecting it to be in the form that it was because it is clearly winning at a very high rate.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think we'll see whether or not someone with this deck is going to be able to take the event as a whole. It's very possible. In fact, it's more likely than not, given that we have three of these Lando Lake Country players left in the top four.
And now with Lando Calrissian rising back up, the big question will be moving forward. Even if Carlos Apodaca, the final player that's not on Lando, can weave his way through the field of Lando Calrissians here, the question is going to be, how do we respond now moving forward to Lando? And do we start seeing a massive amount of credit hate moving forward in the format because something will have to be done to slow down this deck?
Yeah, very interesting situation. And we'll see what happens as we move on into the semifinals and then the finals. I have to say, I try not to be too biased as a commentator, but at this point I sort of feel like ironically the Obi-Wan 28 HP Vigilance Force deck, which was predicted to be one of the stronger builds going into this tournament, I feel like the Obi-Wan deck has become the underdog here.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, three Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck in the top cut with only, I believe it was 3% of the entire field starting out the tournament yesterday to have three in the top cut. 50% of these decks converted into day two. And then you have three of the, I believe, five or six into the top cut. Just crazy stuff. They all advance to the semifinals, and very quickly they may be becoming the new number one public enemy.
Yeah. Should be interesting. I definitely think there's going to be a bit of a meta shift. I'm going to be interested to see the community kind of dissect these results and report back afterwards on what they've found. But I don't think this was I don't think this was an event that's coming up with the sorts of results that people expected. I think the people clamoring for Topple the Summit to be suspended might have to rethink that in light of this. We'll have to see.
That's such a good point, Tower. No Topple the Summit to be seen here in the top cut. No Boba Fett in the top cut, I think, was the biggest surprise for me. Yes,
Yep.
Lando Calrissian comes in. That was a big surprise. Crazy conversion rates. Amazing what those players in that deck was able to do this weekend. But everyone knew that Boba was the deck to beat coming into this weekend, and clearly they prepared for it very well, but it just still was shocking to me to not see one Boba Fett in the top cut. And Obi-Wan, on the other hand, we knew it was going to be a very popular deck, but it's clear that players were really gunning for Boba Fett, and they kept him down here in Atlanta.
Yeah. Very interesting situation here. I think that with that Obi-Wan deck, I think that's a very solid kind of mid-range deck, large amounts of restore. You really have the ability to heal through a lot of damage, and that puts it in good stead against some of the burn strategies and stuff, some of the things Boba's trying to do. But I think we will soon see whether that Obi-Wan deck has what it takes to take on Lando Lake Country, the new meta menace.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see. I believe that is going to be the match that we feature first, and then if the other match happens to still be running, there is a good possibility that we get a backup into the Lando mirror match. But definitely very curious to see how this Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force faces off against the Lando Calrissian Lake Country here in the semifinals. And we've talked a little bit about the meta. We've talked about how Boba's kind of down this weekend. Lando rises up, and how will players react? How will the meta evolve moving forward? Is it going to be hard credit hate, really trying to answer Lando? And then you have this interesting thing of, okay, well, once players start trying to counter Lando, does Mr. Fett come back in the picture and start to rise up again? So it's very interesting because we could have this push and pull, this back and forth with which of these decks end up on top based on what everyone is gunning for.
Yeah, and it's really funny to see the rise and fall of various builds in the meta as we see more events and people try new things. I think going into the set, people were really worried about the like Jin Urso deck really built around that aggressive negotiations. That was something that a lot of people were discussing. We saw a lot of talk of Luke Data Vault. Luke Data Vault. We did see one Luke Data Vault making the top cut, so congratulations there. But ultimately, a deck that has not had as strong performance as people expected, and Lando Vigilance was popular, Lando Command was popular. Now it's Lando Lake Country. That's the new version of Lando doing really well. But our Obi-Wan Kenobi player here, Carlos Apodaca, we'll see whether or not he can stop at least one of these Lando players from reaching the final.
Carlos Apodaca versus Andrew Cox. We've got Carlos from Team Blue Milk Gaming. Carlos actually finished 32nd at the Galactic Championship last year. Has some great competitive gaming content for SWU that he puts out, and he is a multiple PQ winner and also finished top 8 of the regional. So Carlos has definitely had some good runs for sure. And on the other side, Andrew has quite the impressive resume as well. Has finished top 16 in Worlds of Destiny, runner up in the X-Wing Worlds. So definitely some good FFG grinding in his days. And he's had a lot of success in SWU as well. As we take a look at the deck list for our two players here in the semifinals, what stands out to you right away, Tower?
Yeah, so looking at these decks, one of the first things that I was curious about is seeing what sort of sideboard options they have. And it does look like Carlos's Obi-Wan deck has come prepared with some answers to potential credit gameplay. So we have two copies of Galen Urso, which can name credit as the card that can't use its abilities. We also have two copies of Terramin Barcona, who can defeat credit tokens directly and give out experience to friendly units. So It does appear to me that Carlos has some potential answers to try and disrupt Lando's credits, at least post sideboard here, Josh.
I think that is going to be a real key in this match moving forward. I'm sure those cards come in very, very quickly in game two, regardless of the outcome in game one. Now, this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck can be rather aggressive. We've seen this deck be able to start with the early faith in your friends into some aggressive plays following with Rose Tico coming out ready and putting on some big pressure. This deck also has some early vehicle units that it can play even in the ground arena and the space arena. Pair that up with the Han Solo to potentially go in for a bit. Wait a minute, this one, no, it does have the Han Solo. Okay, I couldn't find it for a second. I just wanted to make sure it was there. I thought it was there in the rest of the team's deck list. But yeah, there's the Han Solo, the ground unit. That's the Han Solo has his moments, the pilot. So you can really be aggressive. That's the point with this Lando deck. And on the other side with Obi, this deck really lends itself well to fighting off the aggressive game plan. There are some good sentinel units. There's a lot of ways to restore and heal, and that could be important in this match that Carlos is just able to restore and heal past maybe what Andrew could put out.
Yeah, one thing I note also, Carlos's deck really not built to do much in the space arena. We have Blue Leader, who is primarily kind of a reactive card in space used to ambush enemy units, and no other space plays whatsoever in the main deck or the sideboard. So I think that if Andrew wants to put pressure on Carlos's deck, the space arena might be the place in which to do it. However, Carlos does have some removal effects that can hit across arenas with both 3 copies of Shatterpoint and 3 copies of Protect the Pod.
Yeah, both of those events so crucial here in this matchup and in many matchups. And those have been the three or the two events that are being run three each pretty much in every one of these Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance builds. So going to be interesting to see how that plays a role here on Andrew's side. Of course, Andrew has a lot of ways to bounce units back to hand. So if Carlos puts down a Sentinel, we know that Andrew is running Beguile. That could bounce it. We saw Watch This and how effective that card was in the last round. His teammate using Watch This so effectively in the Chewbacca matchup. So plenty of ways for Andrew to bounce these opposing units to gain tempo and also potentially open up a direct path to the base.
All right. Looks like Carlos, the higher seeded player, is going to have the opportunity to choose who has the initiative for this game and will be starting us off. Let's see how this progresses.
Will Carlos be able to get the Force online early and start being able to potentially use the Force with Obi-Wan Kenobi's action ability, which allows you to start giving out experience tokens? Of course, you have to be careful about going all in on one unit with a lot of upgrades because, again, the bouncing capabilities, the ability that Andrew has to return units to hand. It could be very punishing for Carlos to really put several upgrades on one non-leader unit. And on Andrew's side, how effectively is he able to use that Lando action ability? Create the credit token when he needs to potentially get out, say, an early Watch This or some other card that needs to be played a little bit early on the 4 or 5 resource turn. And then he's got to make sure that he has a credit token still in play for the deploy. Here we go. The semifinals underway. Carlos Apodaca starting things out with the Yaddle unit. And for Andrew, it is faith in your friends. He goes searching for a card. Let's see what he comes up with.
Seattle, probably a pretty good start. I think one of the more powerful healing cards that Carlos's deck has access to, because Yaddle not only has Restore One herself on that ground unit, she also on attack allows your other Jedi units to get Restore themselves, which can in turn really enable a lot of healing across a wide board.
Yaddle has been very effective this weekend. We've seen Obi-Wan Kenobi on stream several times, and yeah, the restore just adds up and puts on this real pressure on your opponent. Ask the question, can you put out more damage than I can restore? We know that this Obi-Wan Kenobi deck can heal quite a bit. Is Andrew thinking through the card that will come to hand off of the faith in your friends? And now Andrew will have the option to disclose 3 cunning and 2 heroism aspect icons to create 2 spy tokens, and we will see just that.
Those spy tokens, not necessarily something that Yaddle is too worried about in the ground arena, but it is worth noting that that card draw means Andrew has a bit of card advantage there, even if Yaddle clears up those spies. Andrew, in essence, didn't lose a card from hand in bringing them out and might be able to secure some damage besides.
Carlos, with the initiative, could try and thwart some of the early pressure that the spies want to put on with Yaddle. Could take out the spy tokens here or start doing that, and that is going to be the line. So 1 spy token is defeated, force generated for Carlos as Yaddle attacks. Andrew is going to attack into Carlos's force base here with the spy token, 2 damage on, and it is going to be another force unit and a Jedi unit. The Obi-Wan Kenobi protective Padawan as Andrew puts down another 2-cost unit, the Bail Organa, and follows up with that Lando action ability. We've seen this before, Tower. It's aggressive negotiations discarded off the top. No credit token created for Andrew.
Unlucky break there for Andrew Cox. I think aggressive negotiations might be the only card in his deck that does not cause him to create a credit. I think there's a what? I guess that means the odds are 3 out of 50, so about a 6% chance to miss there. And not the first time that we've seen that on stream this event.
It is not. Maz Kanata, the opening play for Carlos. That is going to allow Obi-Wan Kenobi to attack and defeat Bail Organa, having that 2 additional power from Maz Kanata. A strong
Yeah, Bail
play here.
Organa potentially would have been able to create even more spy tokens for Andrew, but Maz Kanata buffing Obi-Wan unit is going to preclude that. Maz Kanata, nice card, really. 3 cost, 3/4 underworld trait command ground unit. When played, you may attack with a force unit, and it gets +2 power for this attack. I think Maz is essentially a stronger version of the old fleet lieutenant, except instead of attacking with a unit and buffing it, if it's a rebel, Maz allows you to attack only with a force unit and gives it +2.
And we see Bix Colleen being played for Andrew, the 4-cost unit. That's a 4/5, and that when played trigger. Andrew discarding Liberty to create a credit token, and that leaves the spy token vulnerable. And Carlos is going to attack in with Yaddle, clearing out both of the spy tokens now, restoring a damage on the base, just 1 damage on Carlos's base, and has very good presence in the ground arena. Carlos has really been all in on controlling this early board that Andrew is presenting.
Carlos with a much stronger board at present, but Andrew Cox has a credit on the field and is poised to potentially make more credits. Additionally, I believe that all of the anti-credit tech that Carlos has access to is in the sideboard. So he's unlikely to be able to stop Lando from making a bunch of credits on flip and accelerating into some high value endgame plays.
Carlos will have to weather the storm of this game 1, the storm of the credit tokens from Lando Calrissian, full Sabak. Andrew with the initiative has Bix Colleen, and it looks like Bix is going to be attacking into Obi-Wan Kenobi. So Obi-Wan Kenobi unit is defeated. Bix takes back 3 damage. We'll have a total of 2 damage on, or excuse me, 2 HP remaining.
Yeah. Bix, two HP remaining, but with 4 power, either of these units attacking to try and defeat that Bix Colleen unit would end up trading. So maybe not what Carlos most wants to do. We'll have to see.
At this point, Carlos has completely been playing the board control game, trying to keep every threat off the board if possible. And we do see Andrew taking advantage of the on attack ability for Bix Colleen, discarding the Rose Tico unit to create another credit token. And now the force is used for Carlos. The Obi-Wan Kenobi action ability making Yaddle a bit stronger. Getting an experience token, a 3/5 unit now with Restore. In theory, Andrew could.
Andrew, thinking about this play, does have quite a few resources and 2 credits available. Probably wants to have at least 1 credit for next turn.
Carlos stays true to the current game plan. Take care of the board, and with that experience token on Yaddle, Yaddle is able to successfully attack into Bix Colleen, defeating that unit, and Yaddle still has 1 HP remaining. Andrew is going to generate another credit token here off of that Lando action ability. Of course, you always call Cunning with that action ability, discarding the Qui-Gon Jinn and getting a 3rd credit token. So Andrew has plenty of credits here, and Lando has not yet been deployed.
Yeah, usually you see Lando with 3 credits after deployment, not before deployment. Andrew is really banking those credit tokens here, has fallen behind on the board, but can potentially make some very big plays in the future.
For the first time in the semifinals, Carlos will attack into Andrew's base, 3 damage on a Lake Country with Maz Kanata. Andrew still has 4 ready resources and 3 credit tokens, so does have plenty of options. And I think Andrew may have just passed there, and Carlos claims the initiative. So we move on to the next round. Obi-Wan Kenobi not deployed, and Andrew not playing anything on that turn, just generating the credit token.
Pretty unusual situation as we move into turn 5 here. Carlos with the only units on the board, Andrew with a lot of credits even before Lando deploys, and Obi-Wan not having deployed yet either.
In game, these two are playing. Andrew is going to go ahead and deploy Lando, defeating 1 credit token, getting 3 more. So 5 credit tokens now for Andrew as Maz Kanata attacks as well. 9 damage on Lake Country.
6 resources and 5 credit tokens. What will Andrew spend them on?
Tell you, he could play quite a large threat here, or put multiple threats in play possibly.
Carlos, meanwhile, still has 6 unspent resources of his own, plus has yet to flip Obi-Wan Kenobi and deploy onto the board as a leader unit.
Calrissian putting some more damage back on Carlos's base after Carlos had restored all of it from the early damage. So 4 damage onto the Shadowed Undercity, that Vigilance 28 HP force base.
You're now looking at still a huge pile of stuff here.
Now Carlos is going to play a Sentinel unit. We talked about these Sentinel units that Carlos has access to. Chirrut Imwe, one of them. And that can be a tough one to get through while you have the force.
Carlos does have the force, and additionally could easily claim it again this turn, even if it does get spent defensively, because Carlos can still deploy Obi-Wan Kenobi as a leader unit and attack to gain the force.
Well, now we're going to see the first big threat of the game for Andrew. The Liberty space unit played, exhausting and returning all upgrades that cost 4 or less on Yaddle, so that essentially just defeats the experience token, and Yaddle had 4 damage on. So Yaddle is defeated. Force used for Carlos. Obi-Wan Kenobi action ability, going to make that Chirrut Imwe a 4/6. Andrew claims, and here comes Obi-Wan Kenobi, another Yaddle, and the leader unit for Carlos is going into base for 3. And the second copy of Yaddle once again getting that experience token. This ground arena really turned around now. Carlos has real good control on the ground, but that Liberty is a pretty big threat tower.
That's right, Josh. Liberty represents not only a lot of damage each turn in the space arena, but also some serious disruption to Carlos's plans, given that Liberty can exhaust enemy units on attack. Now, Carlos does still have the potential to do a fair amount of healing. We could see Yaddle attack here, get restore one herself, give restore one to Obi-Wan as well, and go from there. But we could have also, of course, see Liberty attack and exhaust Yaddle to deny some of that restore.
Andrew now has a decision to make because you attack for 9 with Liberty, but like you said, that Yaddle adds some more restore here. Could, from what we are seeing currently, could restore 2. So effectively, the Liberty would then only be swinging for 7. And Carlos does have the Chirrut Imwe, that sentinel that is going to protect from Lando coming to base, but it is going to be a Liberty attack first for Andrew. That's 9 damage on the force base, 13 damage now on Carlos's base. And Andrew has to decide what to exhaust. It will be Chirrut, and that is going to defeat that experience token.
Yes, that will notably weaken Chirrut a bit. The experience token once more defeated. We saw that earlier with the first copy of the Yaddle ground unit. However, it looks like that experience is going right back on as Carlos swings base with Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah. Obi-Wan Kenobi puts the experience tokens on a unit that doesn't have a token. So you defeat the token on Chirrut, well, we can just put one right back. Lando going to be attacking into Chirrut. The force is used, so only 2 damage dealt to Chirrut. When the force is used, when Chirrut is attacked into, the attacker gets -2 power for that attack. So Lando only dealing 2 damage and taking 4 back.
We could see Yaddle here, potentially either. So this Yaddle ground unit could potentially either attack and defeat the Lando Calrissian leader unit, or it could attack for 3 damage to the base. Either way, we would be getting some restore going as well.
It is going to be the board control plan. Yaddle attacking and defeating Andrew's leader unit. Does have 4 damage on, so keep in mind once again, if that Liberty is able to exhaust it later and take care of that experience token, the Yaddle would be defeated in the process. We saw that already once earlier.
Yeah, that's very true. And oh, here comes a powerful play.
The Mandalorian, that 8-cost unit, ambushing and defeating Chirrut, the Sentinel unit, and capturing Maz Kanata, cleaning up Navarro and cleaning up Carlos's ground arena, and still has 4 HP remaining. Now, Carlos is yet to spend any resources, so let's see if he can turn things back around. We're going to see the Secret of Sage. 2-2 shielded unit. Andrew just claims the initiative, and now Shatterpoint with the force for Carlos. The force is used. Liberty is defeated, and the big threat taken care of. So now, once Carlos can get the Mandalorian off the board, he will get back the Maz Kanata.
The Mandalorian, though, Josh, is still a pretty significant threat in that ground arena. I'm not entirely sure that Carlos is going to be able to answer it all that cleanly here. And I'm trying to figure out now also whether we are potentially in range for an aggressive negotiations play with the Mandalorian.
Yeah, we see aggressive negotiations in Andrew's hand, and it looks like the total hand count here, including the aggressive negotiations, is 6. So if he doesn't resource and he plays the aggressive negotiations, that would be +5 power for the Mandalorian. So in theory, the Mandalorian could attack for 11 in total on this turn. And that would leave Carlos with just 5 HP remaining. But with Yaddle in play, the math certainly changes. You have the restore on Yaddle, and you have another Jedi in play with Obi-Wan Kenobi. So still a lot of things to consider, even with the aggressive negotiation option.
Yes, and it's worth noting that Carlos's deck has a lot of ways to recover HP from the base. So Yaddle can give recover to other units. There are some units with native recover, and then on top of that, we also have cards like Yoda's lightsaber and Itinerant Warrior that can use the Force token to heal the base directly.
Now, Andrew has the initiative, and keep in mind that Carlos is up to 8 resources, so we could start seeing the big bomb that is Yoda. That is really the key centerpiece of the late game for these decks. Andrew's going to play Watch This, and he is going to be returning Yaddle to Carlos's hand, exhausting the other units in the ground arena. That means no restore here on this turn for Carlos.
Also, might deny Carlos the opportunity to get that Force token. Without a Force unit to attack, unless Carlos has some other effect that gives the Force, which I'm not sure that he's playing at all, this may be a turn without the Force token, and we may see the game going into the next turn without Carlos having that Force token either.
That, I think, is the most important aspect of that play. Of course, you save some damage, possibly save some restore, but denying Carlos from the Force, if Yoda was an option, you can't do it now. So it's Keller and Beck instead. Still a very big threat. A 7-7 in the ground arena. And he is going to find a Chirrut off the top, paying that 1 extra resource. It costs 3 less. So now that puts a Sentinel in play, which is great for Carlos here because that is going to mitigate some big damage that could have come through with the Mandalorian.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Josh. Though it's worth noting that without a force token, Chirrut's defensive ability to reduce incoming damage is off. So the Chirrut Imwe ground unit there may be a 3/5 Sentinel, but is not a 3/5 Sentinel with the ability to debuff the attacker at this time. Though if Andrew doesn't deal with Chirrut quickly here, that ground unit is going to be able to potentially take advantage of those force tokens, which Carlos can create by attacking with units that have the force trait.
If Andrew does decide to deal with the Chirrut, that Secretive Sage could go in, take it out, and just lose the shield token. But Andrew deciding to just claim the initiative instead. So it'll be interesting to see what his plan is going in to this next turn, as Carlos desperately wants to get the Force. He's got an Itinerant Warrior in hand, and I believe I see a Yoda as well. So there's plenty of ways to use the Force very effectively. Watch this is what Carlos wants to watch out for.
All right. Looks like we're about to head into that next turn. Andrew making the resource decision. Still 1 credit on Andrew's side of the board as well. Quite a lot of options. Carlos without the credit, but still on 9 resources. So has access to quite a few options of his own.
We do see the aggressive negotiations in Andrew's hand, but again, that Sentinel standing in the way. We can't have a big attack into Carlos's base. Has to deal with Chirrut first. Andrew just doing some math here. Going to attack with the Mandalorian into the Chirrut, defeating Chirrut, and now will have the opportunity to capture one of these other non-leader units. So Keller and Beck is captured, and we will see the Secretive Sage taking out the Mandalorian, just losing that shield token. Maz Kanata and Keller and Beck back in play for Carlos, but now it's Qui-Gon Jinn for Andrew to ambush into the leader unit. Obi-Wan Kenobi taken out, but now Carlos has the Force Tower.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that even though that capture effect didn't stay for long, still exhausted Keller and Beck.
And there is Yoda. Yoda has come out, the Force used. 5 damage, can be healed from base. Qui-Gon Jinn is defeated, and Qui-Gon is going to put Yoda back on top. And the beautiful thing here is Andrew has the resource available. He uses that Lando Calrissian action ability and then just discards the Yoda. from the top of Carlos's deck.
Yeah, Yoda there, very interesting and effective card. When played, you may use the Force to heal 5 from a base, and when you use the Force, you may deal damage to a unit equal to twice the number of units you control. So 8 damage there. But Andrew, with a nice play, sees Carlos put that copy of the Yoda ground unit on top of the deck, thanks to the when defeated ability from Qui-Gon Jinn, and then uses Lando's ability to mill his opponent's deck, gets discards that top card, removes Yoda, and creates a credit token. So Andrew essentially saying, I don't want to have to deal with that guy again, and getting rid of the Yoda. Nice play there. Good use of Lando's ability.
But when it's all said and done, Tower, Carlos is left with a massive ground arena, and Andrew has nothing left in play. And after healing, you're down to, it looks like, just 8 damage on base for Carlos. And all of a sudden, things look quite good for Carlos here after weathering this earlier storm.
Andrew still has a lot of resources and 2 credit tokens, but is left without a single unit on the board, while Carlos has a pretty powerful field with a small unit, a mid-sized unit, and a large unit there in the form of the Secretive Sage, the Maz Kanata ground unit, and of course the Kelleran Beck ground unit, a powerful 7/7. Andrew behind on damage on base. I think there's some kind of judge call going on, but not entirely sure what's happening here.
I think they're trying to get the damage right after the heal from Yoda, because I believe Carlos forgot to mark it right away, the heal, but he did want to do that, use the Force. He did that. So you have to heal the 5 from a base, and he was at 12. So he would go down to 7, and they were just trying to make sure that is the right number. So when that's all said and done, it is 15-7, the damage totals in favor of Carlos. We do have the N1 Starfighter being played for Andrew in the Space Arena, but Carlos has the initiative, and Carlos right now has the position on the board.
Yeah, Carlos in a spot where he can really start adding up some damage on Andrew's base with attacks from these various ground units. Andrew maybe trying to go to space to avoid Carlos's control of the ground arena could be a good plan overall, but the problem is at this point a race looks like it would greatly favor Carlos unless Andrew can do something extremely disruptive or develop some powerful new units quickly. Maybe another copy of Liberty or something would be what Andrew needs to see here.
7 damage into Lake Country, 22 damage on Andrew's base. Just in the ground arena, Carlos is threatening right now 12 damage per turn. We have Han Solo has his moments, will be piloting the N1 Starfighter, attacking right away. That is 5 total damage into Carlos's base, back up to 12. So we have gone right back to where we were prior to Yoda healing the base. And now the action
And
back
I'm
on Carlos.
I'm sure Carlos would love to have drawn that Yoda that he'd put back on top of the deck, but with Andrew's nice discard play, that isn't going to necessarily be an option here. Although, of course, he could have drawn a different copy of Yoda, and it looks like he did. I
Oh,
see a Yoda in
he's
the hand there,
got
Josh.
another one. That is so good. That would be enough to take out the N1 Starfighter. You could deal 8 damage right now to that Starfighter and heal 5 more, but maybe wanting to wait for another threat here. Andrew going to play Faith in Your Friends after the Maz Kanata attacked. 25-12, the damage totals. But that Yoda, that could be the play that really, really closes things up for Carlos, because this race is heavily in Carlos's favor at the moment.
Yeah, this is a tough scenario here. I think for Andrew Cox, we are going to see Faith in Your Friends. Looks like is the disclose not going off here, Josh? Is that what we're seeing? I believe so.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. And here comes Yoda. The Force is used. N1 Starfighter defeated. And right back down to 7 damage on base goes Carlos. And there is more than lethal in the ground arena. All the questions right now are directed at Andrew. Can he answers them? He starts with a Master Code Breaker. He's going to go digging for a Gambit card.
At this point, I think maybe watch this, try to bounce something and exhaust that ground arena to buy some time. But it looks like actually the master codebreaker, I think, missed there. The top 8 cards did not have a gambit that Andrew wanted to draw there. Very unfortunate.
We do see the Lando action ability discarding the Light Maker off the top, a credit token for Andrew, but Carlos has the initiative. And with just 2 actions, he can close out the game. Andrew's going to scoop it up. Carlos Apodaca taking game 1 here in the semifinals. And now just 1 win away from a final appearance at a sector qualifier.
That was a tough round for Andrew Cox. We did see him hit the aggressive negotiations on one of his Lando leader unit ability or leader ability uses, which is not what you want to see. And Andrew was able to bank a huge amount of credits in the early game, but was not able to convert those into a lasting advantage later on. Even when Andrew played powerful units like Liberty or the Mandalorian, Carlos was able to deal with them and keep healing his base in order to prevent getting into the danger zone from aggressive negotiations.
Just so many ways for this Obi-Wan Kenobi deck to take damage back off the base. And one thing that was very important that we watched in this game is Carlos in the early game, he was all about controlling this board. He knows that if he can get to the late game, things like Keller and Beck, and then being able to play Yoda, potentially multiple copies of Yoda, the inevitability you have there of just healing so much damage, taking out the big threats on the other side, that is going to lend to a good result. So clean up the board as best as you can. Now, if we look at the deck list one more time, Tower, you called out Galen Urso and Terramin Barcona, 2 cards that could be very interesting for Carlos in this matchup moving forward.
Yeah, Galen Urso able to name a card where that card's abilities stop functioning, and credit token is a card, so you can say credit and prevent your opponent from using those credit tokens to discount their plays. Termin Barcona can defeat credit tokens directly and give out experience for doing so when played. So I think Carlos is very likely going to want to try and bring in some of those credit hate options to try and attack Andrew's economic game plan, given that the Lando Calrissian builds are very much ones that make use of that credit token.
Definitely. I think it would be a very good opportunity here for Carlos to potentially take the percentages and up them a little bit more in your favor with the credit hate. On the other side for Andrew, he did have some ambush options in the sideboard, with I think Depa being the big one there. And so that could be a game plan for Andrew. We know that Carlos is really all in on the ground arena, the blue leader being the only space unit. So could see Andrew possibly bringing in some of these ambush units to potentially try and create some 2-for-1, some good advantage in the ground arena.
All right. Let's see what happens here. The players are cutting one another's decks. We are about to be moving into the second game of this top 4 match. If Carlos Apodaca can win this game, he will be moving on to the finals. While if Andrew Cox can get this win, we will move on to the third and final game of this match to determine who will be moving on to that final 2.
Now both players just taking a look through their hands, seeing if we keep these hands or if we take a mulligan. Do see that blue leader. We were talking about blue leader for Carlos, and Andrew is going to choose to take a mulligan, and Carlos will follow suit. Neither player happy there. And if you're Andrew, Tower, do you think you're looking to get a very aggressive start? Maybe you can push a little bit more into the space arena early. He does have those early plays, and try to put on some good pressure, because it seems like if Carlos is able to get these good early force units into something like the Chirrut, it's just very tough to break through in the ground arena.
Yeah, one thing that was interesting about that game 1, Josh, is that Andrew was putting out very little pressure early on in the game, to the point where I think we saw turns where all he would do is make a credit token. And that's not, I think, necessarily what you want. I think, maybe we see a start where we have, we could be playing the Master Codebreaker. We could be playing Faith in Your Friends, bring out those spies. Just doing something to generate more pressure early on in the game does seem like it would be relevant. Um, One thing that Carlos's deck really does have access to is Shatterpoint. I think Shatterpoint is probably the best removal card in the game right now, or at least like the most generic, versatile, strong single target removal, with the downside being that it only works for decks that can create that force token. The non force token mode in Shatterpoint does exist, but is significantly weaker since it can only target units with low HP. Um, but Shatterpoint can be a great answer to even powerful units like Liberty or the Mandalorian. And it does mean that bringing a powerful unit out early with those credit tokens may not be the overwhelming advantage here that it can be in some other matchups. Andrew's also going to have to watch out for credit hate given that this game is being played post sideboard.
Well, in the first game, Shatterpoint did have a big impact taking out the Liberty. And now, as we get game two started, Andrew with the initiative playing Faith in Your Friends, searching the top three cards of the deck. And we saw this played more of the or in the latter stages of the last game, and we did not see the spies. We did see spies early though, so let's see if he's able to generate these spy tokens once again right out of the gate.
All right. Looks like he can. I think we see a copy of Rose Tico. I'm not totally sure, but I think the second card is the Master Codebreaker. I can see his arm there in the fancy white tuxedo, and not quite sure what the third card on the bottom of that stack was.
And now back over to Carlos. It is a Mina Bonteri unit to start things out for Carlos as Andrew just holds on to the initiative. A very similar start here in game two. We saw the Yaddle facing off against two spy tokens in game one. This time it's a Mina Bonteri facing off against the two spy tokens. Another restore option early for Carlos that could potentially replace itself with another card later if Carlos is able to disclose with the when defeated trigger.
Now, one big difference I'm noticing here, though, Josh, is that Yaddle does have the force trait, while the Mina Bonteri ground unit here does not, which does mean that Carlos may have a little more difficulty getting that force token going and using some of those abilities that rely on it, including cards like Shatterpoint, but also just the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader card ability there.
Will be tough here. We'll see if Carlos can get a force unit in play in the very near future. It also shuts off things like the Maz Kanata play that we saw pretty early in that last game, being able to attack with a force unit with that 2 extra powers. So Mina just doesn't have the same synergy. Andrew, with the initiative, going to play the Master Codebreaker that was disclosed on the opening turn of the game. See if he finds a Gambit card here, and I don't know. Has he found one here, Tower? I don't see one right off the first glance.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because he has the cards, fairly close to one another, not really fanned out. But I think you're right, Josh. I believe once again Andrew Cox has missed the draw there with the win played ability from the Master Codebreaker. We saw this last game, and now we're seeing it here as well.
Tough break there for Andrew. Action back on Carlos. And now it is going to be Gunji. So a couple different early units that we did not see from Carlos in game one.
Gunji, the 2-cost 2/5 Force, Jedi, and Wookiee traded ground unit, does not have any text, but sometimes you don't need text. Sometimes you just need big numbers.
Big numbers sometimes the name of the game. It is going to be the Axe Forgets for Andrew, though, and the numbers from Gunji will be erased. Gunji put back in Carlos's hand as Mina Bonteri is going to attack and defeat one of the spy tokens.
Now, you might wonder why Andrew Cox used the Axe Forgets there on Gunji rather than on Mina Bonteri. You might say, well,
both of these units swing for 2, but Mina Bonteri has restore, and also Mina Bonteri is ready. Wouldn't it be better to use the Axe Forgets there rather than on Gunji? I believe what Andrew's trying to do here is keep Carlos Apodaca off of that Force token. We discussed it earlier, but Mina Bonteri does not have the Force trait, while Gunji does. So by bouncing Gunji, Andrew is trying to prevent Carlos from getting access to the abilities that use that Force token.
And so far, Andrew has done a good job of that. The turn one unit for Carlos, not having the force, answering the turn two play, being able to keep these force decks off the force as long as you can. A great strategy as Andrew starts with the initiative, and the spy token will deal some damage here. 2 damage to base on Carlos's side, and now Mina Bonteri will take out the other spy token, restoring 1. Now let's see if Andrew hits. Off the top, he will with that Lando action ability, discarding Beguile, creating a credit token as he would name the cunning aspect. And now the itinerant warrior coming out. No force to use here on this turn again, but we do get a force unit in play, a 4/4 shielded force unit for
Now
Carlos.
missing this Itinerant Warrior's healing ability is not as bad here as it might be in some other circumstances because there isn't all that much damage on the base to heal in the first place. So yes, it would be nice to be able to use the force to heal 3 damage here, but really it would actually only be healing 1 damage. So Carlos is probably more or less fine with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if anything, if your opponent claims the initiative, there could be some argument that you would actually rather use the force to buff up the itinerant warrior to make it a 5/5 potentially. But yeah, that healing the 1 not super effective here. And Andrew with that credit token, Depa Balaba has found its way into the main deck and found its way in play here in game 2, ambushing and defeating the itinerant warrior. That saboteur keyword getting right through the shield token.
Yeah, nice play there by Andrew. Very clean answer to a 4/4 shielded unit that would otherwise be a problem. Using that credit token, was able to play Depa Balaba a turn early and ambush and saboteur, a nice combination there.
And
Now,
again, taking the force unit off the board. Obi-Wan Kenobi leader is deployed. Master Codebreaker cracking in for 1, 2 damage on Carlos's base. But now Andrew has fully exhausted all of his resources. Obi-Wan Kenobi attacking. We finally have the force token for Carlos. Mina Bonteri gets an experience token. We do
I
see
believe
Andrew
Carlos
displaying.
setting up a trade here between the buffed Mina Bonteri unit and the weakened Depa Balaba ground unit, which will also allow him to trigger Mina Bonteri's when defeated ability. He has the disclose, shows protect the pod, and I believe blue leader there. So we'll be able to draw a card and still has all 5 resources for this turn.
Now we are going to see those resources used effectively. Blue leader being played, bringing some air support into the ground arena, paying the extra resources there, and ambushing and defeating the Master Codebreaker.
Yep. Blue leader here played with the when played ability resolved before ambush. So Carlos pays 2 to give 2 experience to the blue leader, which then moves to the ground arena, ambushes the master codebreaker, and leaves Andrew Cox once more without any units on the board as we move into the mid game. Now, I'm not actually sure if Carlos remembered to get the draw there from Mina Bonteri. I saw the disclose, but I'm not sure if he actually picked up the card.
Yeah, that is a good question. Not 100% sure. And I think they are counting through that now because he did disclose, so it should have happened. And
Right.
I think we're at a state now where he's yet to resource or anything. It wouldn't have changed anything last round. So this probably could be an easy fix.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, and I believe we see a judge discussing this matter with the players there. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, and it looks like there's an extra draw there. I assume that's to replace the missed draw that we saw with the Mina Bonteri when defeated trigger. Because as you say, Josh, we did see Carlos use the disclose, but I'm not sure he remembered to take the card at first. Now we have it. Moving into this next turn, Andrew Cox once again not in the best spot. And this time he doesn't even have a big pile of credits that he can count on.
It's a great point. We do see one credit being generated off of that Lando Calrissian action ability. He desperately
Oh,
needed
it's
that. And
Theremin,
Theremin
though. That
Barcona,
credit is
you
going
talked
away.
about it. It takes out the credit, and an experience token is given to Obi-Wan Kenobi and Theremin Barcona. You talked about this before the match, Tower, and now it's coming to fruition.
Andrew Cox cannot be happy to see that. Terriman Barcona showing up to counter the one credit token that he had. And now Andrew has to choose between deploying Lando without making those extra credits or waiting to deploy his leader until a later point in the game.
Now, we do have an ambush unit being played by Andrew to trade with the blue leader. It was the guild ambush team. So both units defeated. But what a turn for Carlos. Massive play here, and we are not going to see Lando Calrissian deployed. You can't get the credits. You need one in play, and he doesn't have it. So massive advantage for Carlos going into the next round.
Andrew Cox in a difficult position. That guild ambush team does trade with the blue leader ground unit, or rather space unit that has moved to the ground, but it still leaves Andrew Cox with no units on the board, no credit tokens. I think he's going to try to create a credit this turn and then flip with Lando to make those extra credits. But Andrew Cox has lost a lot of tempo at this point.
And keep in mind, Carlos has a handful of cards as well. He was able to draw the extra one off the Mina Bonteri. My goodness, can you imagine if he had another piece of credit hate? We are going to see the Qui-Gon Jinn 7-cost unit ambushing and defeating the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit. So one big threat is dealt with.
Yeah,
But
and,
keep
and
in
so
mind,
the Tyramin Barcona ground unit could trade with this Qui-Gon Jinn ground unit, leaving an empty board on both sides. But I think Carlos would likely prefer to find a more efficient answer than that in order to maintain some of the board advantage that he had going into this turn.
and Andrew has no more ready resources, so he cannot generate a credit here with that Lando action ability to potentially try and deploy and get the extra credits. So now we see the Yoda's lightsaber being played by Carlos onto Terriman Barcona. This is a large unit here in the ground arena. That is a 5, 6, 7, 8 power now, and a total of 8 HP as well. So an 8-8, which is enough to get around the 7 power that Qui-Gon has. This could be some trouble here.
Yeah, 8 HP total, could attack and defeat Qui-Gon. But, the problem that I see with that, Josh, is that if Carlos were to attack and defeat Qui-Gon while remaining on the board, Qui-Gon's when defeated ability could then be used to bounce the Termin Barcona unit. So you still would not be able to stay with this. On the other hand, Carlos might just go to the base, create a lot of threat, and force Andrew to be the one to make that trade. We'll have to see how this goes.
Absolutely. And now Galen Urso is played. That comes out of the sideboard as well. And it looked like Carlos pointed at Qui-Gon. So Qui-Gon will lose all of the abilities.
Yeah, so Carlos has set up a situation now where the Terramin Barcona ground unit can potentially attack and defeat Qui-Gon. And with the when defeated text on Qui-Gon blanked by Galen Urso, no unit will be bounced back. So Carlos will stay with that powerful unit on the board if this indeed happens. Let's see whether that's what we see, whether Terramin will just go to the base. Could be interesting one way or another. It is going to be an attack to defeat Qui-Gon and the ability blocked by Galen Urso.
Now the Terriman taking back 7 damage. So just 1 HP remaining on Terriman Barcona, but it's enough to keep him in the ground arena. Andrew has the initiative, but once again, something that has been quite common here in the later stages of each of these games. Andrew has to start the turn with no units in play.
Now, Andrew still hasn't deployed Lando Calrissian, which on the one hand is very inefficient with how the deck most wants to play, but on the other hand does mean that Andrew still has a decently powerful unit that he'll be able to send into the ground arena for free at some point in this game. probably wants to try and find a way to get a credit out there first, but we'll see whether or not that ends up being possible.
Andrew has the first action. A very vulnerable Terramin Barcona, and here is Liberty for Andrew. Now this could exhaust the Terramin Barcona, and that would end up defeating Terramin, but that Yoda's lightsaber would go back into Carlos's hand.
Yeah, I believe that's right. So Liberty says exhaust an enemy unit and return all upgrades on it that cost 4 or less to their owner's hands. So and Andrew Cox names Terramin Barcona with Liberty there. So the Terramin Barcona ground unit is exhausted. The experience token is returned to hand, which just defeats it. That means that this unit has no HP left and is defeated. But the problem with this for Andrew Cox is that the Yoda's lightsaber also goes back to hand, and Carlos will potentially be able to replay it on a future turn.
Now we see Kellerin Beck, the 7-cost unit for Carlos. So another strong play here. Searching the top 7 cards for a unit to play. It would cost 1 less, and would cost 3 less, and he does have 1 ready resource, so could play something up to a 4-cost unit, but has found the 3-cost Obi-Wan Kenobi to extend the pressure on the board, and that Obi-Wan Kenobi will have Sentinel for this phase. Andrew just claiming the initiative. Galen Urso will attack for 3. And just like that, it's 10 damage on Lake Country. Still a long ways to go here in this game for both players. But right now, Carlos has been able to weather the storm thus far, but it's Andrew with the initiative and Liberty in play. So a big swing could be incoming right away.
That's right, Josh. Liberty could swing for a big chunk of damage here, potentially buffed if we do see a card like Aggressive Negotiations played by Andrew Cox. And while he's at it, it will not only be a big chunk of damage to Carlos's base, but could also exhaust one of Carlos's units, most likely the 7/7 Kellerin Beck ground unit. So Andrew Cox may have had a lot of trouble establishing a board, but this copy of Liberty is a powerful space threat that might start evening the odds here a bit.
With 1 swing, Liberty can tie the damage counts, but put ahead Andrew in the race due to having 6 more HP on his base. So Liberty attacking for 9, 10 damage on each base. The Kellerin Beck is exhausted, and here comes Yoda. And that is going to allow Carlos to heal 5 damage from his base, 8 damage to Liberty, and now we've got a massive ground arena again. This, once again, is something that Andrew's going to have to deal with rather quickly. A lot of damage now in that ground arena.
Yep, and playing that Yoda unit will also make the Obi-Wan Kenobi ground unit there a sentinel until the end of the turn. So if Andrew were to deploy his Lando Calrissian leader unit this turn, there would be a sentinel in Lando's way.
Now here comes the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian will have to ambush into Obi-Wan Kenobi, taking out the 3-cost unit and capturing the Kellerin Beck. And the Mandalorian will have 5 HP remaining, but Carlos claims the initiative, and that lines up an attack right away with that Yoda. We see Lando action ability used, a credit created for Andrew off of that discard of the stolen AT hauler, but again, the initiative for Carlos and that Yoda set up to take out Mando.
Now, Andrew Cox still has yet to deploy his Lando Calrissian leader unit here. I'm a little surprised, Josh. I would have imagined he might have done that at the end of that previous turn after making that credit token, would have given him an opportunity to get the extra credits and get at least 4 damage into the base with the Sentinel unit there removed. But that is not what Andrew chose to do.
Yeah, it's been such a different game. That Terramin Barcona answering the credit when Andrew really wanted to deploy Lando has kept Lando right there in the leader zone so far for the rest of the game. Yoda attacking and defeating the Mandalorian, getting Kellerin Beck back. But now it's another guild ambush team for Andrew. 5-cost, 5/4 ambush unit that is able to trade with Yoda. Another Terriman Barcona, the credit out once again, Tower, and an experience token to both Terriman and Galen Urso. Both of those units will get +1/+1, and Galen Urso still ready.
Not necessarily a situation that Andrew likes to see here. This is twice now that his credit token plays have been countered by Terriman Barcona. And to add insult to injury, Terriman's when played ability not only defeats that credit, but also gives out some experience to both the Barcona ground unit himself and to another unit on Carlos's board, in this case, Galen Urso. Tough situation here for Andrew Cox.
Really tough indeed. We see the faith in your friends being played, and you're able to go and search for a card. We do see the disclose 2 credit tokens will be created here, or 2 spy tokens, excuse me. So getting some threats in the ground arena, but unfortunately those threats just don't match up to the ground arena that Carlos has worked his way into here in game 2. Galen Urso is going to attack into Andrew's base. That's 14 damage on.
Yeah, 14 damage now on Andrew Cox's base, just 5 damage on Carlos Apodaca's base. We do see that N1 Starfighter in the space arena, but Andrew has a board of many small, relatively weak units, while Carlos has both some smaller units and also some much more powerful ones on the field. And that copy of Yaddle represents a lot of potential healing as well.
Absolutely, as the Obi-Wan Kenobi comes down. Also, so many units in that ground arena, so many Jedis. What a board Carlos has been able to assemble. Andrew has the initiative, but really, really in trouble here. The tournament on the line for Andrew in this game too.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how this one is going to evolve. But I feel that Carlos has been doing a great job of slowing down his opponent's plays here.
Let's see what Andrew has for us. Resources set. Ready to go. First action. What do we have? A watch this would at least mitigate the pressure for this turn, because I'm pretty sure with everything on board that 7, 14, 19 is enough to win the game on this turn. But Andrew does have the watch this, so he will bounce one of these units. It cannot be Kelleran Beck. It could be any of the others back to Carlos's hand, and all of these other ground units do get exhausted. So Terriman Barcona back to Carlos's hand, and
That's
Andrew will
definitely
survive another turn here.
definitely something Andrew likes to see there. Slows things down a lot. But here comes Yoda for Carlos Apodaca.
Yoda, once again, a massive play. Carlos healing back down to 0 damage. The Starfighter defeated by Yoda. And Andrew really just running out of steam. Another faith in your friends. But at this point, Carlos is building a board that's just insurmountable.
I think it's safe to say that if it is that like 10th turn of the game and you're hoping to be pushing damage quickly and your opponent's base has 0 damage on it, things have not been going well. And Andrew Cox now may be able to make some spy tokens, but the spy tokens that are already in play are being blocked by that Obi-Wan Kenobi ground unit, which has Sentinel after Yoda was played. So I'm not sure Andrew's even going to be able to get any damage to base this turn.
Not at all. Andrew will be able to put some more spies into play possibly, but again, if you do the math, Carlos has enough on the board to close out the game. We are going to get the disclose effect. 2 more spies for Andrew. 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 2 more spies for And What can he do? We see the Light Maker in hand, which is another way to potentially exhaust that board, but you would have to get a way to defeat it. Tough spot here in the semifinals for Andrew. What a run Andrew has been on with this deck that his team has brought to the Atlanta Sector Qualifier. The Lando Calrissian Lake Country has really just taken the tournament by storm. Another credit created as well with the Lando action ability. But Carlos has
Do you
claimed and just ready to put on some good pressure.
do you think, Josh, it's finally time for that Lando Calrissian leader unit to hit the field?
You
I'm not
know,
sure I've ever seen a game where someone has not deployed their
hey,
leader
he heard you.
during
He heard
Piet.
you, Tower.
Yeah, there we go.
right as you were saying it, Lando Calrissian comes out. We've got 3 credit tokens now for Andrew, but I think Lando might be a little bit too late to the party. We'll see if Andrew has any more tricks up his sleeve. Carlos right now in full control, in the driver's seat to make a final appearance in Atlanta.
Lando Calrissian, the leader unit, along with 4 spy tokens, facing off against some powerful Jedi for Carlos Apodaca. Let's see how this goes.
The Jedi start the damage train. Keller and Beck putting 7 more damage on Lake Country. It's 13 HP remaining for Andrew. And there is a total of 14 damage still remaining in Carlos's ground arena.
What
Looking
could
at the
Andrew
hand.
have to get him out of this situation? I'm not entirely sure. It's looking grim.
I don't think this deck runs any Sentinels. So I don't think a Sentinel is an option here to slow down the ground arena. We've already seen the watch this last turn. I'm not sure if he has another copy in hand. Could potentially exhaust the ground arena yet again, but it just feels like at that point you're kind of delaying the inevitable, Tower.
Yeah, I mean it's we're looking at 21 damage on Andrew's base, 0 damage on Carlos's base. Both players have wide boards, but Carlos's unit quality is much higher. If Andrew can pull this comeback off, I think this will be a famous game in Star Wars Unlimited tournament history.
This could be the greatest comeback ever in this game. That is absolutely accurate, Tower. If Andrew could pull it off. Now, we talked about Sentinels. We've talked about Watch This. We talked about Lightmaker, but it has to be defeated to exhaust that arena. But here comes the Lightmaker. We'll see if Andrew has any way to potentially minimize some of this damage. Action back over to Carlos, who also has plenty of cards in hand. Yoda to base. Another Jedi, putting Lake Country up to 26 damage. 8 HP remaining. It's 3 actions
And
away from Carlos.
yeah, and there is enough damage on the board here for Carlos Apodaca to potentially win the game this turn if Andrew can't do anything about it. But we do see a bunch of resources and a bunch of credits here for Andrew Cox. He might still have some tricks up his sleeves.
Here comes Galen Urso. 4 more damage on Lake Country. 4 HP remaining. After some damage was traded with Galen Urso and Lando Calrissian. What a run
A
it's been
single
for
attack
Andrew, but he
buffed by
needs
Maz
something
Kanata
here.
here could end this game.
You're right. It could be 1 action. Carlos has plenty of cards in hand. It could be there. 2 actions at the most with Yaddle and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Andrew in a very difficult spot. I think I see a copy of that Qui-Gon Jinn ground unit in hand, but Galen Urso is still on the field blanking that card's text. He can't actually ambush. This is not a
No, he
legal
can't.
play.
There it is. Carlos is pointing to it. It's blanked. Oh, no. It's not
Is he
an
going to be
option.
forced to play it? It looks like he is. That is a heartbreaking moment here for Andrew
And it's
Cox.
Maz. It's Maz Kanata to follow it up. The fist pump given. Carlos Apodaca from Blue Milk Gaming heading on to the finals in Atlanta. It'll be an Obi-Wan Kenobi, Lando Calrissian showdown for the championship.
Well, Josh, I think if the finals goes like that match that we just saw, Carlos Apodaca is going to be our champion because it seemed like he had all the tools he needed to handle that Lando Calrissian Lake Country build. Very strong showing from our Obi-Wan Kenobi player.
What an incredible performance from Carlos Apodaca, but hats off to Andrew Cox as well. What a performance all the way to the semifinals with this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck that absolutely has sent the community spiraling. At this point, it is absolutely taken over, and this may be the new public enemy number one. What a match. That was so much fun to witness, Tower.
Absolutely, Josh. That was some very exciting Star Wars Unlimited stuff. It was really interesting to see the various plays that Carlos had there to counter Andrew's credit tokens, to counter the plays that that Lando Calrissian deck was trying to make. Kind of an unusual game. Very rare to see someone delay the leader deployment that long. Maybe trying to find a window to deploy the leader and then use an aggressive negotiations or something to do a very quick burst of damage. But ultimately, Andrew was not able to find the window that he needed. And it's going to be Carlos who's moving on to the finals to face off against yet another Lando Lake Country player.
Yep, that is absolutely right. Andrew's teammate Tyler York to the finals to face off against Carlos Apodaca. We've got one more match to decide it all here in Atlanta. We're going to step away for a short break, but don't go anywhere. The finals coming up very shortly. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Yep, yep, we're good. Tower, you want to bring us in?
Will do.
All right.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Sector Qualifier here in Atlanta, Georgia, brought to you by Star City Games. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined by Josh Snyder, and we are about to bring you the final match. In the semifinals, we just had Carlos Apodaca, the one Obi-Wan Kenobi player left in the event, give a very strong showing, defeated a Lando Lake Country player 2-0. Now Carlos is poised to face off with another Lando Lake Country player, Tyler York, in the finals. Josh, what do you think about this match?
Well, we just saw Carlos control the board so effectively against this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, and now he's got to do it all over again. Tyler York from the Eclipse team all the way to the finals on this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, and he's going to have to change the outcome of what Andrew just faced, and I think it's going to be tough because this Obi-Wan Kenobi deck just has such a great way to control the board effectively and restore so much damage.
Yeah, I think in that previous match we saw the Obi-Wan deck do a huge amount of healing. That other one we were on like turn 10 or something, and Carlos had 0 damage on his base. Absolutely not what the opponent wants to see. Additionally, we saw some of those sideboard cards come in, and Terramin Barcona, the ground unit that can defeat a credit to give experience to himself and to another friendly unit, was a massive problem for Lando in the previous game, defeating some credits, giving out some experience, and leaving a powerful unit behind for Lando to deal with as well.
Yeah, that was so effective. That Terramin Barcona really just sucked all of the wind right out of Andrew's sails as soon as it was played because it was the turn that Andrew wanted to deploy Lando, and that Terramin just completely destroyed Andrew's plan. So we are definitely going to be seeing that Terramin Barcona and Galen Urso coming in the game 2 and 3 if necessary. For Tyler, this list is very similar to what we just saw from Andrew, and he is looking at several ambush units in the sideboard, which Andrew did bring in because this Obi-Wan Kenobi deck is heavily based in the ground arena. There's only one space unit in the deck, and generally Carlos is going to want to use that to ambush a unit in the ground arena with that blue leader.
Yeah, Carlos with a very ground focused deck, weaker in the space arena, but with a fair number of removal effects that can go across arenas to remove enemy space units. Shatterpoint, I think one of the premier single target removal cards in the game at present. And of course, the very powerful Yoda ground unit that Carlos has used to devastating effect in the games that we just saw. All right. And we are about to move into that final. The players have resourced. Here we go, Josh. Let's hope for a great game.
Absolutely want to see a great match between these two players. Carlos starting things out the higher seed with the initiative will play Gunji on turn 1, getting the force unit on turn 1. We know how important that is for these force decks. And Tyler going to start with the Master Codebreaker, searching for a Gambit card. We saw this play consistently last round as well. He is going to find a Gambit card, the Faith in Your Friends. And that Faith in Your Friends will only cost 1 with the Master Codebreaker in play.
Yeah, Faith in Your Friends, a powerful card for this Lando Lake Country build. We've certainly seen a fair few of these played across the course of this event as well. We're going to be moving into that next turn of the game. Now, Gunji has advantages and disadvantages as an opening play. Unlike Yaddle or Mina Terry, Gunji does not have built-in restore, which is a little awkward. But on the plus side, you do have that force trait. So Carlos will likely be able to get those force token synergy effects going quickly this match.
Absolutely. Force important here for Carlos, an important trait. Gunji attacking into Lake Country for 2. And the force is generated now for Carlos. Tyler going to play the Canyon Frontrunner, a card that we've seen get so much value throughout the weekend for these teammates, the Eclipse teammates on this Lando Lake Country deck. Let's see what Carlos has to follow up. It's the Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan unit. We'll have Sentinel for this phase, and it's just another force unit in play. Try and make sure Carlos keeps that force token.
Now, Tyler would be able to play that copy of Faith in Your Friends for just one resource here, I believe, but is going to decide actually maybe it's better to take the initiative. And I think I think given that the Canyon Frontrunner has an ability that works only if no other units have attacked during this phase, it makes sense that Tyler is going to want to go first to swing with that Frontrunner and debuff one of Carlos's units.
That's absolutely right. The Canyon Frontrunner needs to attack first, and it's going to attack first with the Han Solo pilot. It is a vehicle unit. Han Solo will give it +2/+3. It will attack right away. 5 total power, taking out Obi-Wan Kenobi. And Obi-Wan Kenobi gets -2 power, so only 1 damage back on the front runner. And Carlos will follow that up with the Chirrut Imwe. So another force unit replacing Obi-Wan Kenobi. And it is a Sentinel, as Tyler is going to use the Lando action ability, discarding the Master Codebreaker off the top and getting the credit token.
Yeah, so nice play there with that. Han Solo has his Moments Ground unit, which can be played as a pilot as well, piloting the Canyon Frontrunner, swinging and clearing Obi-Wan. But now Carlos has a replacement Sentinel, and honestly, one that's even more difficult to deal with. That Chirrut Imwe ground unit with the when this unit is attacked before damage is dealt, you may use the Force, and if you do, the attacker gets -2 power. This is going to be a major obstacle in Tyler's path at this time.
It will be an obstacle for sure. It's faith in your friends for Tyler for only 1 resource with Master Codebreaker in play. So searching the top 3, getting another card. And we'll see
Yes,
now
and I
if Tyler.
believe that discount is important here because I think we saw Lando's ability used this turn as well. So a credit token made for the future, then 2 resource with 1 resource, 2 resources used to play that Han Solo unit as a pilot upgrade, and then only 1 resource left. But with the discount, that's enough to bring out 2 spy tokens with Faith in Your Friends. Tyler York putting on a lot of pressure early. This looks to be a stronger start for Lando compared to what we saw in the previous match.
It really does. We do have those 2 spy tokens, the front runner piloted by Han and the Master Codebreaker showing its effectiveness early in game 1. Carlos able to claim the initiative. And we'll see how he opts to go about this quite threatening ground arena on Tyler's side of the board.
Tyler moving his leader and base to the side there, maybe showing that he's going to be widening his ground arena even further.
Sign
Let's see
of
here.
things to come. Carlos has the initiative. Of course, the most threatening unit in play, that Canyon front runner, but with Carlos having the initiative, he can attack first and make sure that that on attack trigger from the front runner will not be firing off during this action phase. And it's going to be Gunji attacking and defeating one of the spy tokens. Carlos continues to hold on to the force.
Yeah, now there's an interesting thing here where you might want to hold back some of these attacks normally so that you could attack to regain the force and re-enable Chirrut Imwe's defensive ability. But in this case, these attacks are removing enemy units that would otherwise be able to attack Chirrut. So may well be worth it anyway.
Air support called in, blue leader, to rescue this ground arena trouble that Carlos is having. It's a 5-5 with ambush with the 2 extra resources paid, and it is going to defeat the Master Codebreaker. So the Gambit cost reduction has been erased temporarily for Tyler. The action back on Tyler, and now the ground arena looking a little bit more scary on Carlos's side.
Yeah, blue leader, the only space unit in Carlos's deck, and despite being the only space unit in the deck, we once again see air support for the ground arena instead. But Tyler is now the one bringing out a space threat with a copy of Lightmaker.
Lightmaker, that is some big pressure. Has Raid Fork, an attack for 7 by itself. Obi-Wan Kenobi is deployed. And now let's see where we go with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Going to attack into the spy token. We saw Carlos do this very effectively in the opening game of the semifinals. Just control that board as much as you can. So dealing with the spies, an experience token given to Chirrut. And now some more damage coming through. And it's going to be 8 total damage on Tyler's Lake Country. 8-0, the damage count going into the regroup phase.
It looks like Carlos has managed to kind of gain control of the ground arena, clear out a lot of Tyler's units, buff his Sentinel even further, and get some damage on Lake Country besides. So certainly a nice turn for Carlos. But that Light Maker in the space arena is a serious threat.
Now Tyler has the initiative, so we'll attack into the Chirrut. Force is used. So -2 power for the Canyon frontrunner, but also -2 power for Chirrut on the crackback. So both units will have 3 damage on, which leaves just 2 HP remaining on that Canyon frontrunner.
Yeah, we could potentially see the Canyon frontrunner here defeated by any of the units that Carlos Apodaca still has in the ground arena. Even Gunji, the smallest unit on the board right now for Carlos, would be able to trade with that Canyon frontrunner unit. On the other hand, the that on attack ability of the Canyon frontrunner, keeping it on the field when fighting Chirrut, who normally would have been able to defeat that ground unit in one hit.
Blue leader dealing 5 damage to Tyler's base, 13 damage on Lake Country. And keep in mind, you talked about Gunji having the ability to go into the Canyon frontrunner. Gunji could even be buffed by the Obi-Wan Kenobi, attack into that frontrunner and survive. Now here comes Lando Calrissian, leader unit being deployed. Credit token defeated. 3 generated for Tyler, but now it's Chirrut attacking in for only 2. Still has the -2 from the front runner on attack trigger earlier. That does last for the phase. So 15 damage on Tyler's base as he ponders an attack into Chirrut with Lando.
Yeah, now the thing about this is the experience token on Chirrut does mean that an attack from the Lando Calrissian leader unit on the ground there would not necessarily defeat Chirrut, because if Carlos chose to spend that force token, it would be 4 incoming damage -2. Only 2 damage gets through, leaving the buffed Chirrut ground unit still on the field with 1 HP.
Excellent call out. Tough choice here for Tyler. The box of text on that Chirrut Imwe has been very problematic for Tyler. That Sentinel, been a real issue. Now we do see the Liberty being played, and we've got Obi-Wan Kenobi exhausted. So Lando on the 6 resource turn, giving Tyler those extra credits. We are able to see that 8 cost unit already. And big pressure now applied in the space arena. Between those 2 units, Tower, that is a total of 16 damage.
The ground arena might be looking pretty good for Carlos, but he needs to find some answers to these threats in the space arena, or else this game might get away from him and fast. The both Lightmaker and Liberty are not really units that Carlos Apodaca can afford to leave on this board for long. But without very many space units of his own, he needs to find some removal options that can deal with his opponent's space threats.
Now we know he has things like Shatterpoint. With the Force, would be able to take out either of these units. We do have Gunji going to attack into Tyler's base for 2, so 17 damage on Lake Country, ignoring the front runner as of now as Lando attacks into Chirrut Imwe. The Force going to be used, so only 2 damage. to that buffed up Chirrut Imwe that has 1 HP remaining, the Sentinel that has been such a brick wall for Tyler to try and pound his way through.
But look at this. Carlos Apodaca is going to end up taking the initiative without using any of his resources that turn. That's definitely a bit of a stumble in his momentum. I do see, I believe, a copy of Protect the Pod in hand, so that could potentially be used to remove Lightmaker at least, but it wouldn't be enough damage to clear out Liberty. And at this point, with 5 damage on Chirrut, Chirrut is only being kept on the field by that experience token, which means that if Liberty attacks and chooses Chirrut as the target of the exhaust ability, that Chirrut Imwe ground unit will lose its experience token and will actually be defeated. So awkward situation here for Carlos with his Sentinel potentially being removed by one of these space unit attacks as well.
Carlos does see that being a very real possibility. So with the initiative, that Chirrut Imwe will attack right away. 21 damage on Tyler's base, but here comes Liberty, a big attack for 9. 16 damage with just 2 attacks so far from Tyler into Carlos's base, and the blue leader will be exhausted and both experience tokens defeated. So that blue leader gets a lot smaller with that one action.
Carlos was in a strong position earlier, but it looks to me like this is actually slipping away from him. He needs to find some answers to that space arena and find them fast.
He really does. We see Keller and Beck coming out here. That could get another cheap unit in play in the ground arena, or theoretically find a blue leader, but it wouldn't be enough to ambush and take out either of these space threats. We do have Maz Kanata being found here, but now it is watch this from
Where did
Tyler.
that attack with Maz Kanata go? It looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi attacks something. Is it just an attack to the base with Maz? There should be 5 damage on the base. Yeah. It looks like
Yeah, there
it's
it is.
5 damage to the base. There it is. And then watch this, bouncing that Chirrut, exhausting the ground arena, opening attacks from space or from both ground and space. I think this might be
That's
game.
game. That's game over with 7 in the skies from Tyler. The 2 ground units are able to burst through with no Sentinel, and Carlos has to scoop it up. So Carlos, after going 2-0 over this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck in the semifinals, is down a game early here in the finals of the Atlanta Sector Qualifier.
That was an interesting game, Josh. It really looked like Carlos had the advantage as we were moving into that mid game, but he just couldn't find answers to the space arena, it seemed like. We saw that late maker arrive. Carlos couldn't answer that. Then Liberty arrived, and there were no answers there either. Carlos ended up actually not playing a single card on the 6 resource turn. Very tough situation, but maybe a risk of playing a deck with such a weak space presence and relying on your other removal effects. Sometimes you just might not have that shatter point that you need. Now, Tyler is poised to potentially win the whole thing if he can replicate his success in that first game.
That is absolutely right. The shatter point was crucial in the semifinals for Carlos. We saw it immediately come down and answer the Liberty, saving so much damage on Carlos's base, and just did not have it this time. So that could absolutely be the game plan for Tyler if you're able to get those big threats like Lightmaker and Liberty in the space arena. There's just so much damage for one action. And if you don't have the answers fast, you only have a 28 HP base and you run out very quickly.
All right. Now we're going to see whether or not Carlos can do better in this second game and take us to a 3-game final match. One thing that he definitely has going for him is the credit hate that served him so well in the semifinal. Terramin Barcona, a ground unit that caused huge problems for Lando in game 2 of the semis. Let's see whether or not Carlos can bring back those answers and disrupt his opponent's credits in this game 2 here in the finals.
We talked a little bit last round about Carlos Apodaca and the success that he has had part of Blue Milk Gaming, 32nd at the Galactic Championship last year. Plenty of points on the leaderboard currently. And Tyler from the Eclipse TCG team out of Birmingham, Alabama for this sector qualifier is 515 points on the leaderboard right now, Tower. So he's already locked up another 200 points here in Atlanta to add to that total. And if he can take one more game, would add another 50 as the winner takes home 250 points. And that would really position himself quite well on the leaderboard to try and lock up a top 32 spot, which means you get your travel covered to the Galactic Championship this year. So what a run it's been for Tyler. And now what we all want to see is a fantastic game here and then a game 3. We've got to have a final game 3, Tower.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see just what happens here as we go into game 2. Like you, I hope that Carlos takes this one and we see a game 3. I always enjoy having those intense 3-game matches, but we'll have to see. It's very possible Tyler York could get the win and solidify his place as the sector champion without having to play that third game. Let's see just what's going to happen. It looks like the decks have been shuffled and presented. We're drawing our initial hands, and we're about to bring you the second game of this final match here in Atlanta, Georgia.
A long tournament started out yesterday morning with 409 players competing in this sector qualifier. And now we have 2 players, Carlos Apodaca and Tyler York, trying to take home the title. Tyler, satisfied with that opening hand. Carlos, not at all, quickly taking the mulligan. And now Carlos's tournament could hinge on this next set of 6 cards.
All right. Carlos Apodaca was the only Obi-Wan Kenobi player to make the top 4. It was him and 3 Lando Lake Country players. He managed to succeed against this deck in the semifinals, but here in the finals, Tyler York dealt him a defeat in the first round. Can Carlos turn things around now and take us to a game 3? We're about to find out.
One
Looks
thing
like
for
Tyler
sure,
has resourced while Carlos takes a mulligan.
this particular matchup, because even in the semifinals, this Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Lando Calrissian, it was 2-0 for Carlos, but it was exciting to watch. It was great games. So we've had a great game to start here in the finals. Carlos, we know, will be working with some credit hate here in game 2. It's Gunji to start things out for Carlos Apodaca on the initiative. Tyler York starts with the Master Codebreaker. We'll go digging for a Gambit card once again.
Yeah, this is I believe the exact same start that we saw in the previous game, down to the same card being found by the Master Codebreaker.
Yeah,
Let's see if the
deja
rest
vu.
of that game develops differently at all. Carlos with the initiative as we move into the second turn.
On the bright side for Carlos, at least you have that early force unit. Do want to generate the force. But a lot of things hinge on how things look into the mid game once Tyler is able to start presenting those big space threats. Because these Obi-Wan Kenobi decks, they just fight in the ground arena so well, they can make it very, very tough for their opponents to do anything in the ground arena. Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan played for Carlos, so an identical start so far for Carlos in game 2. And now Tyler going to change things up a little bit with Bail Organa coming out, a way that we could see some more spy tokens. 2 damage to Lake Country, and now the Master Codebreaker getting its early game value with a 1-cost Faith in Your Friends for Tyler. So he looks at the top 3 and will draw one of these 3 cards.
Similar gameplay to what we saw in the previous game, but with some differences. Last time it was the Canyon Frontrunner that Tyler played on this turn, then opted to take the initiative to get the attack with that debuff from the Frontrunner. Played the Han Pilot, then made a credit and used Faith in Your Friends on the next turn. This time, Faith on Your Friends played this turn. Once again, the Master Codebreaker, like you said, Josh, getting some value with that discount.
Master Codebreaker putting in some work over the weekend for these Lando players. And now, just as in the first game, Tyler all of a sudden has this very large ground arena. But the one thing to note about that ground arena is Carlos and his units, they kind of outpace Tyler's units in terms of stats as Carlos claims the initiative.
All right. Initiative for Carlos. And we'll see once again Tyler York widening his board, moving his leader and base off to the side with a lot of units being played in the ground arena here. Let's see if Carlos continues attacking the base or whether the target's going to be those spies or what exactly here.
Looks like board control is the call. One spy token is taken out. And currently, the Obi-Wan Kenobi does not have Sentinel. It gets Sentinel for the phase when you play a Force unit. So at the moment, Tyler has a green light to Carlos's base if he wants to take it. Bail Organa also could be creating some more spy tokens with that on attack ability.
Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan, a very relevant ground unit that can have Sentinel. We might, in fact, see that unit gain Sentinel later in this turn, but doesn't have it right now. That's going to allow a spy token to get into the base for 2 damage on Carlos's base.
Do we see another early Chirrut from Carlos? That Chirrut in game one really slammed the door shut in the ground arena. We absolutely will see it from Carlos, the 4-cost Sentinel Force Fringe unit. That Chirrut Imwe, he's blind, but he's not deaf. And Obi-Wan Kenobi has Sentinel as well. So if Tyler does choose to attack for the rest of the phase, he could choose to attack the Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel instead of Chirrut.
Yeah, and that would probably be a more desirable attack to be making there for Tyler. We see Bail Organa doing just that. 2 damage to Obi-Wan Kenobi, 3 damage back. And will Tyler discard a card to create a spy? Or will that be all for this attack? Looks like no spy token created for Tyler.
No spy created, and the other spy defeated. Obi-Wan Kenobi deals with the second spy token that was created off the Faith in Your Friends, and now Tyler deciding if he wants to use the Master Codebreaker for an attack here, but hasn't spent any resources yet. We'll see the Lando Calrissian action ability. Qui-Gon Jinn discarded a credit token generated on Tyler's side, and Carlos will claim the initiative. Tyler going to play Beguile. This is going to be a little bit of tempo on Carlos's side, or on Tyler's side, but look at what is in hand for Carlos. He has the initiative tower, and there is Terramin Barcona once again.
Probably not what Tyler most wants to see in hand there, not after a turn where he just made that credit token. Carlos, in fact, Carlos not only has Terramin Barcona, Carlos also has the Galen Urso ground unit. There are multiple different answers to credit tokens in hand here for Carlos.
The Master Codebreaker will attack Obi-Wan Kenobi for 1, so both units will end up with 3 damage on. But Carlos, with the initiative, will have the ability to slam down Terramin Barcona, take out that credit token on Tyler's side, and get some very large units, giving out the experience tokens. And this is the turn that we could see Obi-Wan Kenobi deploy as well. Here we go. Both
now,
players
one thing
are ready.
that is nice for Tyler here is that having seen that Terramin Barcona, you know to spend your credit early if you can, but he's not going to be given the opportunity.
Not at all. Carlos slams it down, defeats the credit token on Tyler's side, and both Obi-Wan Kenobi and Terramin Barcona get an experience token. So now Obi-Wan Kenobi has 4 power and 3 HP remaining. So here
Looking
comes Bail
tough
Organa.
here for Tyler York in this ground arena. Carlos has managed to clear out the spy tokens that Tyler created earlier and has developed some powerful units of his own. We're also likely going to see the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit deploy this turn. Looks like Tyler is going to use that on attack ability for Bail Organa this time, discarding a copy of Faith in Your Friends to make a spy token on attack there.
Pushing a little bit wider in the ground arena is Tyler. Now Gunji. Some options here. Gunji could absolutely take out any of these units currently in Tyler's ground arena. But it's going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi, maybe. We're back to Gunji.
Carlos thinking
Little
it
pump
through.
fake. Gonna take
Gunji
out
will
the Master
defeat the
Codebreaker.
Master Codebreaker.
Rose Tico's ready, Tower. We've got the spy in play. This is why the spy was created off of the on attack trigger from Bail Organa, because Rose Tico is ready. Obi-Wan Kenobi is going to attack and defeat the Bail Organa unit. Have 1 HP remaining, but Rose Tico coming out ready, putting big pressure early on Carlos's base with no current Sentinels in play. 9 damage on Carlos's base, and it's now up to him if he wants to take any further actions. He could deploy Obi-Wan Kenobi. He could claim the initiative.
I think there's a strong argument for taking the initiative here, and it looks like that's what Carlos is going to do. This gives him the opportunity to attack with Terramin Barcona and defeat Rose Tico before she swings for another 5 damage to base. And that's a very interesting turn, because if Carlos had made a different decision with respect to what unit Gunji attacked there, if he had cleared the spy token instead of the Master Codebreaker, Rose Tico would not have been able to come into play ready, because she only readies when played if you control a non-unique unit, and the other units Tyler had on the board were unique.
That would have changed things in a big way. So with the initiative, Carlos will have to attack into that Rose Tico with Terramin Barcona, and Tyler's going to make the trade, attacking into Terramin with the spy token. Both units defeated, so now it's just Carlos, the one left with units in play, but this time around, Tyler has been able to put some more damage on at this point, and we know that some of those large space threats for Tyler could be looming. Obi-Wan Kenobi attacks for 4, putting 6 damage in total on Lake Country.
One thing that I've also noticed about this game is Carlos does not have some of the healing options on the field that we saw in some of the previous matches. So, we haven't seen Yaddle or Mina Bonteri with Restore, and that may be a situation that Tyler's happy to see.
We do have the credit token created off of that Lando action ability for Tyler, discarding the Han Solo. We deploy back and forth. It was Obi-Wan Kenobi deployed first. Now Lando Calrissian deployed, and 3 credits in play for Tyler. Carlos is going to slam down the Galen Urso, and he can just call the credit token here to shut it off.
That's right. And I suspect that's what we're going to see here. So any of these big value plays from Tyler York being blocked by Galen Urso here, I presume that credit is the card being named to prevent any of that stuff. And otherwise, we might have seen, Liberty landing at this early phase in the game. But Galen blocking that.
Well, here it comes, Tower. We've got an attack from Obi-Wan Kenobi, 3 to Tyler's base. The Galen Urso gets an experience token, but Tyler has the Lightmaker. The Lightmaker is what started the game-ending process for Tyler in Game 1. It's a 7-power threat on offense, and that means that an attack would put Carlos up to 20. So Carlos just going to claim the initiative, and we'll see if he can deal with the space a little more effectively here in Game 2.
I do see a copy of Yoda. Now, Yoda is a great card, but Yoda can't be played yet. Carlos needs to hang on a little longer to get the resources required to play that copy of Yoda. which would be a great answer, but he has a shatter point. That is going to be another way to deal with Light Maker, but at the expense of exhausting everything Carlos has on the ground.
It is a double-edged sword for sure. The ground arena exhausted. Lightmaker was defeated though, but Tyler has a green light with no sentinels again. For Carlos, Lando Calrissian attacking into that 28 HP force base for 4, 17 damage on Carlos's base, leaving the damage count now 17 to 9 in favor of Tyler. And keep in mind that
Carlos's board is wildly stronger than Tyler's, but Tyler has been managing to sneak that damage through. And Carlos still has not developed an unconditional sentinel unit that can prevent some of these attacks in the ground arena.
Tyler now going to play Qui-Gon Jinn, ambushing and defeating the Galen Urso. So now these 3 credit tokens that Tyler has control of, he will be able to effectively use them moving forward unless we see another copy of Galen Urso. But right now, Carlos can't worry about credit tokens. He's got to worry about dealing with these threats.
Qui-Gon Jinn and Lando Calrissian, major threats in the ground arena here for Carlos Apodaca. He still has several powerful units of his own, but really I think Carlos is under some real pressure here. You know, this is very different from what we saw in the semifinal match.
Quick trade here. Gunji will attack and defeat Qui-Gon Jinn. That is going to bounce another threat here, the when defeated trigger. That would allow one of these units to be put back either on top or bottom of Carlos's deck. So Obi-Wan Kenobi going to the bottom of the deck.
So now we're left with the 2 leader units on the field, Obi-Wan Kenobi for Carlos and Lando Calrissian for Tyler, along with Mina Bonteri, a smaller unit for Carlos, but still one that can be quite relevant with potential healing via restore and potential card draw if defeated.
Now here comes Yoda. Yoda and the Force, wait, we're backing it up just a second. But we know Yoda is in hand. That would allow Carlos to heal 5. But the problem is it wouldn't be enough to actually take out the Lando, and it was actually Tyler's action. So he's going to play the Mandalorian, ambushing and defeating the Gunji. Or excuse me, not the Gunji, the Obi-Wan Kenobi, which captures the other ground unit. Now we do have a Sentinel to stop this Lando, but things are getting a bit out of hand for Tyler here.
Yeah, Carlos maybe jumped the gun showing his hand with that Yoda play when it was not actually his turn, and that allows Tyler to craft the perfect response. The Mandalorian ambushing there, defeating one unit and capturing the other, means that Carlos doesn't have the units on the field that he needs to pump up the damage that Yoda could inflict. Ends up playing Chirrut instead. Now, notably, Carlos did not use the Force token to defend Chirrut against the damage there from Lando, probably trying to save it to go for that Yoda play next turn.
Really tough spot now that Carlos finds himself in. 4 damage put onto the Chirrut. So just 1 HP remaining. That Sentinel. Very important right now for Carlos because I believe Tyler is holding on to an aggressive negotiations, which could be a massive damage swing with the Mandalorian. Dangerously
Carlo-
on the edge is where Carlos is living right now.
Carlos, I think, would love to get some healing going with that Yoda ability. Would love to try and just buy some more time here, but it's a struggle. Tyler is really keeping the pressure on, and this match has been so different from what we saw in that semifinals, Josh. Even now, with the Terramin Barcona from the sideboard and so on, Carlos is really under pressure.
Big pressure. Here comes Yoda. Force is used. 5 damage will be healed from Carlos's base, and a total of 4 damage dealt to Lando. It's enough to defeat Tyler's leader unit, but Tyler is able to keep the Mandalorian in play.
Chirrut Imwe ground unit unable to use the defensive ability here with no force token, very vulnerable to an attack from almost anything. And
Now,
it looks like
Tyler,
the Mandalorian will attack, defeating Chirrut and capturing that Yoda unit, but itself left at uh, a perilously low amount of hit points.
and now Liberty as well for Tyler. Carlos has no units in play after the Mando cleans up both units in the ground arena, and the fist bump is given. Tyler York is your sector qualifier champion in Atlanta.
Wow, that was really a study in contrast there, Josh. The difference between that semifinal match and the final match couldn't be starker, despite the fact that Carlos Apodaca, our Obi-Wan player, I believe faced the exact same deck both times. The lines played were just very different, and Tyler was able to really put that pressure on and ultimately win the whole thing.
What a turn of events. Carlos, we really felt like he was in control in the semifinals, and he seemed to be in control in game one, but the space just completely turned everything around for Tyler, and he was able to close it out with Lightmaker and the Liberty. And here in game two, he closes it out. What a run for both of these players. And Team Eclipse with this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck has done it. You could see the teammates there with him. The celebration beginning. Tyler York claims the crown in Atlanta and stands on top of the mountain with the other 408 players that he had to get through.
Very interesting situation. And I think, like you said, Josh, a really impressive result for Team Eclipse and this Lando Lake Country deck they had brewed up. Not only did they have an incredibly strong conversion rate into day two and into that top cut, given the relatively low number of players that were playing this deck to begin with, we also saw Tyler go ahead and take the entire event down with his very strong showing against Carlos in that final match. Well played to Tyler. Very impressive stuff.
Very well played indeed. Again, hats off to Carlos as well. He played incredibly throughout the weekend, bringing the most represented deck in the field all the way to the finals. But Lando Calrissian stands in the way and comes out on top. Lando Calrissian, Lake Country, your winning deck of the first major event of A Lawless Time and the first major event post-rotation. Lando is going to be the deck to beat moving forward.
And Josh, I think we've seen some really exciting games across the course of this event. And honestly, I think a lot of people are going to have to reconsider their approach to the meta, think about how to deal with some strategies that they might not have been factoring in. We saw the Boba Fett Lake Country deck, widely considered the deck to beat going into this event, not even put a single player into the top eight. It seems like players searching for answers to that deck have succeeded with both the more popular Obi-Wan 28 HP Vigilance Force build, but also this new Lando Lake Country deck having good options for dealing with Boba.
Yeah, it definitely has some good options. That additional 4 HP proved to be very important throughout the weekend, and it's just so interesting, Tower, when you think about it. Coming into this post-rotation format, Lake Country was a meme base. This was not something that was considered a competitive base coming into the format, but it is now on top, and it has really changed things. And it's so interesting because we have a brand new set that introduces multi-aspect cards, and it's Lake Country. These players actually going down into just one aspect, and that extra 4 HP just proving to be too critical for what you gain if you go into the other aspects. We've seen so many aggressive decks in this format. There's so many racing situations that come about. And right now, the extra HP is just more important. And I don't think that's something we really expected.
That's right, Josh. I know I was not necessarily expecting it, but one of the things about rotation is not only do you have to consider how new cards affect the meta, you also have to like reevaluate some of the older cards and see how they're doing as well. So, we've seen not only some of the exciting new cards, new leaders, the credit token synergies and so on from A Lawless Time. Those have had a big impact, but also, players have been kind of going back to the drawing board, looking at some things, an especially good card before this. Another interesting one. Who would think that a card from Intro Battle Hoth would be crucial for one of the decks in normal Premier play? But that's just what we were seeing here.
Yeah, that's such a good point. The watch this, a staple card in this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, 3 copies being run. And I tell you, I think we're going to see a lot of players trying to scramble to find some copies of that card out of that Hoth set. Very interesting stuff indeed. A card that just allowed so much tempo in favor of these Lando players throughout the weekend. We saw it here in the top cut. What a run. What a tournament. What an event. Boba was the one coming in, but going out, it's Lando Calrissian Lake Country. And I do believe we are going to get a winner's interview with Tyler here very shortly. It'll be very exciting to hear what he has to say, and this team working on this deck so hard this past week and coming into Atlanta and putting up some amazing results.
That's right, Josh. So, viewers, stay tuned. We will have a winner's interview for you shortly, but very interesting to think about what this event represents for Star Wars Unlimited TCG. Rotation is always a big deal for games. It feels like things have handled it really well. And here we have our winner, Tyler York. Tyler, congratulations on your performance in this event.
Thank you, thank you.
Tyler, my goodness, so good to see you take it all. What a run. Lando Calrissian Lake Country. I don't think most players were expecting it. Tell
Yeah.
us a little bit about this deck choice and what got you there.
So, the team had this deck like I think like the Wednesday, not last Wednesday, the Wednesday before, and we thought it was like very good. So none of us brought it to the PQs that weekend, and then it won a different PQ. So we were a little worried that it was going to kind of get out there, but their list is obviously very different than ours. But yeah, we just thought it had a really good matchup into Boba and Obi, which were the 2 decks we expected to see most of. There's actually way less Boba than we thought, but uh, the deck was very good, very hard to play against as well when they don't know what's going on, because it doesn't really play like traditional Lando. It plays almost like Han 1, more like. It's like it can be very aggressive. Like I beat a Tobias player in day 1 before I flipped my Lando. Even we just raced, and the deck can do that with aggressive negotiations and such. But it also has like the flip and play Liberty Mando, all that stuff.
How about Rose Tico in
Yeah.
that deck? Rose has been so good. Every time we see that card on stream, it's just leading this deck to victory. I think it's a big part of you being able to play that aggressive game.
Yeah. Rose does a great job because like if you look at the deck, a lot of the early game is like seems a little anemic, so you wonder how you turn the corner so fast, and the answer is just always Rose. It's just always like an extra basically 10 damage in nowhere because it just always attacks twice or like makes them. It always gets the first hit in, then they have to attack it to like not take the 10, and then like they have to go from their I'm ahead in the race to now I'm behind, and playing ahead in the race is so important in this format that Rose just immediately flips all that. That card's so crazy. It also it gets ready pretty easily. Obviously the spies with our deck, but I got it to come in ready because my opponent played They Hate That Ship and gave me 2 TIE fighters, so that let me ready a Rose one time. Also, I got captured by an opponent's Mando unit, and because it's worded like Falcon, when it comes back in, it also comes ready if I have a non-unique. So
Ooh.
that card was very clutch for me.
Yeah, I
That's
mean, I think
crazy.
we saw some very cool stuff in
Yeah.
that last game, really really nice showing there. One thing that we were really struck by though, Tyler, was in the final match, it seemed like you handled the Obi-Wan Kenobi deck pretty handily. Like it seemed like you were fairly in control of that. But in the semifinals, we saw basically, same deck, same matchup. And in the semis, it was the Obi-Wan player who had two very convincing wins against one of your teammates. What would you say the difference was?
I unfortunately did not get to watch too much of Reflex's match, but I know that we have like a good plan where game one you can do the Lando thing pretty freely because they don't really have credit hate, or you can do the aggressive thing, kind of either or. But then post board, we bring in a bunch of ambushers and we get to just basically not use our credits. Like you saw, like I made a credit at one point, and he immediately blew it up and it didn't. Like I just curved out and played guy. But yeah, we have a sideboard plan for like basically to anti-credit hate and just go up the curve, play ambushers. You want to keep their board small because you don't want to let their Yoda like take over. And the way they usually win is like they build a big board, they have sentinels, they have a bunch of healing, so you can't kill them super fast, and then like they eventually play a Yoda. And once the Yoda hits and starts killing stuff, it's like really hard to win from that point. So you kind of need to get the game before it gets to that point. So I was able to control his board a bit. He never got too big of a board. The first game with the Churret was like a little annoying, but I eventually got there because I just like shifted the space. And Lightmaker is really important because Lightmaker you can play after they tap out, so they can't kill it on their turn. So they have to kill it like first action the next turn, which we saw the one game where they tapped all their units, which let me win the race there. Also, Liberty is just like a giant thing that kills them with like 2 hits because they have 20 HP. So it's this combination of like don't let their ground board get too big, and also like have a big guy in space that can basically one-shot them if you ever draw aggressive. It's a balance. The matchup's hard to play, but when you
Well,
do
you
the plan
handled
work,
it.
it works.
Yeah, you handled it very well, and I thought it was funny too, just hearing what you just described about how it can go wrong with the opponent building up more units into Yoda and so
Yeah.
on. That is kind of what we were seeing in some of the semifinal stuff.
Mm.
So, well done navigating that and avoiding those perils.
Thank you.
Oh, one other thing here, Tyler. Well,
Yeah.
before we go, of course, the first major event since your new team, the Eclipse TCG, comes together. And I was talking to one of your other teammates, and he said the whole goal was we wanted to finish what Ian started last year. That's the goal. And your first main event, you come out here in this major, and you guys take it down with this Lando deck. So, again, huge congrats on that. Is there anything you want to share or say before we go?
Yeah, check out the YouTube channel, the Eclipse YouTube channel. We're gonna have a video. We're trying to get out like Tuesday about this deck, and more to come.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
Again,
congratulations again, Tyler. Great performance, and
There's-
well done on winning the Sector Qualifier.
Thank you.
What an event. Tyler, what a performance. You could see Ian, the runner-up from the Galactic Championship last year, coming in, congratulating his teammate. Been an exciting event all weekend. There's more majors to come just in a couple weeks in Palm Springs, California. There's another sector qualifier that you can be a part of May 2nd through May 3rd. Star City Games putting on a limited sector qualifier, and then it jumps to Europe. May 9th and May 10th, it's going to be a premier sector qualifier in London, and then the regional for A Lawless Time will be May 22nd through May 24th, put on by Fanfinity in Prague. So huge thank you to Star City Games for running the event, for organizing here. Big shout out to all the judges and staff throughout the weekend. We couldn't have done it without them. And also big thank you to Tim and Claire. Tower, anything you want to say before we hop off here?
Not too much, Josh. Overall, though, I thought it was a great weekend of Star Wars Unlimited. Really happy to bring exciting and also novel results here to the viewers with some meta shakeups that I don't think everybody expected. But yeah, stay tuned for more Star Wars Unlimited coverage here on the McClunky Gaming channel, and subscribe to TowerNumberNine on YouTube.
There you go, Tower. Check out Tower. He always does some of the best content. Again, thank you so much to McClunky, Tower, Tim and Claire. You guys did awesome. They are our production crew, and they did a fantastic job all weekend. 2 weekends from now, join up on the stream. If you can't make it to Palm Springs, we'll be streaming the limited sector qualifier there. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a fantastic weekend. We hope to see you in 2 weeks. May the force be with you. And until next time, take care.